Simon & Schuster Audio presents Bloodlines, a novel. Book 2 of the Scott, Brodie, and Maggie Taylor series by Nelson DeMille and Alex DeMille. Read by Scott Brick.
For Dagmar, who made this all possible. The old world is dying, and the new world struggles to be born. Now is the time of monsters. Antonio Gramsci. Part 1. Chapter 1. Harry Vance finished dressing in the dark bedroom, using his cell phone to find a pair of matching socks. It was past 2 in the morning, and he was trying to leave without waking Anna, so he shouldn't have been so particular. But at the age of 53, Vance had learned to accept and embrace his own bullshit, and he knew his steps felt a little less sure when his socks didn't match. He walked to the tall window and parted the curtains. The dark streets below were lined with turn-of-the-century apartment buildings and shuttered storefronts, and the day's rain had turned the curbside snowbanks into rivers of gray slush. The sidewalks were barren on this cold January night, but the bars and clubs tucked away in this trendy corner of Berlin were still open, their music and laughter echoing down the dark street. Vance turned and looked at Anna, asleep under a thick blanket. A space heater hummed at the far end of the room. These old buildings were nice to look at, but they weren't insulated, and nothing worked. Anna thought the building had character, a word that made Vance want to step into traffic. Well, that's what he got for becoming involved with a younger woman. He approached the bed and took a closer look at her by the dim light coming through the window. She didn't look like herself when she slept. Her face was relaxed, soft, so different from who she was. Vance reached his hand out to... what? Touch her? Try to wake her? Tell her where he was going? Why would he do something like that? Because you're an idiot, which is another way of saying you're in love. He withdrew his hand. The point was to not tell her anything. She didn't like that, of course, and neither did the brass back at headquarters when he froze them out of his investigations until it was time to make arrests. But this was how Army CID agent Harry Vance had always approached his work. Just do it. Only amateurs and cowards needed outside opinions before the job was done. So he hadn't told her about tonight's rendezvous, and he'd be back in bed before sunrise. They'd wake up together, maybe a morning roll in the sack, then fried eggs with black bread and coffee, watch the news. Sunday stuff. Anna rolled over, muttering something in German that he couldn't make out. Her arm flopped onto the empty side of the mattress, which still contained his impression in the cheap memory foam. He pictured her waking up in the night to use the bathroom or get some water and seeing that he was gone. She'd freak out. He took out his phone and typed her a text. Couldn't sleep. Going for a walk. Back by dawn. He hesitated, then added, I love you. Every word of that was true, though he might have left out a few things. He hit send and heard her phone vibrate on the bedside table. He walked to the foyer, where he put on his scarf and wool cap. He eyed a small table piled with yesterday's mail, then slid open a drawer to reveal his Beretta M9 inside a pancake holster. Vance stared at the pistol. He wasn't doing anything dangerous. Unless, of course, he was closer to the truth than he realized. and you never know you're there until you're there. He clipped the holster on his belt, then put on his camel hair topcoat. He unbolted the heavy door and stepped onto the dimly lit landing, closing the door quietly behind him. Vance descended 2 flights of stairs, then stepped out into the winter night and felt the sharp snap of cold air on his face. He lit a cigarette and walked north to the Prenzlauer Allee S-Bahn train station, a handsome turn-of-the-century brick building that, like Anna's Street and much of the neighborhood of Prenzlauer Berg, appeared to have somehow survived the war intact, though in Berlin you didn't always know what was original and what got pieced back together from the rubble. He walked down a set of icy stairs to the tracks, which ran along a trench below street level. He checked his watch as he waited on the platform. 2:27 a.m. It was the weekend, so the S-Bahn ran all night. He watched a young couple huddled inside a glass-paneled shelter as a cold north wind whipped down the platform. On a typical case, he'd have his partner Mark Jenkins with him. But this wasn't a typical case. In fact, it wasn't a CID case at all. He was moonlighting here in Berlin, hundreds of miles from the headquarters of the U.S. Army's 5th Military Police Battalion in Kaiserslautern, a small city near Frankfurt where Vance lived and worked. His colleagues knew he came to Berlin whenever he had time off. They assumed it was for a woman, and they made their jokes. But they were only half right. He thought about his wife, Julie, back in Kaiserslautern, soon to be ex if the papers ever went through. German efficiency, he'd found out, did not extend to divorce proceedings. She was a good woman and didn't deserve half the crap he put her through. Then again, she'd chosen to stay in the marriage. We all make our own prisons. Vance spotted the train approaching and took a last drag on his cigarette. He flicked the butt onto the tracks, then took out his cell and texted, "Ich bin unterwegs." I'm on my way. After a few seconds, he received a reply. Ich werde sein. I'll be there. The train eased into the station and Vance boarded. He took a seat and looked around as the train pulled out. His car was mostly empty, as was the entire train, the length of which he could see due to the open gangways. He spotted a group of hyperactive 20-somethings at the far end, probably club-hopping until dawn. He'd done that once, with Anna, which was one time too many. She thought she was keeping him young, but she was actually just reminding him of the gulf between them. The city slid by out the grimy window. He was heading southeast to Neukölln, a neighborhood with a large Turkish and Arab immigrant population, made larger in the last few years thanks to Germany's generous asylum policy towards Syrian refugees. It was a policy that made many Germans proud, and enraged and frightened just as many. Vance tried to stay out of his host country's internal politics, though as a chief warrant officer in the CID's Terrorism and Criminal Investigation Unit, or TCIU, this rapid influx of refugees had affected his caseload. There were dozens of U.S. Army installations across Europe, and Vance and his colleagues in the TCIU were responsible for investigating perceived terrorist threats against all of them, as well as threats against any U.S. Army personnel located on the European continent or North Africa, which was his command's area of responsibility. In truth, most of the flood of refugees arriving in Germany came here to escape the ravages of war and create a better life, and even the criminal element among them largely restricted their activities to non-political felonies. But it was the potential ISIS or Al-Qaeda operatives who managed to slip through, and also the jobless and isolated young men who became radicalized once in Germany, who kept Vance and his colleagues busy. As they say in counterterrorism, the good guys need to succeed every time. The bad guys need to succeed only once. Vance looked out the window as the train crossed over the Spree River, and then passed from the former East Berlin into the west. What had once been a fortified wall of concrete, razor wire, dogs, soldiers, and searchlights was now a phantom border crisscrossed by 24-hour train lines and rejoined streets. And you'd have to have a sightseeing guide to find the few shards of the wall still standing. Vance figured that was probably a good thing. Berlin, more than most places, had to navigate remembering the past without becoming a shrine to its horrors. He remembered watching the wall come down on TV, the cheering crowds as people took sledgehammers to the hated structure, East German police and soldiers standing impotent as Germans from east and west defiantly held hands atop the wall, one people again. He had been in his first semester of his senior year at Johns Hopkins, thinking about a military career and what his role might be in helping to contain the Soviet menace. And then, in the blink of an eye, the 40-year Cold War was over. The Iron Curtain parted, the nuclear threat lifted. A new world had dawned overnight, and no one knew what to do about it. It turned out the new world was more complicated than the old, and 30 years later Vance was still trying to figure it out. In a few minutes the train arrived at the Neukölln station and Vance got out. He walked along the elevated train platform, which was covered in graffiti and smelled vaguely of urine. He descended the stairs and exited onto Karl-Marx-Strasse, a street that mocked its namesake, with a McDonald's. He walked north along Karl Marx, passing a number of closed halal groceries, Turkish coffee shops, and Middle Eastern restaurants. Up ahead, an Arab teenager in a winter parka leaned against a lamp pole, watching him. Vance wondered if he was a dealer or maybe a corner boy for one of the Arab crime syndicates that operated in this area. Vance, with his barrel chest and a healthy paunch due to his love affair with dark German lagers, didn't fit the profile of a heroin junkie looking for a fix. In fact, he probably looked to this kid to be exactly what he was, a plainclothes cop. As Vance got closer, the boy averted his eyes. After a couple of blocks, he found the place he was looking for, a 5-story apartment building with a hookah lounge on the ground floor called Ember Berlin. There were only a few customers sitting in the dim, smoky lounge amidst Turkish tapestries, garish blue lighting, and thumping Arabic pop music. Vance entered through the glass doors and looked around the lounge. A group of Turkish 30-something guys were in one corner smoking and laughing, and a couple of old Arab men in tracksuits were sitting near the front door quietly sharing a hookah. The tracksuits scanned him, and one of them let out a huge puff of apple-scented smoke. Vance walked to the back where upholstered vinyl seating ran along the rear wall behind small tables and chairs. He took a seat facing the door and placed his hat on the table. He kept his coat on to make sure no one caught sight of his holstered M9. A young Turkish waiter walked over and dropped a menu on the table. "Guten Abend. Hookah? Kaffee?" "Turkischer Kaffee, bitte." The young man nodded and walked off. Vance checked his watch. 3:05 a.m. He pulled his phone out and looked at the text thread he'd exchanged with the man he was there to meet, Abbas al-Hamdani. He'd received the man's number from a local guy with connections. Hamdani wasn't known to CID, and Vance hadn't done much to verify al-Hamdani's identity, other than to request the man send a current photo of himself. Vance looked at the picture. Hamdani was a heavy-set man in his 70s, with a bushy gray mustache and large, sad eyes. He looked at Hamdani's last message. "Ich werde da sein. I'll be there." The waiter returned with his coffee, and he sipped it as he watched the door. The street outside was empty except for an occasional car or Vespa. After a few more minutes, he sent a text. "Ich bin da. I'm here." No response. Vance drank his coffee and began to wonder why he'd left a hot woman and a warm bed for this crap. Then again, the woman, Anna, was the reason he was here in the first place. His wife used to tell him he had a savior complex. He became overly involved in other people's problems instead of keeping his own house in order. She was right, of course. It was probably why he was a good investigator and a bad husband. After 25 years together, he and Julie had each other pretty well figured out. Which was the problem? Marriages, like criminal investigations, tend to be over when there's no more mystery. His phone vibrated. He checked it and saw a message that said in German, "I can no longer meet there." Vance tapped out a reply. "We had an arrangement." The reply came quickly. "I cannot be seen with you." Vance wrote, "No one knows who I am." No response for a moment. Then, "Come to Thomasruhe Park, up the road, inside the park by the eastern entrance. This is better security for us both." Vance waited to reply. He eyed the two old Arab guys in tracksuits and wondered if they knew Hamdani. Like a lot of immigrant and refugee communities, this place was insular, with complex alliances and resentments that dated back to their native lands, and probably to the beginning of time. Maybe Hamdani got tipped to these guys' presence and didn't want to be seen talking to a white guy at 3 a.m. Too many questions. Vance had insisted on a public place, and Hamdani could have picked anywhere in any neighborhood. Why here, in his own backyard, if he was concerned about being seen? Something wasn't adding up. He looked at the map on his phone and saw that Thomasruhe Park was only a few blocks away. His CID training told him that meeting an unknown informant in a park in the middle of the night was a bad idea. But his ego and his Beretta assured him it would be fine. He decided to split the difference and practice some minimal operational security. He spotted another park due south of Thomasruhe, called Körner Park, and wrote back, "Meet me in Körner Park, near the northern entrance off Jonasstrasse. 15 minutes. He'd enter the park at the southern entrance and be there in 5. If Hamdani balked, Vance would abort. After a moment, he received a response. "Okay, see you there." Vance knocked back the rest of the sludgy, sweet Turkish coffee, put on his hat, then dropped some euros on the table and left. He continued north along Karl-Marx-Strasse and after a few blocks made a left onto a side street. He walked a block and saw the entrance to Körner Park, which was sunk about 20 feet below street level and ringed with stone balustrades. A staircase led down into the park, with a chain stretched across it to indicate it was closed. Vance walked up to the balustrade and looked into the park, which was lit by scattered lampposts. Gridded paths, manicured hedges, and white stone statues gave the impression of a palace garden. The place was nice to look at, but turned out to be a bad tactical choice. A lot of open spaces, and anyone observing him from a distance could easily have the high ground. He walked to the stairway and paused. A chill wind shook the bare branches of the trees around him, and the fat crescent moon cast a spectral pall over the frozen stone figures in the park. "I want to tell you what happened to my father." He remembered just how Anna had said it, in her crisp German accent, and how she'd looked at the time, her stark features barely revealed through the dim light of the nightclub where she had taken him on one of their first dates, some trendy spot located in a former East Berlin brick factory. It was a real Anna kind of place, cool and hip, but also heavy with the weight of history, where in the gloom beyond the dancers and club lights you could almost imagine the poor bastards in the sweltering brickworks, laboring toward a new world that would never come. "He was betrayed," Anna had said between blasts of industrial techno. And then he was murdered. That's when it had truly begun. This obsession of his. And it was why Vance was standing here now, knee-deep in an investigation of a cold case that he had no jurisdiction over, and which had occurred in a country that no longer existed. Leaving his wife for a younger woman might have seemed like the obvious sign of a midlife crisis. But maybe the real crisis was here, in the freezing night, looking for justice in all the wrong places. He slid his M9 out of the holster and held it inside the pocket of his topcoat, then ducked under the chain and descended the stairs into the park. Part 2. Chapter 2. Chief Warrant Officer Scott Brodie drove his Army-issue Chevy Impala down the narrow back road. Thick growths of Virginia pine crowded the shoulders between dirt driveways leading to dilapidated houses and shanties. It was a bright and frigid day in the middle of January, and yesterday's snow still clung to the pine needles and patchy lawns. Brad Evans sat in the front passenger seat. He cracked his window and lit a cigarette. Hate these off-base busts. Brodie did not reply. A soldier won't resist arrest in the barracks, but once he's got his own roof over his head, even one of these little shitboxes, his thinking is different. It's instinct. A man defends his castle. Brodie preferred his partner in the morning, when he was hung over and didn't talk much. But it was 4 p.m., and by now Evans had had his Irish coffee for lunch, followed by 2 or 3 more, and he was all jaw. Brodie, age 39, was a special agent in the United States Army Criminal Investigation Division, more commonly known as CID, which was responsible for investigating major felony crimes and violations of the Uniform Code of Military Justice within the Army. Brad Evans was his partner and, like many of Brodie's partners over the course of his 13-year career, Evans was an asshole. Evans continued talking between drags. These new enlisteds think they can get away with anything. Remember that jerk-off in Norfolk? Growing enough weed to smoke out a brigade? Just heard, they docked his pay. No reduction in rank, no confinement. Bullshit. What the hell kind of message? Brodie let Evans ramble and focused on the road. Brodie and Evans shared an office at CID headquarters, which was within Marine Corps Base Quantico, a large complex in northeastern Virginia that also housed the Marine Officer Candidate School and Basic School, as well as the Marine Corps University, the FBI Academy, the Drug Enforcement Administration Training Academy, and the Naval Criminal Investigative Service, NCIS, which was the Navy equivalent of Army CID, but with bigger egos, thanks to the hit TV show. Brodie lived in a rented house close to base, though until recently he'd been a nomad, traveling the country and the world on challenging assignments. But that was back when his life was interesting, before his wings got clipped. Now he could actually spend time in his office. He even got around to checking his mail and doing paperwork. The ultimate indignity. He eyed the rear view, where the Virginia State Trooper was following close behind. Since they were conducting a search outside of a military installation, civilian law enforcement had to ride along. Brodie also had to get the search warrant from a civilian judge. The military had its own ways of doing things, of course, and its own parallel justice system. But in America, the civilians still ruled the realm and intruded when they felt like it, which Brodie guessed meant it was still a free country. But it didn't make his job any easier. Brodie glanced at his partner as the man kept smoking and yammering. Although CID was full of motivated professionals, Scott Brodie seemed to get stuck with the duds. He'd chosen to not read too much into this, despite his commanding officer, Colonel Stanley Dombrowski, telling him on more than one occasion, "If everyone you work with is an asshole, the asshole is you." Dombrowski was a commissioned officer. Brodie and Evans were officers of a different stripe, warrant officers, which put them above all enlisted soldiers in the Army chain of command, including NCOs, but below the lowest-ranked commissioned officer, meaning a rookie lieutenant just out of ROTC, OCS, or the Point. Within the warrant officer rank there were 5 grades. Brodie was a CW4. Evans was 5 years older than Brodie and had served longer, but was still a CW3, which said a few things about Brad Evans. Scott Brodie, despite his time in service and his time in grade, was fairly sure he'd never get that final promotion to CW5. And the reason for that was his tendency to buck authority when the authority was being stupid. But Brodie could close tough cases, and at the end of the day, that's what the brass wanted to see. Points on the board. Brodie had a lot of points, which partly made up for his bad attitude and other personality defects. He recalled another Dombrowskiism directed his way. "The only thing worse than a useless idiot you can't work with is an effective pain in the ass you can't fire." Brodie wondered how much of this wisdom the colonel had picked up at officer candidate school. Warrant officers, while technically considered commissioned officers, differed from regular commissioned officers in a few ways that made sense only to the Army. They didn't have formal officer titles and were simply referred to as Mr. or Ms., or occasionally the gender-neutral chief, and as CID agents they usually wore civilian clothing and drove civilian unmarked cars. Today Brodie and Evans were both dressed in slacks, dress shirts, and dark blue windbreakers, with the words CID Federal Agent emblazoned on the front and back in big yellow letters. When you're smashing down a suspect's door, you don't want any confusion. And in case there was, Brodie and Evans were packing their M9s. Evans flicked his cigarette out the window and punched the power on the car radio. A rock song came on, something awful that Brodie half remembered from his college days. Evans started tapping the glove box along with the riffs. "These guys rock. Saw them last summer at the Birchmere. They still got it." Brodie suggested, "Keep an eye out for the turn." "Should've let the steak cracker lead." "Not when you're with me, Mr. Evans." This should be a simple bust, but sometimes the cases that looked straightforward ended up going sideways and screwing up your whole day. Still, it beat parking your ass behind a desk all day like some of Brodie's colleagues at Quantico. Within the CID were experts in a host of fields, such as cybercrime, procurement fraud, forensic analysis, polygraph administration, criminal records processing, the desk jockeys, as well as specialists in counter-terrorism, protective services, and, in special circumstances, war crimes and treason. Brodie and Evans were not in a specialized unit, but general criminal investigators, the equivalent of police detectives, working felonies that fell outside the skills and purview of the specialists. They spent much of their day out on the beat gathering evidence, conducting interviews, and, on a good day, locating and arresting the bad guys. Lately, the bad guys seemed to be getting stupider and easier to catch, though in reality, it was Brodie's cases that were getting stupider and smaller, and this afternoon's assignment was a perfect example. Searching for stolen goods at the home of Private First Class Eric Hinckley, who was suspected of involvement in a larceny ring operating out of Fort A.P. Hill, an army base near Fredericksburg. Someone was stealing MREs, meals ready to eat, the canned and dehydrated rations that kept America's fighting men and women satiated and constipated while deployed in the field. Private Hinckley worked as a guard at a warehouse that stored MREs, and he was suspected of supplying a third party who was running an online store that had so far done about $60,000 worth of business. That was more than enough for a felony charge, though not generally enough to get Scott Brodie out of bed in the morning. He used to work big cases. Homicides, narcotics, weapons theft, high-stakes stuff, often overseas. Evans had too, before he sabotaged his career with an assist from Johnny Walker. Scott Brodie, on the other hand, hadn't drunk himself into career oblivion. In fact, he'd done his job too well on his last major assignment, investigating beyond his mandate, pissing off several intel agencies, and discovering a few things that were well above his pay grade and way beyond his need to know. So he got saddled with a deadbeat partner and a bullshit caseload not befitting his experience or skills. Brodie wasn't sure if this was temporary punishment or an attempt to drive him into early retirement. Either way, the Army's aggression toward its maverick officers was often passive but never subtle. The case that had gotten him on everyone's shit list was from 5 months back, and had involved tracking down an infamous deserter, Captain Kyle Mercer of the Army's elite Delta Force, who had apparently abandoned his remote post in Afghanistan and been captured by the Taliban. Captain Mercer eventually escaped his captors and turned up in, of all places, Caracas, Venezuela. It would have been more pleasant for everyone if Kyle Mercer had instead decamped to, say, Tahiti or the Côte d'Azur. But Mercer had chosen the armpit of the Western Hemisphere for very specific reasons that dated back to some wet stuff he'd gotten into while commanding a Black Ops team in Afghanistan. It was a complicated, messy, sensitive, and ultimately sad case, and more than one person who should have stood in front of a court-martial instead came home in a body bag. And people like Brodie and his former partner Maggie Taylor and their boss Colonel Dombrowski should have gotten promotions, but got a ton of shit instead. Shit happens. Evans pointed to a roadside mailbox. 256, right here. Brodie turned off the road onto a dirt driveway that led to an aluminum-sided ranch house. He parked his car 50 yards from the house, and the Virginia State Trooper pulled in behind them. Brodie noticed a Toyota Compact parked in front of the detached garage. Brodie, Evans, and the Trooper got out without slamming their doors shut. The Virginia Trooper, a pale and lanky redhead in his late 20s named Dave Finley, walked up to them with a crowbar in his hands. Brodie had interacted with Finley before in executing a search warrant, and the guy was a straight arrow. Trooper Finley nodded to the door. "How do you want to do this?" Brodie looked at the house. The front bay window had heavy curtains drawn. He said to Evans, "Cover the back." "Copy." Evans headed around back as Brodie and Finley approached the front door. Brodie noticed there was no doorbell. He could hear something playing loudly on the TV. Explosions, gunfire, demonic screams. Probably a video game. Brodie waited a moment to give Evans time to get to the back door. Then he knocked loudly and dialed up his Virginia accent. "Delivery! Need y'all to sign." They waited. After a few seconds, the sound from the TV cut out. They heard footsteps approaching the door. Brodie put his thumb over the door's peephole as he pulled his M9 from its holster and held it at his side. The footsteps stopped. Brodie said, "Need a signature or I can't leave it." All was quiet for a moment. Then a face peeked out from behind the window curtains and disappeared. Finley shoved the crowbar into the door jamb and began to pry it open. The door splintered and Brodie kicked it open as he raised his M9 and caught sight of a male figure running toward the back of the house. "CID, halt!" which is military for "stop, asshole." But the asshole kept running. Brodie took off after him and the guy ran into a small kitchen, kicked open a metal storm door and sprinted through the doorway, where he collided with Brad Evans, who didn't seem ready for what was coming and got knocked on his ass. The guy bolted across the backyard and Brodie chased after him, past a scrawny black lab that was barking and howling and pulling on the end of a chain. Brodie cut wide of the dog and headed for the man he assumed was PFC Hinckley, a pasty young guy with a military buzz cut in a tank top and jeans running barefoot. Hinckley was a few yards from a high chain-link fence that marked the edge of his property. Brodie yelled, "Halt, or I shoot!" The guy knew that was bullshit and jumped onto the fence and started to scramble up. Brodie holstered his pistol as he caught up to him, grabbed him by his belt, and threw him face down onto the lawn. Hinckley, possibly recalling his basic training hand-to-hand combat class, tried to flip, but Brodie jumped on the guy's back and pressed his face into a patch of snow. "Say uncle, asshole!" Hinckley didn't, but he stopped resisting. Brodie grabbed the man's wrists and cuffed his hands behind his back. "Private Eric Hinckley, I presume? Fuck you." I will take that as an affirmative response. Evans had recovered from his knockdown and was rushing toward them. Guy came out of nowhere. Actually, he came out of the house. Get in there and check for other occupants. Evans muttered something as he jogged toward the open storm door, gun at his side. Brodie pulled Hinckley to his feet and spun him around. He flashed his badge and said, "I'm Warrant Officer Scott Brodie, a special agent in the U.S. Army Criminal Investigation Command. I am investigating the alleged offense of larceny, of which you are suspected. I advise you that under the provisions of Article 31 of the Uniform Code of Military Justice, you have the right to remain silent." Hinckley looked at Brodie, and they made eye contact. "Yes, sir." "I was shut up." Hinckley shut up. Brodie continued. "Any statements you make, oral or written, may be used as evidence against you in a trial by court-martial or in other judicial or administrative proceedings." He continued to inform Hinckley of his Article 31 rights, essentially the military version of Miranda rights. Brodie had rattled this off hundreds of times over the course of his career, and most suspects were too scared, stupid, or belligerent to absorb what you were saying. But the inevitable lawyers sure as hell wanted to know that you said the magic words. Brodie wrapped up his spiel with, "Do you understand your rights?" "Yes, sir." "Good. Now listen closely and answer yes or no. Do you want a lawyer? Do you want to see my search warrant? Do you want a kick in the balls?" "No." "Good." Brodie pushed Hinckley against the chain-link fence, patted him down, then pushed him toward the house. "Let's see how much trouble you're in." They walked past the barking black lab. Brodie now noticed the dog's rib cage pushing through its mangy black hair. Hinckley said, "It's all right, girl." The dog growled at him. "I don't think she likes you, Private." Hinckley didn't respond. Brodie led him through the open door and into a small, filthy kitchen. About 24 cardboard crates labeled "Meals Ready to Eat," featuring the Department of Defense seal, were stacked against one wall. Brodie said to Hinckley, "Don't they feed you enough in the mess hall, soldier?" No reply. "You want to tell me where the rest is before I turn this place inside out?" Hinckley stared at the floor, silent. Brodie wondered if the guy understood that his army days were over, except for the time he'd spend in a military prison. Brodie led him into the living room, where Officer Finley was taking photos with his cell phone. Finley said, "Did a sweep. No one else here." "Copy." Brodie pushed Hinckley onto the couch. "Don't move." Brodie heard Evans rummaging around in a room off the living room and entered a small, cluttered bedroom. Evans, wearing latex gloves, was closing a dresser drawer and slipping a small baggie of white powder into his jacket pocket. Evans looked up at him. "About 6 cases under the bed." He gestured to the open closet. "Few more in there. And you saw the ones in the kitchen." Brodie stared at his partner for a moment. "Check the garage. then circle back for a thorough search of the house. Evans nodded and walked out. Brodie reopened the drawer, which was full of civilian and army socks, along with a wad of cash. Brodie walked back into the living room and sat down on the coffee table opposite the handcuffed Hinckley, who was staring at the pause screen of his video game on the big flat screen across the room. A voluptuous woman in a Nazi uniform with bloody chainsaws for hands was standing in some sort of bunker. Brodie asked, "Why did you run?" Hinckley shrugged, looked down at the floor. "I freaked. I didn't need the cardio, Private." He looked at Brodie. "I'm sorry, sir. And you knocked down my partner. That's assault of a law enforcement officer, plus evading arrest in addition to the larceny charge. But maybe those additional charges won't show up in my report." Hinckley looked at Brodie and nodded. "I certainly would appreciate that, sir." "Is my partner going to find anything in the garage?" Hinckley nodded. "How much?" 50, 60 cases. "You've got about 90 grand in stolen government property here, Private, and that's not counting what you've already moved. Who's helping you?" Hinckley didn't reply. "Someone at the base? Who's running the shop? They military?" No reply. Brodie could still hear the dog barking in the background. "We're going to call animal control about your dog." Hinckley looked at him. "I don't want her to go to a pound." "What do you care?" He was silent for a moment. "My sister can take her. She lives in Charlottesville." "Maybe." Brodie asked, "Whose bright idea was this?" Hinckley hesitated. "The seller. I don't know his name. He's not active duty, maybe retired. Some kinda prepper dude. He heard from someone that we had a big stash that had been ordered by DOD, but wasn't going nowhere because of the drawdowns in Afghanistan. So, easy pickings. And demands through the roof for this shit. Everyone's getting ready. You know." "Ready for what?" Hinckley shrugged. "Things to go from bad to worse, I guess." "I'd say it's already headed that way for you. Who linked you with the seller?" Hinckley didn't reply. "I might be able to keep you out of prison." Hinckley looked at Brodie, maybe trying to read if this was bullshit. CID agents had a reputation for playing the good cop to a T, empathizing with the suspect and promising the moon for cooperation, when half the time they were just giving the perp the rope to hang himself. There was no rule that you couldn't lie through your teeth when trying to extract information from a bad soldier. Brodie had no idea what kind of deal PFC Hinckley could get, nor did he care. But over the years, he'd learned to play the part. And play the perp. Hinckley said, "I think I need to talk to a lawyer." Well, when the suspect said that, you were supposed to stop asking questions. But Brodie said, "Speak up, Private. I can't hear you." Hinckley didn't respond and stared at the flat screen. Brodie regarded PFC Eric Hinckley. He knew from the man's file that he was 19 years old, though he looked even younger. Probably a low-achieving student who got recruited in his high school on career day. Promised a steady paycheck, 3 hots and a cot, maybe some adventure, plus brotherhood and a meaningful career to boot. And that's not a lie. The Army can provide all those things, if you're getting in for the right reasons. Some guys, however, lost their way and went crooked, like Brad Evans, who was bored, burned out, and looking to start trouble if it didn't naturally present itself. But 19-year-old Private Hinckley hadn't lost his way. He never knew where he was going to begin with. Well, the kid had asked for a lawyer, so the questions needed to stop. But Brodie still had something to say. "Look at me, soldier." Hinckley turned to him. "You are a disgrace to your uniform and your country. You took an oath. Hinckley averted his eyes. "You made a bad choice, and you will face the consequences. And you better figure out why you made that bad choice, to prevent yourself from screwing up even more of your life. Do you understand me, Private?" Hinckley looked back at him. "Yes, sir. I wasn't thinking." "This is a good time to start, Eric." "Yes, sir." Brodie got up and noticed Officer Finlay looking at him. The man had probably listened to that interaction with some interest. There was no analog in the civilian world for what had just transpired. Cops don't usually dress down the perps they're arresting. But the Army was one big, semi-functional family, and a criminal act within that family was a violation of something beyond and perhaps greater than the law. Brodie went to the kitchen and opened the fridge. It was mostly bare except for a bottle of ketchup, a few cans of beer, and a couple of hot dogs. He grabbed the hot dogs and walked out to the backyard. The dog was lying in the grass, lethargic. Her ears perked up as Brodie approached and tossed the hot dogs to her. His cell rang. It was his boss, Colonel Dombrowski. He picked up. "Brodie. Mr. Brodie, where are you?" Brodie watched as the lab inhaled both hot dogs. "Executing an off-base search warrant. We need to meet." "Is this business or pleasure?" "I occasionally enjoy your company, Scott, but it's always business." "Yes, sir." "O Club?" The Officers' Club was an on-base bar and restaurant that, as the name suggested, was restricted to military officers and their guests. Dombrowski liked the Quantico O Club and often held his meetings there. At the age of 55, he was on the old end of colonel, and he had something of a chip on his shoulder in place of the general's star he might never get. The O Club reminded Colonel Dombrowski that he was still in the exclusive fraternity that is the Military Officers Corps. Also, the club had a decent $12 sirloin. Dombrowski replied, "A little farther afield this time. Annie's Junction, sports bar just off 95 past the Lowe's." "Is it 10-cent wing night?" "Can you be there in 20? "I'm working outside of Fredericksburg, Colonel. The Hinckley larceny case. Evans can handle that." "Can I get that in writing?" "It's urgent, Scott. 30 minutes. "Yes, sir." Dombrowski hung up. Brodie put his phone back in his pocket as he saw Evans exit the detached garage and walk across the lawn toward Brodie. "The mother lode's in there." Brodie nodded. "Chili mac and cheese, beef brisket. Doesn't sound bad. You eat that shit in Iraq?" Brodie had served as an infantry sergeant in Iraq in 2003 and 2004. He didn't like to talk about it much. But Evans, who had never seen combat, was always asking him stupid questions. "I ate snakes." Evans laughed. "Hardcore." He stopped walking and stared at the black lab looking up at Brodie, tail wagging. "You feed it?" "Someone had to." "This guy's a real prick." "I need to head out. Call the evidence team and catch a ride back with them to HQ once they wrap up. Have the MPs send a patrol car to collect Hinckley and let him call his sister to collect the dog." "Where you going?" "Something came up." Evans didn't seem sure what to make of that, but he nodded. "Okay." He walked past Brodie toward the house. Brodie watched him walk away for a moment, then said, "And don't remove any more evidence." Evans turned around. "What?" "You heard me." "I don't know what you're talking about." Brodie stared into the man's eyes for a moment. "How does it feel to be everyone's hardship duty?" Evans glared at him. "You think you're better than me?" Brodie didn't reply. "It was less than an 8-ball. Great. A nice Saturday night for me and the boys, or a year in prison for our young private on top of everything else he's facing. What do you think?" "You're a saint, Evans. A real class act. If I go back in there and find a kilo in the toilet tank, we got possession with intent to distribute. Until then, let's keep it in the family. Get out of my face. No one told me you were a fucking narc. Everyone told me you were a useless burnout. Eat shit. Evans walked back into the house. Well, that had gone well. Brodie had been looking for the right reason to terminate this particular relationship. He wasn't going to rat the guy out to Dombrowski, but this gave him all the justification he needed in his own mind to demand a new partner and maybe reassignment. Evans would second the motion. Brodie looked down at the dog, which was whining for more food. He crouched and scratched behind her ears. He'd never had a dog, or a cat, or any pet higher on the food chain than a goldfish. He also couldn't imagine himself with kids, and he had never stayed in a relationship longer than 6 months. He told himself that he needed the freedom to do his job and live his life the way he wanted. But what good was that freedom now? He was tooling around the eastern seaboard arresting petty crooks and wife-beaters and solving blockbuster crimes like the curious case of the missing chili. And for the first time in his career, he had a partner who was even more screwed up than he was. This didn't work for him. This sucked in a whole new way. Brodie walked around the house to his parked Impala. He climbed in, pulled out of the driveway, and navigated the narrow roads that led back to the highway. It was past 5 and dusk was settling in. He noticed string lights and other holiday decorations on a few of the houses he passed. Christmas was 3 weeks ago. Brodie was supposed to have gone back to his folks' place in upstate New York, but he hadn't. He wasn't sure why. He'd lied and said he was spending the holidays with a friend, which he allowed them to interpret to mean his girlfriend, whom he'd dumped a month earlier. So he spent the holiday alone, eating takeout and watching alien abduction documentaries on Netflix. He'd actually enjoyed himself, which worried him. Whether in the infantry or the CID, his army career had always required him to exist outside the rhythms of the civilian world. He'd spent Christmases in Riyadh and Tokyo and in South Korea, a few miles from the DMZ. He recalled his first and most notable Christmas away from home, Baghdad in 2003. Manning the mounted .50-caliber machine gun of an armored striker vehicle, protecting a Christian quarter of the city from insurgents and car bombs. He remembered rolling down the narrow streets at dusk. No lights or decorations, no music, just the quiet air, thick with fear. He recalled passing an old church where he could faintly hear prayers, beautiful and solemn, in a language he did not recognize as Arabic, and would later learn was ancient Aramaic. He didn't miss being home. Who needed a ticky-tacky holiday when a place like this existed? A place full of history and meaning and consequence. A place where he had a mission and a purpose. That same feeling carried him through his career. At some point he realized he'd structured his life so he didn't have things to miss. And that was fine. It was nice to be a lone wolf. Except once you're defanged, you're just alone. He thought about his last partner before Brad Evans, Maggie Taylor. Despite her lack of experience on the job, she was one of the smartest and most capable people he'd ever worked with. She was also a knockout blonde, but that had nothing to do with his high opinion of her. Except that he had sort of tried to sleep with her in Caracas. But he blamed that on the stress of the mission and the strength of the Venezuelan rum. Also, she'd sent mixed signals. But they all do. He'd struck out, which in retrospect would have been good for their continued professional relationship had there been one. But after the Mercer case, she was transferred to Fort Campbell, Kentucky, where she was assigned a new partner along with, as Brodie had heard through the grapevine, a new rank of CW2. She and Brodie hadn't spoken since, despite Brodie's half-dozen attempts to contact her. He assumed she was under orders to have no contact with him, and that those orders had come from either the Pentagon, who didn't like how the mission had turned out, or from the spooks at Langley, who were nervous about the classified intel that Brodie and Taylor both now possessed. Or maybe her army shrink had advised her to rid herself of toxic relationships. Or perhaps Maggie Taylor figured out all by herself that Scott Brodie was hazardous to her continued well-being. Brodie got on the northbound ramp for I-95 and slipped into a stream of slow-moving taillights. He'd probably be a few minutes late, which in the Army was a crime close to desertion. Dombrowski had said it was urgent. Maybe Warrant Officer Brodie was being promoted. Maybe he was being relieved of duty. Maybe Colonel Dombrowski was in cahoots with the CIA, who were going to put ricin in Brodie's happy hour nachos. Well, it had been a while since anyone tried to kill him. That would at least be interesting. Chapter 3. Annie's Junction was in a strip mall just off the highway, between a Panera Bread and a TJ Maxx. Brodie parked his Impala near the entrance and locked his M9 in the gun safe he'd installed in his center console. He left his CID jacket in the car, threw on a thermal vest, and walked in. Annie's had a typical sports bar vibe, with lots of flat screens, a big horseshoe bar, and crap all over the walls. It was still early on a Sunday, and the bar was pretty busy. Brodie didn't see anyone who looked familiar. There were plenty of military hangouts in the area, but Annie's wasn't one of them, which was probably why Dombrowski had picked it, which raised the question of what this was all about. Brodie spotted Dombrowski tucked into a booth along the wall. On the table in front of him were baskets of fried food and a couple of pints of beer. Brodie was used to seeing the colonel in full uniform, but this evening he was dressed in jeans and a maroon sweater. Brodie approached the booth. "Evening, sir." Dombrowski looked up at him. "Scout?" He gestured at the seat across from him, and Brodie slid into the booth. "You're late," said Dombrowski. "Yes, sir." Dombrowski nodded at a basket of fried things in front of him. "I hope you're not watching your cholesterol." Brodie took a fried ball from the basket and bit into it. A glob of scalding hot cheese shot into his mouth, followed by a spicy kick. A jalapeno popper, one of the modern marvels of American food engineering. Brodie washed it down with the Pilsner in front of him and regarded his boss. A lot of senior officers looked out of sorts in casual civilian clothing. But Stanley Dombrowski, stocky and overweight with hangdog features and a seemingly permanent 5 o'clock shadow, looked more in his element now than when he squeezed into any of his service uniforms. Army officers didn't have the same physical training requirements and testing as enlisted men. Colonel Dombrowski probably hadn't subjected himself to a PT test since the Obama administration, and his favorite machine in the gym was the vending machine. But officers were still expected to keep themselves in top shape, as both a symbol of self-discipline and a positive example to their men. Having a paunch was bad for your health and your career. Brodie wasn't sure if Dombrowski's physical appearance was the reason he was still a colonel at the age of 55. Maybe it happened the other way around, and after being passed over for promotion too many times, he'd simply given up and reached for the corn dogs. Regardless, Brodie had a lot of respect for his boss, even if the idiots in the upper echelons would never grace him with a general's star. Dombrowski asked, "How's the Lansing case going?" "The guy beat his girlfriend. 3 witnesses on 2 occasions. So, I guess it's going." Dombrowski nodded, took a drink. "And Hinckley?" "We found what we expected to find. He'll spend the night in a cell, have a long talk with himself. We'll have the names of his co-conspirators by the morning." "Good. You and Evans are batting about 900. Keep lobbing softballs and I'll look like Babe Ruth." Dombrowski gave him a look. "You are administering justice, Mr. Brodie. I'd hate to think you were bringing your ego into this." Brodie didn't respond, and Dombrowski asked, "What do you want?" "A cheeseburger." "What do you want from me?" Brodie looked him in the eyes. "I want my career back, Colonel." Dombrowski had no response. He finished his beer and waved over a young male waiter. He ordered 2 burgers, some onion rings, and another round of beers, then turned back to Brodie and lowered his voice. "Has anyone been in touch with you?" Brodie understood what he was asking. While working the Mercer case in Venezuela, Brodie and Taylor had stumbled onto a black ops program in Afghanistan that was run by the Central Intelligence Agency, along with some involvement from the Defense Intelligence Agency, Joint Special Operations Command, and other practitioners of the dark arts. The CIA didn't like individuals outside of their trusted circles to know about the things they did in the shadows, and Army criminal investigators Scott Brodie and Maggie Taylor were definitely not in that circle of trust. There were a few ways to deal with that. One was to stick Brodie and Taylor in a windowless room in the bowels of the Pentagon to be reminded by threatening bureaucrats of the oaths they'd taken and their obligations not to divulge classified information. The other was to perform unscheduled maintenance on the brakes of Brodie's Chevy. Brodie and Taylor were given some version of the former within hours of their return from Venezuela. A very uncomfortable sit-down with General Stephen Hackett, the Provost Marshal General of the United States Army. It was a carrot-and-stick kind of meeting. They were both informed that they were getting letters of commendation in their files for the successful conclusion of a dangerous mission, along with a modest pay bump. They were also told in an indirect way that they could each expect to spend the rest of their lives in the federal penitentiary at Fort Leavenworth if they ever attempted to make public what they had learned about clandestine and top-secret operations in the course of their investigation. The operations in question were also illegal. War crimes, actually. But why mention that? Colonel Dombrowski wasn't present for this Pentagon meeting, which was highly unusual. He instead met later with his 2 CID agents for an official debrief. After Dombrowski listened to Brodie and Taylor's version of events, he informed them of the Pentagon's version, which bore little resemblance to the truth, but did have the benefit of not embarrassing individuals in the CIA, DIA, or JSOC. Brodie and Taylor were expected to parrot this line of bullshit in their official report, and Colonel Dombrowski didn't have to trouble himself making the threats already communicated by his Pentagon superiors. Dombrowski was an honest man by nature, and it was clear that it pained him to strong-arm his agents into a cover-up. But it was indicative of just how big a rock they'd turned over in the course of their mission. Brodie and Taylor could not prove what they'd seen and heard in Venezuela, so they played ball and submitted a work of fiction to close the case file on Captain Kyle Mercer. Brodie was still troubled by all this, and while he and Dombrowski had not spoken of the mission since, it seemed the colonel was still waiting for the other shoe to drop. "Scott?" "No visits, no phone calls, no bricks through my window or dead animals in my mailbox." He added, "My life has been very boring, thanks to you." Dombrowski looked at him. "I'm just following orders, and so will you." The waiter delivered their beers and onion rings, promising their burgers would be out shortly. Dombrowski pushed the basket of onion rings toward Brodie, who pushed them back. "You first, Colonel, just in case the line cook is on the agency's payroll." "This is all a joke to you." "Life's a joke, and death is the punchline." "Sometimes I think you're too eager to get to the punchline." Brodie didn't reply, and Dombrowski said, "One of the great mysteries of life is why kamikaze pilots wore helmets." Brodie smiled politely and took a swig of beer. He wondered when his boss would get to the point of this urgent meeting. Perhaps sensing this, Dombrowski cleared his throat and lowered his voice as he said, "Early this morning I received some disturbing news from our colleagues in Germany. We lost one of our own, Special Agent Harry Vance, based out of Kaiserslautern with the 5th MP Battalion, murdered in Berlin." That took Brodie by surprise, and he had no response. Dombrowski continued, "I met Vance a few times over the years. You may have as well. He was a good man, a good agent." Brodie did remember Harry Vance. He was one of Brodie's instructors at the U.S. Army Military Police School in 2005, where he taught a class on counterterrorism. Brodie said, "I took his class during the special agent course. I remember being impressed." Dombrowski nodded. He was one of the best. Kaiserslautern was the headquarters for the CID's operations in Europe, and Brodie recalled that the agents of the 5th MP Battalion were nicknamed the Professionals for, well, their professionalism. Germany was considered a plum overseas posting, reserved for the best of the best, men and women who could hold their own with the Germans, who were natural-born policemen. Dombrowski said his body was found early this morning by a woman walking her dog in a city park. Single gunshot to the temple. Dog walkers and joggers always find the dead bodies. Best to avoid both activities. No one had ever discovered a stiff while watching football on their couch. Dombrowski continued. The woman contacted the Berlin police, who in turn contacted the Bundeskriminalamt, the German feds, once the police realized who the victim was. The BKA are taking the lead on the case and handling forensics, witness interviews, and so forth. How did they ID the victim? His wallet was still in his pocket. He added, unnecessarily, "So this was not a robbery." Brodie nodded. Was Vance still working counterterrorism? He was, a senior agent on the TCIU team, and the park where he was found is in a neighborhood called Neukölln, which is the center of the Arab immigrant and refugee community in Berlin. This is going to be a political and diplomatic shit show, he added. General Hackett has handed me this case. I hope you find the right sucker to take the assignment. I'm looking at him. Brodie did not reply. Everyone's going to want a piece of this. German feds, Berlin police, FBI, State Department, and, of course, the U.S. military. And you thought to yourself, who works well with others? I thought about who is loyal to the Army and who will keep the Army's interests in mind while dealing with the alphabet soup of agencies who will have a finger in this. As for the Germans, it might be their country, but he was our man, Scott. Our brother. He added, and possibly killed by Islamic terrorists. So this is a biggie. Brodie nodded. Dombrowski looked him in the eyes. Whoever did this needs to pay. To be made an example of. Brodie nodded again. Clearly this murder had affected Colonel Dombrowski, and if Brodie was being honest with himself, it was affecting him too. As in any police force, every murder is taken seriously, but a murder of one of your own is also taken personally. Brodie asked, why isn't the 5th MP Battalion handling this case? They're a tight-knit group, said Dombrowski, and Vance was a much-loved and respected senior agent. His murder has hit them hard, and they are motivated to find the son of a bitch who did this. But General Hackett made the determination that they might be too motivated, and that we should bring in an outside team. As Provost Marshal General, Hackett was in charge of all matters involving criminal justice in the Army, and he would usually delegate these kinds of personnel decisions to someone further down the chain of command. But this was no ordinary case. General Hackett was also a by-the-book guy who did not particularly appreciate Scott Brodie's approach to investigations. Does General Hackett know that you were discussing this with me? Of course. I'm sure I am not his first choice. He took some convincing. Dombrowski added, I stuck my neck out for you. Brodie nodded, but did not say thank you. Dombrowski continued, this mission requires someone who will show initiative and creativity in gathering information. And when it comes to sharing intel, the Germans are tighter than a clam's ass. FBI's not much better, as you know. Brodie nodded, remembering that Colonel Dombrowski's waistline wasn't the real reason he would never be a general. It was because deep down he thought like a cop, which made him good at his job but not particularly good at the politicking involved in advancing through the officer corps. To a different kind of man, looking out for the Army's interests would mean not tarnishing the Army's image, putting on a good show of displaying interagency cooperation and other PR bullshit. To Dombrowski, it only meant finding the bastard who'd killed one of their own. That aligned with Scott Brodie's own philosophy, which was why the colonel had not relieved him for insubordination a long time ago. Dombrowski had decided he needed a pit bull on this case, not a bloodhound, and he knew who that pit bull was. The question was Scott Brodie ready to fill that role again? It had sidelined his career last time. Then again, was he really suited for anything else? Brodie asked, do you have any information about the case or cases that Vance was working in Berlin? Well, that's the strange thing. He wasn't working a case in Berlin, and none of his colleagues know what he was doing there. I spoke with his CO in Kaiserslautern, Colonel William Trask, who said Vance made frequent trips to Berlin when he wasn't on a case. Sounds like there is a Fraulein in Berlin. The colonel didn't know and didn't speculate. Was Vance married? In the process of a divorce. So yes, there could be a woman in Berlin. If so, hopefully she'll come forward. Brodie wondered if the divorce came before the girlfriend. But that's not usually how it worked. His wife had him whacked. That's the kind of out-of-the-box thinking I've come to expect from you, Scott, but please keep that theory to yourself for now. Yes, sir. He added, Colonel Trask needs to supply us with information on the terrorism cases that Vance was working in the past few years. Some of that will be classified. I will put in a request, but prepare to be disappointed. I need to know who his enemies were, Colonel. He's been a counter-terrorism investigator for over 20 years, Scott. I'm sure it's a long list. He added, I will request the records. What about Vance's partner? Warrant Officer Mark Jenkins. Colonel Trask said Jenkins was en route to Berlin and is already in touch with the BKA and our embassy people. I would like his direct contact information. Does this mean you're taking the case? Maybe, but I would need a new partner. You don't think Evans can handle this? He's uniquely unqualified, and if I have to be on an 8-hour flight with him, there's going to be another murder. Dombrowski smiled. Brodie knew that Dombrowski already agreed that Evans was a dick, or else this briefing would have occurred at Quantico, with Evans present. Dombrowski assured him, you will have a new partner. Who? The colonel ignored the question. He looked Brodie in the eyes and asked in a low voice, do you have any concerns about being overseas? Back to spook talk. If the CIA really did want him dead because of what he knew, they would be happy to have their target on foreign soil in the middle of investigating a potentially terrorism-inspired murder. Another victim of Islamic extremists. Scott? Brodie refocused and looked at his boss. I appreciate your concern, Colonel, but there comes a time when a man must not run from his fate. He asked, can I bring my gun? You cannot. You'll be flying commercial, and we have made no arrangements with the State Department, who we don't want to owe favors to transfer anything via diplomatic pouch. You can, however, be issued a sidearm by our defense attaché in the unlikely event that the need arises. He added, "You understand that, officially and legally, you will not have investigator powers in Germany. You cannot gather evidence. You cannot question witnesses. You cannot make arrests. Colonel, I don't have to tell you the number of investigations I have conducted overseas. This is different. You're not hunting down a perp who committed the act stateside and fled to a foreign country, and you are not investigating a crime committed on the grounds of an overseas American military installation or within a combat zone. You are also not conducting your investigation in a third-world shithole with a corrupt police force that doesn't know its ass from its elbow. This is a murder on German soil. They are very capable, and they are extremely protective of their turf. The Germans tend to exaggerate which turf is theirs, historically speaking. You will leave that joke at home." "Yes, sir." This murder is also very possibly linked to Islamic terrorism, which the Germans are already up to their eyeballs in dealing with, on top of the white nationalist and neo-Nazi crazies who hate the Muslims in their country and are feeling nostalgic for a time the Germans should not feel nostalgic for. The German government will have their own internal security concerns at the top of their mind when seeking to resolve this. Brodie absorbed all that. It was true that Harry Vance's murder presented a unique challenge. In fact, Colonel Dombrowski was handing his star agent a shit sandwich and telling him to eat up. Well, he hadn't said yes to this assignment yet. He returned to the question that the colonel had ignored. "Who would be my partner on this case?" "Maggie Taylor." Brodie didn't reply. "She's a good agent, and you two have a good prior working relationship. Plus, she's fluent in Arabic and can probably teach herself German on the flight over." Maggie Taylor was a good agent. She was a sponge for knowledge and had an obsessive work ethic. She was also brave and had earned a Silver Star as a civil affairs officer for her actions in Afghanistan during a roadside ambush a few years before joining CID. And her language skills would be invaluable when navigating an investigation in an Arab immigrant neighborhood. On the other hand, she was crazy in a different way than Scott Brodie was crazy, which had caused some friction on their last case together in Venezuela. She had also committed a major act of betrayal on their last assignment, and Brodie had returned the favor by almost getting them both killed on 1 or 2 occasions. Maybe 3. Also, Brodie harbored feelings for her, which were probably only lust, but maybe something more. And she might not share those feelings, which was why she'd never returned his phone calls. On the other hand, before she'd gone silent, she'd dropped a few hints herself that the feelings were mutual. At least he thought she had. Scott Brodie was a lot better at deciphering crime scenes than deciphering women. "Scott?" Brodie said, as if to himself. "No." Dombrowski looked at him quizzically. "No?" "There are many qualified agents right here at Quantico who would jump at this opportunity. I'll take the assignment without the baggage." "Have you spoken with Ms. Taylor since she left for Fort Campbell?" "No." He added, "She hasn't returned my messages." "Do you generally have that effect on women?" "Depends on the woman." "Well, to make you feel better, you ought to know that she has been under orders to have no contact with you." "By whom?" "By me," he added, "and by the Pentagon." "Why?" The same reason she was sent to Kentucky, and you've been benched with Brad Evans for the last 5 months. Damage control. Why wasn't I given the same order? Because I'm smart enough not to give you an order you won't follow. He paused. Listen, Scott. A lot of things went sideways in the Mercer case. But as far as I'm concerned, you successfully completed your mission, and you both almost paid with your lives in the process. That's not lost on me, and that's not something I forget. You and Taylor also made me look good, and I don't forget that either. But you discovered things you shouldn't know, and there are a lot of people still nervous about that. So for your own good, and for good optics, and for other good reasons, I suggested to those who were worried that you and Ms. Taylor should be separated. Which, thought Brodie, was better than being terminated with extreme prejudice. He asked, And now? And now I need you, both of you, and you need this. Brodie processed that. He and Taylor knew the CIA's dirty secrets, and spies have long memories. Was the heat off them? Was 5 months enough? Not even close. Then again, what difference did it make? He should have been KIA in Fallujah in 2004. The time since then was bonus. An Army psychologist had once told him that bad attitude was a form of survivor's guilt, and who was he to argue with a PhD? But it didn't feel like guilt to him. It felt like a rationalization to keep looking in the face of death and giving the guy the finger, which he enjoyed. Dombrowski, who was watching the gears turning in his agent's head, added, If I had sent Taylor to Venezuela with someone else, they would have come home empty-handed. And if I had sent you with a different partner, you would both be dead. Brodie didn't reply. The colonel might have a point. Dombrowski said, Look at me, Mr. Brodie. Brodie looked at him. Do you accept this mission? Berlin in January. Sounds like shit. It's a step up from Caracas in August. Or Quantico with Brad Evans any time of year. Brodie said, Business class. Think of the American taxpayer. Extra legroom, free drinks. Talk to the travel office. I assume you still need to convince Taylor to take this difficult assignment as my junior partner. Dombrowski confessed, I actually spoke to her this afternoon. She's catching a flight to Dulles tomorrow, and you'll meet her there for a night flight to Berlin. Many of Brodie's professional and personal relationships had ended badly, and he'd never been granted an opportunity for a do-over. This could be interesting. Or it could be a disaster, though disasters are also interesting. He asked, Has she been briefed? She knows what you know. Actually, I now know what she knew several hours ago. I had the easy conversation first, Scott. The one that didn't require beer. Well, as often happened in the Army, a lot of big decisions had already been made before the guy being asked to put his ass on the line was asked to put his ass on the line. As it stood, Scott Brodie didn't have too many choices. He wasn't going to stay on the JV team with Brad Evans, and he wasn't going to decline the mission to investigate the murder of a fellow agent, a tragedy that had struck the CID only a handful of times in its 100-year history. And if Maggie Taylor was willing to put the past behind her, maybe Scott Brodie could do the same. Sex, lies, and betrayal notwithstanding, they made a pretty good team. Brodie asked, Who would be our contact in country? You will be working with the embassy legal attaché, an FBI agent by the name of Sharon Whitmore. She will be in regular contact with German law enforcement and will be arranging briefings from the embassy. Legal attachés. Legats, in Fed speak, were FBI agents who maintained offices in every major American embassy in the world and were responsible for coordinating with local law enforcement on any investigations that concerned both countries. Brodie had worked with legal attachés on a number of his overseas assignments and understood they had a tough job. A legat was part investigator and part ambassador, hunting the bad guys while also glad-handing the local law enforcement, who in some of these countries were worse than the criminals. Dombrowski continued, "You will also be coordinating with our defense attaché, Brigadier General Frank Kiernan. I know Frank personally. We were in OCS together." Brodie was certain that Kiernan was not the only OCS contemporary of Dombrowski's who was now a general. Well, maybe this case would put a star on the colonel's shoulder. Or Dombrowski, Brodie, and Taylor would be reassigned to Alaska. "General Kiernan will be your ally in this," Dombrowski assured him. "He's no bullshit." Brodie nodded. The Defense Attaché System was an arm of the Defense Intelligence Agency, the military's primary intelligence arm, and as such the attachés were sometimes intel officers with espionage duties in addition to their official roles as liaisons to the host country's military. Dombrowski was saying that General Kiernan was not an intel guy engaged in espionage. But if Kiernan was any good at his job, Dombrowski wouldn't know. Dombrowski added, "Agent Whitmore and General Kiernan both have your contact information and will have an embassy briefing scheduled for you by the time you are wheels down in Berlin." "It sounds like you knew I'd say yes to this." "You always say yes to challenging assignments." Brodie had the distinct feeling of being jerked around and manipulated. He'd been cast out into the wilderness for 5 months, so he'd agree to anything to get back on a big case. And he'd been separated from the best partner of his career, only to have her forced back on him. He had the sudden urge to tell Colonel Dombrowski to go to hell, turn in his badge and gun right there, hop in his car and keep driving south until he reached somewhere with palm trees where he could get a jerk-off job and live a jerk-off life. But he'd only just started on his second pint, and the burgers hadn't come yet. More to the point, someone had killed one of their own, and that was not so easy to walk away from. So Brodie lifted his beer and said, "To Harry Vance." Dombrowski nodded and lifted his glass. "To Harry." He looked Brodie in the eyes. "Find the son of a bitch who killed him." "You just told me I have no investigative authority. That's what German law says. The CID motto says, do what has to be done." "I always do." They clinked glasses and drank. Chapter 4. Brodie sat with Dombrowski, eating pub grub and listening to his boss talk about his ex-wife. Apparently the guy she'd moved in with after leaving the colonel had knocked her around a few times, and she'd since moved out and filed a restraining order. "And this is the asshole she leaves me for," said Dombrowski. "I should pay the guy a visit." Brodie nodded attentively. Commissioned officers of that rank rarely, if ever, poured out their personal life to lower-ranking officers. But Brodie sensed that the colonel needed someone to talk to, so he listened. Rank aside, they were both bachelors, with no one waiting for them at home. After about half an hour, and before his boss could later regret the beery monologue, Brodie made an excuse to leave. Dombrowski handed him a gray folder with a few briefing notes and announced that he was staying to see if he could score at the bar, where he'd spotted a couple of cougars. "I'm not much to look at, but the officer and gentleman thing tends to work." "Right," Brodie agreed. Though he knew that scoring in a military neighborhood had less to do with exalted status or an important job than it had to do with pay grade. Colonel Dombrowski's pay grade was 06, and with time in service and time in grade, he made about $140,000 a year, which was more attractive than his face. Brodie thought that Dombrowski should have a baseball cap made with 06 on it. Brodie asked, "Can I split the bill with you?" Dombrowski waved away the offer. "On me." "Thanks," he added. "Good hunting." Brodie left Annie's Junction and got in his car, thinking about stopping at a CVS for Pepto-Bismol. But instead he drove straight home to his rented bungalow near base. The small wood-shingled place hadn't been touched by skilled labor since the 70s, and it was, in fact, a dump. But the price was right. And the lease had the standard escape clause allowing Brodie to leave on short notice if he presented the slumlord with his military orders showing he'd been transferred to another duty station. Landlords didn't like that, but if they rented to military, that's what they had to agree to. Brodie wondered if the escape clause was good if he resigned, or if he was court-martialed and sent to prison. He'd have to reread the lease. In any case, he never used to care where he lived because he was always on the road. But lately, his world had gotten smaller. And now, suddenly, it had gotten bigger again. Murder, Berlin, politics and media attention. This case would be a classic career booster, or a career buster. And, of course, there was Maggie Taylor. Professionally, this was a good thing. Personally, he had mixed feelings, and he was sure she did too. He parked his Chevy on the cracked concrete driveway and stepped out. A cold wind was blowing in from the Potomac a few miles to the east. Brodie walked across the frozen lawn to the front door and went inside. He set his gun and holster on a side table near the couch, then tossed the briefing folder on his desk in the living room. He grabbed a beer from the fridge in the narrow galley kitchen, then went back to the living room and sat on the sagging floral print couch. This place had come fully furnished, probably sourced from a yard sale after someone's grandma died. It actually reminded him of his parents' upstate New York farmhouse where he grew up, which was full of thrift store finds and curbside crap thrown into the family Volkswagen van during weekend treasure hunts. He smiled to himself as he thought about Arthur and Clara Brodie, two college-educated counterculture refugees from Greenwich Village who'd decided they preferred wide-open spaces and starry nights to their illegal three-room walk-up on Bleecker Street. His dad became a local handyman, and his mom used their sizable plot of land to grow fruits and vegetables that she sold to local grocers. Neither endeavor brought in much money, but it was enough for the mortgage and taxes, and enough to take care of one kid getting a perfectly mediocre public school education. His parents didn't ask too much of life, and they were never disappointed. As a teenager, Brodie began to resent his folks for being intelligent people who had wasted their potential. His decision to return to the city that his parents had fled and to attend NYU in their old neighborhood of Greenwich Village, and then after 9/11 to join the army and enter a world of discipline and rigor, was in some obvious ways a reaction to that resentment. Miraculously, his parents were still married, which beat the statistical odds. Not only that, but they were happily married. In that respect, they were role models, though Brodie never understood what made them happy. Someday he should ask. Maybe it was the marijuana. Brodie also thought about his last girlfriend, Teresa, who was a civilian instructor at Quantico's Marine Corps War College. She taught a class on strategic thinking and had offered Brodie a few thoughts on how the guy she was sleeping with should approach the grand strategy of his career and his life. Brodie stared at his dull reflection in the 55-inch flat screen, one of his few contributions to the decor. This shithole was starting to get to him. This overseas assignment had come at the right time. Brodie got up from the couch and sat down at his desk, where he opened his laptop and ran a Google search for Harry Vance. He didn't find anything about the murder, which was strange, considering the body had been discovered that morning in Berlin, which was 6 hours ahead of the East Coast. Next of kin had undoubtedly been notified by now, and maybe an autopsy already performed. The only reason he could think of for the press silence was that there was some interagency disagreement about what to report. The medical examiner can be as vague as necessary in an initial assessment and not mention cause of death. In this case, apparent homicide. But if that had been in the autopsy report, maybe the German government was concerned about public reaction from their own people if cause of death was murder and place of death was the center of Berlin's Arab refugee community. That would be red meat for the anti-immigration press, politicians, and public, not to mention the neo-Nazis. But in an open society, you can only keep a lid on a homicide for so long. His web search did pull up information on other Harry Vances, including a personal injury lawyer in Tampa and an orthopedic surgeon in St. Louis, and it wasn't until far down in the search that he found something on Chief Warrant Officer Harry Vance of the Army Criminal Investigation Division. A 2006 article from CBS News entitled "Gitmo Interrogators Debated Over Tactics," in which Vance was quoted. The article was about the Criminal Investigation Task Force, an organization created in 2002 by the Defense Department to conduct investigations of detainees captured in Afghanistan and other countries in the War on Terror. Brodie knew about the CITF, which was a military-wide task force bringing Army CID together with the parallel criminal investigative outfits in the Navy, Air Force, and Marines. According to the article, members of the CITF were present at Guantanamo Bay alongside separate intelligence investigators, i.e., CIA and Special Ops, and the military had raised concerns about the interrogation tactics being employed by their intel brethren, including waterboarding, stress positions, and other enhanced interrogation techniques. The CITF members had sounded alarms with Pentagon officials that these tactics were illegal, immoral, and unlikely to produce reliable intelligence. The CITF guys had been rebuffed by their superiors. Brodie hadn't heard about this internal battle, but it didn't surprise him. It was a classic example of the clashing cultures of the military and intel worlds. Military investigators were trained to build a rapport with the people they were interrogating as a way to get the most reliable and salient information. It was a method that relied on diligence and discipline, whereas a lot of the intel and special ops guys were cowboys who made it up as they went along, often with disastrous results. Vance himself summed up this difference perfectly halfway through the article. Among the CITF investigators who raised alarms at the time was Army CID Special Agent Harry Vance, who was present for some of the initial interrogations of detainees at the Guantanamo Bay facility. Vance said, "After 9/11, everyone was scrambling to prevent another attack. But these intel guys were going about it all wrong. You don't make people talk. You make people want to talk." Brodie finished the article. Vance and his colleagues weren't whistleblowers. They hadn't spoken to the press until 2006, when much of what had gone down at Guantanamo and also at Abu Ghraib prison in Iraq had already become public knowledge. Brodie wondered if Vance had any regrets about his initial public silence. Brodie, who had agreed to remain silent about what he'd seen and heard in Venezuela, was familiar with that feeling. Regardless, by raising concerns internally to his superiors at the Pentagon, Vance had made enemies in the intel world. And now he was dead. Coincidence? Maybe. Or was Scott Brodie just projecting his own situation onto Vance? Probably. Brodie opened the gray folder from Dombrowski. Clipped to a short stack of pages was an official color photo portrait of Chief Warrant Officer Harry Vance in full dress uniform. He had been, as Brodie remembered him, a good-looking guy. Square-jawed, pale blue eyes, and close-cropped salt-and-pepper hair. Brodie figured this photo was a few years old because Vance was wearing the CW4 rank insignia on his epaulets, the same rank as Brodie. But by the time of his death, Vance was a CW5. The first page of the briefing material was a short bio. Vance was born and raised in Ann Arbor, Michigan. He graduated magna cum laude with a degree in international studies from Johns Hopkins, then spent a year as a State Department staffer in D.C. before enlisting in and attending the military police school, followed by Army CID special agent training. He was stationed for a few years at Fort Benning, Georgia, before being transferred to the 5th MP Battalion in Germany, where he worked in the Field Investigative Unit and then in the Terrorism and Criminal Investigation Unit. His first major terrorism case was investigating the 1998 al-Qaeda bombing of the U.S. Embassy in Nairobi. There was no mention of his experiences at Guantanamo, which wasn't surprising. The next page was a brief report prepared by the legal attaché office at the American Embassy in Berlin that described the circumstances around the discovery of Vance's body. A dog walker, unnamed in the report, had found the body at 6:15 a.m. local time in a park called Kerner Park in the Neukölln neighborhood. Vance was found face up in the grass with a single gunshot wound to his right temple. No signs of struggle. His wallet was in the pocket of his slacks, containing more than 200 euros in cash, as well as credit cards, a German driver's license, and his CID badge. He was wearing a watch, no other jewelry. His right hand was in the pocket of his typecoat, holding his Army-issue Beretta M9 pistol. The embassy was still waiting on ballistics results from the German police to learn whether the pistol had recently been fired. The deceased also wore his empty pancake holster, and he had no cell phone on his person. No bullet casings were found in the immediate vicinity of the body. Initial blood spatter analysis and other forensic evidence indicated that he was shot and died where the body was found. The only other document in the folder was a photocopy of a typewritten report by the Berlin Polizei, the city police who were the first to be contacted after the discovery of the body. Brodie couldn't read a word of it, but assumed the information was the same as what was included in the embassy's report. Well, not much to start with, but there was more to learn in Berlin. He closed the folder. Brodie expected that ballistics would come back indicating the murder weapon was a long gun that could be fitted with a scope. Otherwise, he saw no way that a trained agent who was wary enough to have his weapon unholstered and in his grip would not have been alerted to a danger right in front of him. Obviously, this wasn't a robbery, nor did the killer feel the need to even make it look like one. It would have been easy enough to steal his wallet, or at least the cash, along with his pistol and wristwatch if the killer wanted to stage a robbery. As for his cell phone, no agent would leave home without it. So, his phone was taken. The killer, or an accomplice had searched the body and wanted the phone, which would contain GPS tracking information on where Vance had been in the hours and days before his murder. The phone could also contain any communications that had culminated in his presence at that park in the middle of the night. Clearly, someone needed to cover their tracks. Brodie ran a web search for Kerner Park. It was a small park, about the size of a city block, right in the middle of Neukölln. He pulled up some pictures and saw that it featured paved paths and formal landscaping, lots of open spaces, and not much natural cover. Interestingly, the park was sunken below street level. On the one hand, this layout allowed Vance to see someone approaching from any angle, but a shooter looking to snipe him from a distance couldn't have asked for a better perch. Vance had been a sitting duck. If this was an act of terrorism, Harry Vance was a prime target due to his work. A terrorist could have posed as an informant to lure Vance to a location where it would be easy to take him out. There was plenty of precedent for that in cases of murdered journalists and investigators, people who met unknown people in strange places. And that was one of many reasons why agents were supposed to have backup in the form of their partners. And that was the other mystery. If Vance was working a case in Berlin, why keep it secret from his colleagues and commanding officer? If there was a woman in Berlin, and he was worried about appearances because he was still married, official CID business could only help to justify his presence there, and he could have stayed for longer stretches. This wasn't adding up. Brodie switched gears to think about Harry Vance the man, not Harry Vance the murder victim. Usually, the first time a homicide investigator sees the victim, he or she is a corpse at the scene of the crime, or at the morgue. But Brodie could close his eyes and remember the guy, how Harry Vance carried himself, the sound of his voice. When Brodie took the special agent course in 2005, Vance's counterterrorism class was one of the most popular. Morale around the war on terror was still high, and every CID recruit fantasized that they might be the one to end up in an interrogation room with bin Laden or one of his lieutenants, putting their nuts in a vice. But Vance was something of an eccentric, a serious and somewhat reserved guy who did not feed into the rah-rah military mentality and who refused to play to his student audience. He told the class that what they needed above all to be successful interrogators was empathy. The relationship between an investigator and a suspect is inherently adversarial, he'd said, but the job of the CID agent is to undermine that dynamic as quickly and effectively as possible. Show them that you see them as human beings. Respect their motives and desires. Do whatever you can to get them to lower their guard and talk. This wasn't kumbaya bullshit from a guy who didn't understand the stakes. On the contrary, as Vance made clear in class, in the world of counterterrorism, getting the right intelligence at the right time could mean the difference between thousands of people living or dying. Brodie didn't know it at the time, but Vance must have been recalling his experiences at Gitmo. In retrospect, Brodie wondered if Vance was bitter. At the time of the 9/11 attacks, his career had been on the rise, and his expertise in counterterrorism was needed like never before in modern American history. Then he and his military brethren got sidelined for criticizing the controversial interrogation tactics of their supposed colleagues in the intel community. Brodie wondered what that had done to him. What were you doing in Berlin, Harry? The answer to that question might answer all the others. Brodie was eager to get to work, but he also knew it was a waste of time and effort to play desktop detective. He was about to close his computer when he saw a new email come in. It was from the Quantico travel office, an older woman named Joyce whom Brodie had become friendly with over the years. "Hi, Scott. I'm thrilled to see you were getting out more. Attached is your flight and lodging info. The hotel was specifically requested by Ms. Taylor, and I am sure you will let her know what you think of it. Please let me know if you have any questions or concerns." She added, as the military and their friends often do, "Godspeed." That line about the hotel sounded ominous. He opened up the lodging info and saw that they were staying at a place called Art Hotel. He pulled up a map of Berlin and searched for the hotel and was not surprised to find that it was in the center of the dicey neighborhood of Neukölln, and actually across the street from Kerner Park, where Vance's body had been found. Specifically requested by Ms. Taylor, of course. He checked out photos of the hotel on Google. It appeared to be a bare-bones crash pad one step above a youth hostel. Reviewers remarked on the hospitality of the owner Mustafa and the smell of old socks in the hallway. If the travel office had handled it on their own, they would have booked some standard spot in central Berlin near the embassy. But Maggie Taylor was no doubt acting on experience from her days in civil affairs in Afghanistan, where she had to have her nose to the ground and be among the local populace negotiating with tribal leaders and farmers. She probably thought it was psychologically and tactically smart to begin and end each day walking the same streets that Harry Vance did in the last moments of his life. Also, given all the agencies involved in this investigation and its political sensitivity, Brodie and Taylor were going to be kept on a tight leash. So staying in Neukölln was a good way to stay below the radar and maybe locate and interview witnesses without hassle from the FBI or the German police. It was good to be back with a partner who wasn't an idiot and who cared about her job. On the other hand, she hadn't consulted Brodie, her senior, on the choice of hotels. Good initiative? Yes. Poor judgment? For sure. Brodie checked the flight itinerary, which included Taylor's flight to D.C. out of Nashville International, the closest major airport to Fort Campbell. She landed at 3 p.m. tomorrow, and then they were flying Lufthansa, 5:20 p.m. departure, landing at Berlin-Tegel Airport at 7:15 a.m. the following morning. There was also contact information for the car and driver that would be picking them up at the airport and, he saw, bringing them directly to the embassy, which meant that he and Taylor would be briefed, probably by the legal attaché, FBI agent Whitmore, and possibly someone from the Berlin Police Department. They weren't wasting any time on this. Brodie had been to Berlin only once, in April 2000 during his junior year at NYU. His roommate, Adam Kogan, was doing a study abroad semester and invited Brodie to crash at his apartment for a couple of weeks during spring break. Kogan was a European history major but seemed to be mostly studying the local women. He was Jewish, and had explained to Brodie how Jewish culture had become trendy among young Berliners, maybe as a way to deal with generational guilt. Kogan said he had never had an easier time getting laid, and Brodie managed to benefit by association. It was a good couple of weeks. Kogan's apartment had been somewhere in the former East Berlin, not far from where the wall once stood. Brodie had been surprised to see all the open land where the massive structure used to be. Stretches of overgrown grass in the middle of a bustling city. Construction cranes rose everywhere, as if everyone was working overtime to cover up the ugly scar that ran through their city and their psyches. Brodie closed his computer, threw on a coat, and brought his beer out to the front porch. He sat on a wicker chair and stared out at the quiet suburban night. The cold wind had picked up. Street lamps threw sharp circles of light on the empty blacktop roads. Brodie felt as though the past 5 months had been a shadow play of his old life. Familiar forms and movements with no substance. He still had his badge, his gun, and his rank, and he'd pretended to still care about his job. But he wasn't sure he did. He wasn't even sure why he broke up with Teresa, whom he had liked. He'd told her it all felt wrong. But the thing that was wrong was him. He thought about calling Maggie Taylor, but that was the beer thinking. He didn't know how that particular reunion was going to go, and best to reconnect in person. He thought again about Harry Vance, whose death had set Brodie's life back in motion. In one of his lectures, Vance had discussed how a terrorist is different from other criminals. If you are hunting a murderer or a thief, they don't want to be caught by you, but their crime otherwise has nothing to do with you. The terrorist, on the other hand, the true believer, seeks the destruction not only of his victims, but also of the entire world order that seeks justice for the dead. And if you want to catch the bastard, Vance had said, you must be as invested in his downfall as he is in yours. Don't bother pretending it's not personal. Brodie had no idea who had killed Harry Vance or why, but he had a premonition that Vance's advice would prove valuable, and making things personal was one of Scott Brodie's specialties. Chapter 5. Brodie rose before dawn and went for a jog in the cold morning air, determined not to look like Stanley Dombrowski. The neighborhood was safe enough, but he had his Beretta tucked into a belly band in case his last overseas assignment was following him. He jogged along the cracked sidewalks past rows of modest split levels and ranch houses that stood amidst towering sycamores. This was one of the older suburbs in the area, developed before the D.C. area building boom that created endless sprawls of McMansions. He preferred it here, where the trees were bigger, and the houses and egos were smaller. He covered 3 miles along his usual route, returned home, showered and put on his robe, then had a heart-healthy breakfast of black coffee and gas station sushi that he'd picked up yesterday. Maybe the day before. Pieces of his conversation with Dombrowski came back to him in no particular order. Regarding his gun, he hadn't been on assignment without a weapon in a while. Dombrowski had said he could be issued a firearm if he needed it. Well, when do you know if you need a gun? Usually not until you're staring down the barrel of someone else's. Germany, like most of Western Europe, was relatively safe. But Berlin, like all big cities, had its problems. Brodie got his laptop and did some internet reading on Neukölln, which seemed to be a hard neighborhood to categorize. A hodgepodge of pensioners and young families drawn by the cheap rent, long-time Turkish and Arab residents, recent Libyan and Syrian refugees, and a wave of white gentrifiers. A number of Arab crime families operated in the area, dealing in drugs and human trafficking, and there was the occasional gang-related murder of another gang member that bothered no one except the murder victim. There were also a fair number of trendy and edgy clubs, bars, and coffee shops, which attracted Berliners and adventurous tourists. So, like a lot of urban neighborhoods undergoing change, Neukölln was divided by precarious barriers of race, culture, wealth, and in this case, religion. He wondered if the murder of an American in a community park would shake up the neighborhood when it hit the news. On that subject, Brodie ran another search on Harry Vance to see if the murder had been reported yet. It had. Top stories in the New York Times, the Washington Post, USA Today, and London's Times, as well as all the German-language dailies such as Bild and Die Zeit. The WAPO headline read, American Army investigator murdered in Berlin Park. The London paper declared, "American Army officer found dead in heart of Berlin's refugee community." He did a quick scan of the articles, all of which had miraculously managed not to bury the lead. Brodie turned on the TV and switched to a morning news show. The chyron read, "American Army investigator murdered in Berlin's refugee haven." 3 news anchors with the combined IQ of a smart chimp discussed the murder, sharing the screen with a superimposed portrait of Special Agent Vance. The same photo included in Brodie's briefing folder. The anchors posed questions. Did this have the hallmarks of an ISIS operation? Are terrorist cells active in this part of Berlin? Did the victim have knowledge of an impending attack? How well does the German government vet refugees from Syria? Instead of finding an expert or even a legitimate journalist to direct these questions toward, they asked themselves and then listened intently to each other's bullshit, running down the clock until the next prescription drug commercial. Brodie turned off the TV. He got dressed in jeans, a button-down dress shirt and a sports jacket, and called for an Uber. The drive to Dulles International Airport took a little under an hour, and by the time he checked his bag and got through security, it was 3:30. He went to the arrival board to check on Taylor's flight from Nashville. It had landed about 30 minutes prior at a different terminal, so she would probably be on the Aerotrain by now. He tried to guess how this reunion was going to play out. No way of knowing. But he was looking forward to seeing her. The gate for their 5:20 flight to Berlin was posted, so he headed in that direction and spotted a pub in the concourse. He entered and sat on a stool at the bar. A few other travelers were seated with suitcases at their feet and their noses in their phones. The bartender, a tall, ruddy-faced guy in his late 40s, approached. "What can I get you?" "A German Pilsner." "Radeberger?" "Sure." The bartender walked over to the taps. Brodie took out his phone and texted Taylor. "I'm at a bar called The Clover near our gate having a German beer as part of my cultural immersion training." He didn't invite her to join him, though it was implicit, given that he was the senior officer. The bartender returned with the Radeberger. Brodie drank it and watched the NFL playoff game on the TV above the bar. The guys who had sucked all through the regular season were actually playing a strong game, which was encouraging. Sports, like life, allowed room for redemption. After a few minutes, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He took it out and saw a text from Taylor. "Don't get too immersed. See you in a few." Brodie flagged the bartender and ordered another beer as he waited for his partner to arrive. He thought about the last time he'd seen her, as they'd walked to their cars outside of the Quantico CID headquarters, following the intense and unpleasant back-to-back meetings with General Hackett and Colonel Dombrowski. They had both been silent, their post-mission adrenaline having given way to exhaustion and then to something approaching despair. It could have been a moment for coming together. 2 soldiers back from the field who had risked it all, getting screwed by the rear echelon higher-ups who had risked nothing. A story as old as armies. But that's not how it had felt, because it wasn't just that their superiors had failed them. In going along with the cover-up, they had failed themselves and each other, and it was hard to move on with someone who reminds you of what you're trying to forget. As they had both driven away from headquarters, Brodie had a feeling he would never see her again. "Scott." Brodie turned around to see Maggie Taylor standing in front of him. She was dressed smartly in a blouse, slacks, and a sweater vest. She had wireless headphones around her neck and a leather satchel slung over her shoulders. Brodie slid off the bar stool, forgetting the cool and clever lines he'd rehearsed. "Hi," she said with a smile. "Reporting for duty." They stared at each other for an awkward moment. Brodie said, "You look great." "You too." Then, "I'm sorry I never returned your messages." "Don't be. Dombrowski told you why? He got around to it yesterday. That's cruel. It's fine. Brodie gestured toward the bar stools, and they both sat. Taylor threw her headphones in her satchel and put the bag by her feet. For a moment, they just looked at each other. And Maggie Taylor did look great. Big brown eyes, shoulder-length flaxen blonde hair, perfect features. But something about her looked different to Brodie. Something in her eyes. Added confidence, maybe. Brodie assumed her last 5 months had been better than his. He asked, how was it being back at Fort Campbell? Which was their last assignment together before the Mercer case sent them to Venezuela. They'd been at Campbell operating undercover as clerks in the Adjutant General's office while they worked to expose a methamphetamine ring. It was all right, said Taylor. My partner was great, Steve Lassiter. Know him? I don't think so. He knows you. Well, every CID agent at Fort Campbell knew about Scott Brodie after the meth case, mostly because it culminated in Brodie accidentally shooting a mule in the ass in the back hills of eastern Kentucky. But that was another story. Taylor added, Steve's also a CW too, so we were a junior team. We did some petty larceny, occasional domestic violence. One case where a PFC blew his buddy's toe off with his service weapon while they were both too drunk to see straight. Brodie nodded. Taylor might have ended up with a better partner than he did, but it sounded like her caseload was the same JV crap as his. Taylor eyed the beer sitting in front of her. It wasn't her preferred drink, he knew. She liked wine, and knew more about it than fermented grape juice really warranted. She was also a sour mash whiskey drinker, a result of her upbringing in the Appalachian Mountains of eastern Tennessee. Not too far, in fact, from where Brodie had plugged the mule. Wine and whiskey. The two sides of Magnolia Annabelle Taylor, a girl from Appalachia who'd graduated at the top of her class at Georgetown, was fluent in multiple languages, was a decorated combat veteran, and whose family tree was a stump. Well, maybe that last part wasn't fair. Brodie asked, Did you get a chance to see family? She shook her head. All the family that I care about are dead or in jail. Right. Taylor's father had been murdered when she was 3 years old, and her mother was in jail because she was the one who had done it, along with killing his girlfriend after finding them in bed together. 2 blasts from a double-barreled shotgun, which was at least more sporting than a 5-shot pump action. Divorce Appalachia style. So Taylor had been raised by her grandparents, who had both died of natural causes a few years ago. Not much reason to go home for Thanksgiving. She asked, How about you? Didn't get up to see my parents. But the old man started growing weeds, so that might be worth a trip. I'm asking how you're doing, Scott. How have the last few months been? Right. Well, bad partner, bad cases. A waste of my God-given talents. She looked at him. We agreed to play their game, and the deal was that in return we could keep our jobs. But it was no longer the same job. Actually, it was more than their jobs that was in peril if they didn't toe the line. It was also their freedom, and maybe their lives. Taylor added, They buried us, Scott. Right. And now we're resurrected to find justice for Harry Vance. He added, I knew him. She looked at him again. How? Brodie recounted how Vance had been his counterterrorism instructor during CID training. He also shared what he'd learned about the clash between the Criminal Investigation Task Force and intelligence interrogators at Gitmo, and how Vance had publicly expressed his low opinion of the Special Ops people and their tactics to a reporter in a newspaper article. which was not how Army officers were supposed to give their opinions, First Amendment notwithstanding. Taylor, unsurprisingly, had done her own Google sleuthing and already knew about the Gitmo business. He sounded like a man with a good moral compass. That was my impression, said Brodie, but maybe not good judgment. Taylor agreed. Talking to the press is not good judgment, as we've been reminded. Brodie lowered his voice. Neither is being alone in a park in a remote and not altogether safe neighborhood in the middle of the night. Vance was surrounded by high ground, no natural cover or concealment, no backup. He was clearly aware of the danger since he was found holding his Beretta in his pocket. If he was investigating something, he apparently hid it from his partner and his commanding officer, meaning that whoever pulled the trigger succeeded in ending the investigation by ending Harry Vance. Altogether irresponsible behavior and shoddy operational security. So you're saying he was unnecessarily secretive and reckless? Reminds me of someone I used to work with. He forced a smile. This isn't about me. No, it isn't. But if we're trying to get inside the victim's head, then you can stay out of mine, thank you. She didn't respond. He changed the subject. Good thinking on our accommodations. I can't tell if you're being sarcastic. I can't either. But the location is good, and I'll remember that when I'm treating my fungal infection. Have you gone soft, Mr. Brodie? I thought you spent a year in a war zone. 13 months and 5 days. You can handle the Art Hotel. Consult me going forward on all matters, large or small. He added, that's a standing order, meaning does not need to be repeated. I will consult you, and I ask you to trust my judgment and encourage my initiative. That seemed almost mutually exclusive, but he replied, I will. He hesitated, then asked, did you take this assignment to get your career restarted, or to work with me again? I took this assignment to get justice for Harry Vance. She added, I have no personal or professional motives. My bullshit detector just went off. Okay. 1/3 justice, 1/3 career, and 1/3 you. Good enough. She didn't respond, and they sat in silence, contemplating the math. The bartender approached. Do you want to see a menu? Taylor replied, no thanks, and grabbed her satchel. Let's sit somewhere more private. Brodie left a 20 on the bar, and they brought their bags and beers to the sitting area, where they found a high-top table. They sat, and Taylor said, I understand why I was asked to be on this case, but I'm not sure about you. Excuse me? Taylor leaned forward in her chair. Come on, Scott. Working under the supervision of a foreign government, with no real investigative power, dealing with the FBI and State Department dips and whoever else. This isn't exactly playing to your strengths. I appreciate your candor. No, you don't. She smiled. But you and I almost slept together, and almost died together. So, the least we can do is be honest with each other. Or at least almost honest. And should he remind Ms. Taylor that her commitment to honesty was a recent development? Maybe not. They'd both been guilty of BSing each other in Venezuela. Now they were reunited, and they had a homicide to solve. Together. Brodie said, I'm sure General Hackett wanted to send a team that would play nice with the Germans and take a back seat on this case. But the colonel had a different idea, and so do I. Did Dombrowski say that? Not in so many words. He added, one of our brothers is dead. We have a personal interest in seeing this case done right. She asked, when you reviewed the briefing materials, did you get the Berlin police report translated? No, but I bet you did. I translated what I could myself, and there appears to be a detail missing from the embassy report about how the body was found. She paused. Vance's left eye was missing. Missing? It was scooped out. Brodie didn't respond. Based on the lack of any signs of struggle, we can assume this mutilation was post-mortem. That's a fair assumption, and hopefully an accurate one for the sake of poor Harry Vance. And I've been thinking, said Taylor, why leave that information out of the Leggett report? Maybe you don't tell the press, but for an internal embassy report, either the embassy omitted it or the German feds, the BKA who took over from the Berlin police, decided to omit it. Why? Because the more people who know this detail and the sooner they know it, the more likely it will be disseminated. Okay, and? An American military officer has been murdered in what many people will conclude was an act of Islamic terrorism. And whether or not that's true, everyone from ISIS to the brigade of armchair jihadis living in their parents' basements will want to take credit. Maggie nodded. And if they know about the mutilation, it's a calling card. Something else clicked in Brodie's head, which is the same reason the German authorities delayed reporting the murder to the press, to see if anyone would announce it before they did. Right. Brodie's experience with terrorism cases was limited, but he was already beginning to see how that factor altered the rules of the game. Most murderers want to evade responsibility for their crimes. Terrorists don't. They just want to evade capture. But this might have nothing to do with terrorism. This kind of post-mortem mutilation sounded almost ritualistic, a more typical hallmark of a serial killer, or an organized crime outfit looking to send a message. Brodie said, "An eye for an eye." Taylor thought about that. Revenge. For what? For putting someone away for life, maybe. I'm sure Harry had his share of vengeful enemies. They sat in silence for a moment. Then Taylor said, "I didn't ask to be transferred to Campbell." She looked at him. "I want you to know that." "Okay. Good to know. But I did tell you that I'd never work with you again." "You did? When was that?" "At the end of our last mission. Stranded, losing sunlight, dead bodies around us. Remember that?" "A little. But I don't think I believed you." "I believed me. I'm sure. But after we got home and I was transferred, I realized I knew I could trust you with my life, and you had saved it more than once." True, though his reckless behavior might have been responsible for her life being in danger in the first place. But why mention it? He said, "I'm glad we're working together again, Maggie." He thought it was time to leave Venezuela behind, so he asked, "Do you remember that I promised you a trip to Germany?" Taylor smiled. "You said Oktoberfest in Munich, but I guess January in Berlin will have to do. Can't be worse than my last trip to Germany." By which she meant Landstuhl Regional Medical Center, where Taylor underwent hours of surgery to extract the shrapnel from her leg after her convoy was ambushed by the Taliban and she was medevaced out of Afghanistan. She had large scars on her thigh to memorialize the IED blast, which Scott Brodie had seen in person once in Venezuela when she wore a bikini in the Caracas hotel pool. He didn't think the Art Hotel in Neukölln had a pool, and he doubted Taylor had packed a bikini for this trip, but maybe. "Scott?" Brodie refocused. Taylor was looking at a television at the far end of the bar that was tuned to the news. The chyron read, "Far-right protest in Berlin in response to murder of American." A throng of mostly young men carrying German flags and signs were chanting slogans from behind a barricade in front of the American embassy. One woman was holding a blown-up poster of Harry Vance's military portrait. A man nearby waved a sign that said, "Muslime raus," Muslims out. Brodie said, they weren't about to let a tragedy go to waste. It looks like we're walking into a political shitstorm. Brodie replied, I see it as an enriching career opportunity. Shitstorm. Right. That too. He reminded her, we're there to solve a murder and see that justice is done. We're not there to solve the problems of Europe or the refugee crisis. I think they're interconnected, Scott, and you know that. We're cops. Leave the other shit to other people. I'm sure you remember what happened on our last case when we got outside our lane and over our pay grade. He assured her, that won't happen again. She looked at him. Can I hold you to that in Berlin? He didn't reply. Chapter 6. Warrant officers Scott Brodie and Maggie Taylor boarded the Lufthansa Airbus A350 and found their adjoining seats. The travel office had booked them in premium economy, a 2-seat row, as per SOP, so they could talk privately without a third-seat companion to stifle their conversation. On that subject, Brodie asked, How do you feel about being naked? Excuse me? About being unarmed? Oh. Well, I'd rather be carrying, but we'll see if we need a gun when we get there. She added, Dombrowski said we may be able to pick up some hardware from the defense attaché at the embassy. Right. What if there's only one gun available? Who gets it? You or me? You. Why? You're older. You need a gun. Brodie smiled, then got serious. This is a murder investigation. We need to be armed. Harry Vance was armed. She reminded him, he's dead. Brodie had no response. He wasn't using his head, and maybe he relied too much on his gun. We see this all the time. She added, a smart detective doesn't need a gun. That's a stupid statement. I know, but it sounds good. We'll ask for guns. Let me ask. She explained, I won't seem as psycho as you. They both got a laugh at that. So far, so good. The pre-flight safety demonstration sounded more authoritative in German than it did in English. Takeoff was on time, and within 5 minutes of reaching cruising altitude, Brodie had a scotch and soda in his hands. A nice intro to German efficiency. Taylor had ordered a Riesling that the in-flight menu promised was crisp with a stone fruit aroma and a luxurious palate. Maybe there was something lost in the translation. Taylor sipped her wine and said, I'm dying of curiosity, Scott. About? Your female companionship, or lack thereof. He replied, I am currently unattached. And before currently? This, thought Brodie, would be a normal topic of conversation with a male partner, even if the guy was an a-hole. But this topic with a female partner, or a past or present lover, had no upside. Maggie Taylor, aside from being his current female partner, had also been a near miss in the bedroom. Scott? Anyone special? They all start out special. She didn't reply to that, and they sat in silence for a moment. Then Brodie said, There was one. She taught at the Marine Corps University. She was interesting. We had a good time. What happened? I stopped having a good time. Okay. Brodie hesitated, then asked, What about you? Were you able to fight them off at Fort Campbell? She suppressed a smile. Barely. But I decided I wouldn't date anyone in the military. Create some boundaries for once. Well, that was a welcome change for Maggie Taylor. They made eye contact, and Brodie asked, "Any old exes darken your doorway?" Taylor took a long sip of her wine. I heard from him. Within 2 days of being at Fort Campbell. The him in question was a CIA officer by the name of Trent Chilcott, with whom Maggie Taylor had had an unhealthy relationship during and after her civil affairs training at Fort Bragg before deploying to Afghanistan. Trent had taken advantage of his role as one of Ms. Taylor's intelligence instructors, regaling his young student with war stories, including his time as a paramilitary fighter in the CIA's Special Operations Group, tasked with hunting down Osama bin Laden in the mountains of Tora Bora in the early days of the Afghan War. If Brodie ever had the displeasure of meeting Mr. Chilcott, he'd be sure to remind him that he and his CIA buddies had allowed bin Laden to escape into Pakistan for another decade, and that it took the Navy SEALs to finally send the asshole to paradise. Getting involved with a CIA operative was not necessarily a great move at the beginning of a military career, but a young Maggie Taylor could hardly be blamed for falling for Trent's act. Once she returned from a few months in Afghanistan with her innocence lost and her worldview broadened, she'd tried to break things off with him. At which point Ms. Taylor learned the hard lesson that once you get into bed with a spy, it's not so easy to get out. Especially if the spy thinks you can be useful to him in other ways. And their continued relationship, as it were, had compromised the rest of her service in Afghanistan, as well as Brodie and Taylor's mission in Venezuela. Brodie asked, "Did you see him?" "He sent me flowers." Pretty thoughtful for a sociopath. "He included a note congratulating me on my new assignment." She added, "He wanted me to know that he knew where I was." "Anything else?" "Why do I have the impression I'm being interrogated?" "If I was interrogating you, I'd be much more charming." Taylor set her glass down and turned toward Brodie. "I told you I trusted you, and I've noticed that you have not said the same to me. Do you trust me? If the answer is no, I will get a flight back to the States as soon as we land in Berlin." "That sounds like a big waste of jet fuel. Think about your carbon footprint." Taylor did not respond. Her big brown eyes stared at him, unblinking. Brodie sometimes wondered how much of Mama Taylor's murderous temperament had passed down to her daughter, who was a cool customer on the outside, but definitely had something smoldering on the inside. In fact, Brodie had the distinct feeling that he was one wise-ass comment away from a punch in the face. He said, "I trust you. If I didn't, you wouldn't be on this plane right now. Dombrowski gave me this case before you, Mr. Brodie, even knew about it. I was going to Berlin regardless of whether you joined me." Well, someone had gotten a bit cocky since their last assignment together. A promotion will do that to you. But she might also be right. Was he the expendable partner on this mission? He said, "It doesn't matter. I trust you. You trust me. And together we can play spot the spook once we get to the embassy." "You think Langley's going to have someone on this?" "Let's assume they're interested in the murder of a U.S. Army CID counterterrorism officer. Also, I have a feeling the agency is not done with either of us." Taylor was quiet for a moment. Then she lowered her voice and said, "We should assume our phone calls and electronic communications will be surveilled when we are within a 1-mile radius of the embassy." "That's interestingly specific." Taylor reached into her satchel and pulled out a manila folder, then opened it and produced a map of central Berlin. The American embassy had an X over it in yellow highlighter, and a circle was drawn in a wide radius around it. "Remember that scandal from a few years back, where Angela Merkel claimed that the U.S. had been tapping her cell phone? Brodie did remember the German chancellor complaining about that and doing it publicly, which embarrassed both nations. Taylor continued, "It was a big story at the time, 2013, and then it kind of went away." Edward Snowden had released a slew of classified NSA surveillance documents, one of which revealed that the National Security Agency had been eavesdropping on Merkel's private communications since shortly after 9/11, and that they did it from the U.S. Embassy. Taylor produced a printed satellite image from the folder, this one a tight 3/4 perspective on the U.S. Embassy building. She'd highlighted a small structure on the roof. Taylor continued, "The SCS, or Special Collection Service, is a joint NSA-CIA operation tasked with electronic eavesdropping on sensitive and difficult-to-access targets. Intelligence experts believe that the SCS operates out of this rooftop structure." She pointed to 2 beige rectangles on the walls of the structure that were a slightly different color than the rest of the outer walls. "These are concealed windows that have lines of sight toward major government and business centers in the heart of the city. It's believed that the SCS eavesdropping equipment has a range of up to a mile in any direction." She flipped back to the larger map and pointed to various buildings within the circled radius. "Look how much is within that range. The Reichstag, the Chancellery. Here's the offices of Der Spiegel. Also, lots of foreign embassies, and the Adlon Hotel, where important people stay." She pointed to an expanse of green. "And the Tiergarten, where spies, diplomats, and politicians go for private phone conversations. You couldn't ask for a better perch for electronic espionage." Brodie looked at the map. The American embassy was truly in the heart of Berlin, less than a block away from the Reichstag and mere steps from where the Berlin Wall once bisected the city in front of the Brandenburg Gate. "This is all public knowledge?" Taylor nodded. "To anyone who cares to know it, which means most people don't." Right. The Internet was an incredible resource, and the information revolution was supposed to have brought a new breadth of knowledge, and therefore power to the average citizen. Unfortunately, or fortunately, most people were lazy and stupid, and to the extent that they even bothered to try to learn things, they had a hard time discerning truth from bullshit. But Taylor was discerning, and she'd clearly done her homework. Brodie asked, "If the existence of this listening station is known, why would the SCS still use it?" Taylor shrugged. "It's probably hard to give it up. Also, there wasn't much fallout when the German chancellor learned that the Americans had been intercepting her and her inner circle's phone calls and text messages for the better part of a decade. That tells me that there was some sort of deal struck between the two governments. The Americans could continue their illegal surveillance program in the interests of counterterrorism if they stopped eavesdropping on German government officials, and in return, we would share intelligence with the Germans that pertained to any security threats against their government." Brodie nodded. "The SCS will be combing their signals intelligence for anything related to the Vance murder." "I'm sure of it." And Brodie was sure the SCS would be monitoring the communications of every American official involved with the Vance investigation, including the communications of Mr. Brodie and Ms. Taylor. Why? Because they could. That's the problem with the surveillance state. It's built to suck up vast quantities of information, and that power becomes addictive and self-perpetuating. This was disturbing to Brodie from a civil liberties standpoint. More importantly, it could also become a personal problem if the CIA decided that this was a good opportunity to get rid of 2 nosy warrant officers who knew too much. It's not paranoia if someone really wants you dead. At the very least, the CIA would know if Brodie and Taylor were violating their narrow mandate and use that knowledge to blackmail them into continued silence about what they had stumbled on in Venezuela. So they'd have to watch what they said in and around the embassy. The Art Hotel in Neukölln was looking better. Aside from all that, how would the existence of a spy den within the embassy materially affect their investigation? Maybe it wouldn't. Maybe it would actually prove useful. Assuming all the players on this case stayed on the same team and shared information. Miracles do happen. Yet justice is a story that society tells itself to maintain order, and if those in power don't like how the story is going, they will rewrite it. Brodie and Taylor had found that out the hard way on their last case. Harry Vance had found that out too, all those years ago at Guantanamo Bay. He was witness to interrogation by torture that he tried to stop, but he failed. And his objections were not even a footnote in history. "Where'd you go?" He turned to Taylor. "Venezuela." She didn't respond. "We uncovered American war crimes. Then we played ball with the devil. But I am never doing that again." Taylor processed that. "Are you anticipating we will be asked to?" "I don't know. I'm just telling you, if it ever comes to that again, I'm burning it all down." She looked at him. "All right." "All right?" "I'm with you, Scott." Well, that was settled. Or was it? He recalled being given similar assurances by Ms. Taylor on their last assignment that turned out to be lies. But if he only judged people on their worst moments, he'd never trust anyone. He watched as Taylor put her research materials back in her satchel. She turned and looked out the window as they glided over a thick sheet of clouds. They were on their way to the land of Nietzsche, who had famously said that what does not kill you makes you stronger. They'd both narrowly survived their last mission, and before that, the battlefields of Iraq and Afghanistan. And they had gotten stronger. And through her own mistakes and naivete, Ms. Taylor seemed to have learned the hard lesson that Scott Brodie had known for a while. A good soldier must know the enemy, and sometimes that enemy flies the same flag as you do. And while you might get screwed and betrayed, the least you can do is not be surprised. Or as he used to tell his troops in Iraq, those who stay alert, stay alive. Chapter 7. Brodie and Taylor got through passport control quickly and proceeded to baggage claim. They passed through a small, crowded food court lit by fluorescent bulbs hanging from a low ceiling. Brodie vaguely remembered Tegel from his visit in 2000, and he was surprised that a world-class city like Berlin still didn't have a better airport. "This place is kind of a dump." "You're not off to a good start, Scott." "With what?" "Your attitude." She added, "It's an effing airport. You did this in Caracas." "I'm trained in situational awareness. Did you miss that class?" She rolled her eyes, probably remembering one of the reasons she'd said she'd never work with him again. They got their luggage from baggage claim, sailed through customs, and entered the small arrivals hall, which had a glass ceiling offering a view of the bright blue winter sky. Brodie checked his phone. No messages. Local time? 7:50 a.m. Up ahead was a line of dark-suited drivers holding handwritten signs and tablets with the names of their expected passengers. Brodie spotted a burly guy in his mid-60s in a suit and tie under a long black topcoat, holding up a card that said Brodie Taylor. If the guy were a sausage, he'd be a knockwurst with a vice-versa complexion. He also had thinning gray hair and a bushy gray mustache. Brodie signaled to the man, who walked over as he extended his hand and said in barely accented English, "Mr. Brodie, Miss Taylor, My name is Ulrich. Welcome to Berlin." They all shook hands, and Ulrich took Taylor's rolling suitcase. "This way, please." He led them to a bank of elevators and pressed the call button. "How was your flight?" "Uneventful," said Brodie. "I believe we're going straight to the embassy." "Yes, sir." Brodie always wanted to know who was driving him, so he asked, "Are you employed by the embassy or a car service?" "I am an embassy employee, sir." "Good." Meaning fully vetted and not likely to have been bribed to drive them somewhere to be kidnapped. They took the elevator down to a covered parking area, and Ulrich led them to a black Mercedes sedan, and Brodie noted the diplomatic plates. Brodie and Taylor climbed in the back seat as Ulrich loaded their luggage into the trunk. Then he got in and pulled out of the parking lot onto an airport road. Brodie asked, "How long to the embassy?" "At this time of day, maybe 20 minutes. I am told you have a 9 o'clock meeting." Ulrich assured them, "Plenty of time." He added, as if he'd said this before, "Tegel isn't pretty, but it's close to the center. It will be too bad when they shut it down." Taylor asked, "When will that be?" Ulrich shrugged. "They've been talking about it for years. They built a big new airport just south of the city, but it still hasn't opened. Big mess. Corruption, construction delays, and safety errors. Now it sits there growing weeds and housing rats. Many Berliners are angry or embarrassed by this, but the longer I can use ugly old Tegel, the better." Well, thought Brodie, maybe the famed German efficiency was a bit of a national myth. They were mere mortals, with corrupt government officials and idiot contractors just like everywhere else. That was comforting. "Also," said Ulrich, "they should never have closed Tempelhof Airport. It was historic. The Berlin airlift, you know?" "Yes," said Brodie. Not to mention it was the airport of the Third Reich, and probably had an Adolf Hitler VIP lounge. Ulrich continued, "Now it is a public park, so maybe that is good." Brodie changed the subject. "We saw anti-immigrant protests on the news." Ulrich nodded. "Yes. I assume you know about your compatriot who was killed?" "We do," said Taylor. "It is a tragic thing." Brodie asked, "Who organized the protest?" "AFD. You know this group?" "No," said Brodie, though he was sure Taylor could have supplied a 20-minute briefing. "Alternative für Deutschland," said Ulrich. "They are a right-wing populist political party. Very nationalist. Very, well, some say too much admiration for another time." Right. Brodie often relied on local cabbies and hired drivers to cut through the bullshit while on overseas assignments, and he figured he'd give Ulrich a try. "How do you feel about this group?" Ulrich shrugged. "I think some of these people are maybe crazy. But they also have an argument. I have no hate in my heart, sir, but also I value tradition. Does this make sense?" "Perfect sense," said Brodie, who thought Ulrich had spent too much time around diplomats. "The news is saying this murder was an act of Islamic terrorism. I guess there are a lot of Muslims that live around where it happened?" Ulrich nodded. "Yes, sir. Neukölln. These days we call it Little Damascus for all the Syrian refugees, the ones that the Chancellor let in." He added, "as an act of compassion." Taylor asked, "Do you know this neighborhood?" "I have no reason to go there, miss, but the young people like it. They are more adventurous. My granddaughter, for instance, she spends time there with her friends. Clubs and art galleries and things such as that." Brodie asked, "Is it dangerous?" "Well, yes, maybe a little, but not because of terrorism or anything like this. It is a problem of drugs and gangs." He hesitated and said, "This American was a detective, correct?" "I think it was a criminal gang who did it." Brodie nodded. The drug trade and terrorism were not mutually exclusive problems, with the former often funding the latter, so maybe that was what Vance was on the trail of. In which case his murder was not so much an act of terrorism as a gang hit to snuff out an investigation and preserve a lucrative criminal enterprise. But that didn't explain why Vance was conducting his work in secret, although it might explain his missing eye. On a related subject, Brodie wasn't so sure that Taylor booking them in a hotel in Neukölln was that good an idea after all. If a drug gang had killed one nosy American, 2 more would make 3. Ulrich turned onto a main road and they drove through a commercial area of car dealerships, gas stations, and light industry. Ulrich asked, "Have you been to Berlin before?" "I haven't," said Taylor. "Once," said Brodie, "in 2000. Did you live here then?" "Yes, all my life. Friedrichshain, in the east. I was 6 years old when the wall went up." "That must have been traumatic," said Taylor. Ulrich nodded. "August 13th, 1961. We call it Stacheldrahtsonntag. Barbed wire Sunday. My mother and I went out for a walk that morning, and we noticed many people out on the street, talking excitedly and moving toward a line of barbed wire, and soldiers and police along the main street. They had done this at night, while we slept, along the whole border. I asked my mother, 'What is this?' She didn't know. She was frightened, I remember. All of our neighbors were as well. By the afternoon she must have heard the party propaganda and told me the barbed wire was to keep the fascists out. Well, fascists meant Nazis, and those people destroyed Germany and the world, so I thought this is good. But then I saw that the barbed wire kept us in." He was quiet for a moment, then said in a faraway tone, "We had family on the other side. Some we never saw again. The rest, not for 28 years. "That's very sad," said Taylor. "Cruel." Brodie asked, "Did you witness the wall coming down?" Ulrich perked up as he said with pride, "I helped tear it down, sir. November 1989. You have seen those pictures of the people with sledgehammers? I was one of them." He laughed and added, "The best labor of my life." Brodie said, "When I was here, a teenager sold me a piece of the wall for 20 Deutsche-Marks. In 2000? I'm sorry to say that was a piece of sidewalk, Mr. Brodie. It came with a certificate." Ulrich laughed again. "You know, the best part was seeing the Grenztruppen, the East German border guards, just watching me with my sledgehammer. They could do nothing. Those bastards. Excuse me." Well, apparently Ulrich's diplomatic reserve didn't extend to the old regime that had oppressed him and stolen his childhood and his manhood. He continued without prompting, "I learned something important in these moments. You see, the guards still had their guns as they watched us break their ugly wall, climb over it, cross the border. But they could do nothing. The man holding the gun is not the problem. The problem is the people above this man who is carrying the gun, the puppet masters, pulling the strings." Ulrich added, "But we cut all the strings. Not on the day the wall fell, but in the months before, bit by bit. This is the real work of resistance, the part not on the television. And so, when the end came, it seemed to come quickly, like a rotten tree that falls in a wind. It was already dead. This reminded Brodie of other conversations he'd had with people who lived in the former Soviet bloc. The events of 1989 that had toppled communist governments from Berlin to Bucharest seemed to happen all at once, at least from the point of view of an outsider. But the stage had been set in the months and years before, not only by dissidents such as Ulrich, but by the totalitarian governments themselves, who built their regimes on a weak foundation of lies, repression, and stupidity. Many of the people who lived here knew it was coming. The CIA and other Western intel agencies totally missed the signs. Brodie said, "Still, they had the guns. You were all very brave." Ulrich shrugged. "We were tired of being afraid, tired of being abused. It was as simple as that. Once you cross this line, it is almost easy. We didn't want to die, but we were prepared to. We knew we had a chance to take those bastards down, and we could not afford to let the moment pass." Ulrich glanced at Taylor in the rear view. "Excuse my language, miss." "No fucking problem," Taylor assured him. They all got a laugh at that. They entered a residential neighborhood of handsome pre-war apartment buildings and storefronts, and then the buildings quickly transitioned to a hodgepodge of more recent construction. Berlin was not a beautiful city in any traditional sense. It didn't have much in the way of architectural uniformity or charm, which was a result of it being bombed and then blown to hell in street-to-street fighting, then divided into 4 occupation zones: American, British, French, and Russian, then split in 2 by the wall. But what it lacked in traditional beauty, it more than made up for with its sheer intrigue. During his last visit, Brodie remembered feeling that every corner of the city had a story to tell, and most of those stories didn't have happy endings. They crossed the Spree River and entered onto a wide 6-laned boulevard with thick growths of bare trees on either side. Ulrich gestured out the window. "This is the Tiergarten, which Mr. Brodie might remember. Beautiful park, even in winter. The eastern end of the park is across the street from your embassy. Good for a nice walk." They approached a traffic circle surrounding a tall decorative stone column that Brodie recalled from his last visit. The column was ringed with sculptures of gilded cannons, and on top was a bronze statue of a winged woman holding aloft a wreath of laurels and a lance. Ulrich, who had probably heard "What is that?" a few hundred times, anticipated the question and said, "That is the Victory Column. Built in 1873 by Prussia to commemorate military conquests that expanded the German Empire. On top is Victoria, Roman goddess of victory." Brodie looked up at Victoria, her feathered wings and raised lance shining in the bright morning sun. He imagined that contemporary Germans were a little more comfortable with displays of martial pride like this one, which predated the Third Reich. They rounded the traffic circle and then continued east along the boulevard that cut through the Tiergarten. In a few minutes they passed another monument on their left, a modernist stone colonnade behind a large plaza. A brass statue of a helmeted soldier stood on a high pedestal, flanked on either side by artillery guns and tanks. The pedestal featured Cyrillic writing etched in gold. Taylor looked at it out the window as they drove past. "What is that?" "It is one of the Soviet war memorials," said Ulrich, "for the Red Army soldiers who died in the battle for the city. Much of the marble used to build it was taken from the ruins of Hitler's Reich Chancellery." Brodie remembered this from his last visit. The Soviets had built this memorial on the spot where they had buried thousands of their own dead within the Tiergarten, which had been reduced to a charred wilderness from incendiary bombings and from the Red Army's advance into the heart of the city. Brodie eyed the colossal Soviet soldier towering over the now regrown trees of the Tiergarten. He wondered if it was disturbing for Berliners out for a stroll in the park to have to see a prominent memorial to the sacrifices of the conquering army, while no memorials existed to their own soldiers who had fought and died for the most hated regime in history. This was a complicated place. Ulrich eyed the memorial as they drove past it and said, "The Soviets are gone, but it was part of the German reunification treaty to keep these memorials in order to honor the men who defeated the fascists." Ulrich said that last part as if he didn't exactly agree with the reasoning. Indeed, the Red Army did deserve much of the credit for defeating Hitler, but they also flattened Berlin and other German cities in their path and raped millions of German women before and after the fall of the Reich. To the victor go the spoils. History hung over this city like a shroud. Ulrich said, "Up ahead is the Brandenburg Gate, built by King Friedrich Wilhelm II in 1791. This serves as a passageway to Unter den Linden, the main boulevard in the city center, and also where your embassy is. The boulevard used to lead straight to the Royal Palace, which was badly damaged in the war, and then demolished by the Communists, but has now been rebuilt." Brodie looked at the iconic Brandenburg Gate ahead of them. A row of neoclassical columns formed 5 passageways, through which Berliners on bike and on foot were passing in both directions, which was not possible when the Brandenburg Gate divided East and West Berlin. Atop the structure was a sculpture of a horse-drawn chariot carrying Victoria, who must have been the Germans' favorite Roman goddess. As they got closer to the gate, Brodie noticed mottled patches of lighter-colored stone along the lengths of the Doric columns, where the sandstone had been replaced to cover bullet holes and pockmarks from grenade and bomb shrapnel. Ulrich made a right turn at the T-intersection in front of the gate, and they passed along the eastern edge of the Tiergarten. Ulrich pointed to their left. "This is the embassy here." He added, "We will go around to the back." Brodie and Taylor looked out the driver's side window. From here they could see the western side of the embassy, which was a modern, fairly nondescript 4-story sandstone building. Brodie noticed a Berlin police officer standing near a small side entrance. Knee-high security bollards lined the curb between the road and the tree-lined cobblestone sidewalk, and a metal fence stood in front of the embassy walls. A few pedestrians passed by. Ulrich drove a block past the embassy and then made a left. He again pointed out his window. "This is the Holocaust Memorial. The architect is an American Jew." Brodie and Taylor looked out at a field of thousands of rectangular stone slabs arrayed in long rows. The slabs were suggestive of a cemetery, or perhaps a mass grave. They all appeared to be the same shape, but varied in height from a few inches high to over 15 feet tall, and followed the curves of the ground beneath them, creating ripples across the field. 2 teenagers sat on top of one of the slabs. A tourist family took a selfie. This place, like the memorial of the Soviet soldier flanked by howitzers and tanks in the Tiergarten, seemed to be not only a monument to a dark past, but, due to its central location, a piece of public art. A place not only prominent but unavoidable. Maybe that was the point. They passed the memorial, and Ulrich made a series of turns to bring them around to the back of the embassy. As they approached the rear of the building, he pulled onto a narrow shoulder and stopped in front of a row of security bollards. Ahead of them stood a short, stocky man in his mid-40s with a full head of dirty blonde hair. He was dressed in a black topcoat and holding a walkie. He and Ulrich exchanged waves, and the man said something into the walkie. After a moment, the security bollards lowered into the ground, and Ulrich pulled the Mercedes forward onto the embassy property. Ulrich parked the car near the rear entrance, a glass entryway with a security booth next to it. A Berlin police officer was inside the booth, watching them without much interest. Ulrich said, "I am to take you to your hotel when you are ready." "Good," said Brodie. Ulrich asked, May I ask where you are staying?" "What were you told?" Ulrich looked at Brodie, then Taylor. "They told me the Art Hotel in Neukölln, but that must be a mistake." Brodie replied, "We heard the cocktail lounge was terrific." Ulrich informed him, "I believe it is a Muslim-owned establishment. No alcohol." "Holy... Are you kidding?" "No, sir." Taylor interjected, "That's where we're staying." "Yes, madam." Brodie and Taylor climbed out, and the stocky man approached them, extending his hand. "Mr. Brodie, Ms. Taylor, welcome to the embassy. My name is Jason Butler, assistant legal attaché." Brodie shook his hand. "Call me Scott." Taylor also shook his hand and said, "Maggie." Butler smiled at them both. "All right, Scott and Maggie. We're happy to have you on the team." Whenever Brodie heard that he'd be part of a team, he wanted to reach for his service weapon, but unfortunately he was unarmed. He said to FBI agent Butler, "Look forward to meeting the rest of the team." Butler flashed another grin and then said something in German to Ulrich, who spoke perfect English. But Butler wanted to show off his German. Ulrich responded in English, "Very good, Mr. Butler. I will be here." Butler nodded, then said to his guests, "Ulrich will hold your luggage and then take you to your hotel after the meeting. Sound good?" "Sounds fine," said Taylor. "Excellent. This way, please." Butler led them toward the entryway. Brodie thought that Jason Butler had something of a Boy Scout vibe, which he'd found to be a common trait among FBI agents. He had also found that was no reason to underestimate them, or to trust them. Butler pulled open the glass double doors and they entered a wide marble hallway. A Marine guard in full-dress uniform stood at attention next to an American flag. The Marines saluted them. So apparently the Marine Embassy Guard had been alerted to their military officer ranks despite their civilian dress. Nice touch. Brodie and Taylor, who rarely took or gave a salute on the job, remembered to return the salute. Butler led them down the hallway, passing a few closed doors. "I'll take you to the front lobby where you can relax while we're getting things set up for the briefing. How was your flight in?" "Fine," said Brodie, "except for the Lufthansa pilots detouring over London for a practice bombing run." Butler ignored the bad joke and said, "I've been doing some reading on Mr. Vance, and it sounds like he had a remarkable career." "Yes," said Brodie. "We lost a good one." Taylor asked, "Who will be running the briefing?" "Sharon Whitmore, the senior legal attaché." "Will the BKA and the Berlin police be present?" "Both will be represented," replied Butler. He added, "It will be a very comprehensive briefing." "Good," said Brodie. "And after it's over, we will need access to the crime scene." "I'm sure that can be arranged." "By who?" "By the BKA. The federal police who were running this investigation. They have control of the crime scene and custody of all evidence." Taylor said to Brodie, "We'll put in a request with the BKA officer at the briefing." "Actually," said Butler, "we can handle that for you." He added, "Though we have no investigative authority, we have a lot of experience coordinating with German law enforcement." Brodie said, "And we have a lot of experience investigating homicides." "I'm sure you do. But this homicide is politically sensitive. We all need to keep open lines of communication here and be clear on our needs and requirements. To that end, I want you to relay any requests you have pertaining to this investigation to me directly." Brodie took that to mean, "Don't do anything without clearing it with the FBI." He replied, "We will keep all lines of communication open. I will let you know about all of my and Maggie's needs." Butler flashed another smile, this one not so convincing. "Good." They entered the front lobby, a modestly sized room with mostly glass walls. The eastern-facing wall offered a view of a large interior courtyard dotted with trees and benches, and the western wall faced the street and the edge of the Tiergarten. There was another hallway entrance at the far end of the lobby that, based on Brodie's experience in American embassies, led to the front entrance and the security desk. Butler led them to a cluster of leather club chairs near a polished flagstone wall. "Make yourselves comfortable, and I'll let you know when we're ready for you." Taylor said, "Thank you, Jason." Butler looked at Taylor and smiled as he said, "You're most welcome." He walked off quickly. Brodie and Taylor sat in facing chairs. Brodie watched Butler as he trotted across the lobby, then disappeared from view. He pictured the guy taking a secret elevator up to the NSA listening station where he could spy on everyone in the lobby. Brodie eyed a potted fern next to his chair and pushed aside one of the leaves. "What are you doing?" "Sweeping for bugs." "Maybe I shouldn't have told you about that. You're paranoid enough." "What did you think of Agent Butler? Please communicate in hand signals only." "He was fine. As for you, I think you still have some things to learn about making friends and influencing people. I don't need more friends. How about allies?" "Jason Butler is not our ally. He is an FBI agent and a bureaucratic roadblock between us and the German Federal Police, the BKA, who were actually running this investigation, and the BKA in turn is another roadblock. You understand this intuitively, which is why you got us hotel rooms away from this place, with views overlooking the crime scene." "That's not exactly what I was thinking. Listen, Maggie. Humans are clannish by nature. We divide ourselves by nation, race, religion, sports teams, and beer brands. You and I are part of a large and powerful clan called the U.S. military, and that little twerp is not. Don't be the kind of soldier who has contempt for civilians. It's unbecoming. My point is that the FBI is its own clan too, and they are looking at this thing the way feds do. Hung up on jurisdiction and procedure, and that's fine. They're basically diplomats here, and that's part of their job. They have to live and work in this country every day, and they can't burn bridges that they'll need again when the next case comes along. We are outsiders, and we have a different job and different motivations. Harry Vance was one of us." Taylor looked Brodie in the eyes. "You're hungry for a fight. But you ought to wait until someone actually fucks with you before starting one." "I won't have long to wait." Taylor had no response. Brodie spotted a tall man in a blue Army service uniform entering the lobby from the front entrance. The man saw them and headed in their direction. As he got closer, Brodie saw he was in his early 50s with short military-cut gray hair, a ruddy face, and angular features. He wore the silver star of a brigadier general on his shoulders and had a chest full of ribbons. Brodie and Taylor stood, ready to salute as the man approached, but he extended his hand. "Miss Taylor, Mr. Brodie, I'm General Frank Kiernan, Defense Attaché." They all shook hands. Brodie said, "Pleasure to meet you, sir. Colonel Dombrowski speaks highly of you." Kiernan smiled. "I haven't seen Stan in 8 years. He has no idea what this place has done to me." He gestured to the club chairs. "Let's sit." They all sat. Kiernan looked between the two of them and said, "Hell of a thing." Brodie nodded. "Yes, sir." "I've got my theories. I'm sure you have yours. You ought to know I've spoken with Mark Jenkins, Harry Vance's former partner. He's out for blood. Everyone in the 5th MP is. Understandable. But General Hackett made the right decision in not letting them handle it and sending you two." Taylor said, "Thank you, sir. Is there anything you can share with us about your conversation with Mark Jenkins?" "Plenty. But you might be better off speaking to him directly." He took a business card from his pocket and handed it to Taylor. "My card. His cell is written on the back. He's staying at the Radisson, not too far from here. He's already spoken to the FBI and the BKA. but he sounded eager to confer with his own people. "We'll get in touch ASAP," said Taylor. "Good. So where did they put you up?" Brodie said, "Ms. Taylor has put us in the Art Hotel." "Where is that?" "It's in Neukölln," said Taylor. "We wanted to get a sense of the area." "Okay. Well, I guess that makes sense. But if it's a dump, I'm sure the embassy can help relocate you." Brodie asked, "How long have you been in country, General?" 6 years, said Kiernan. "It's an interesting posting. Modern Germany is a nation somewhat unique in world history. A rich, successful country that is in many ways afraid of its own power." Taylor said, "They seem to be exerting a lot of power over the rest of Europe." "Economic power," said Kiernan, "and maybe that's part of the key to their success, fully committing to that tool because the rest of their toolbox has been shut. But their military has gradually been spreading its wings, so to speak, in the last 20 years. It's been an interesting process to see from the inside." Brodie nodded. German resentment over their forced disarmament after the First World War was one of the contributing factors to Hitler's rise to power, and during the Cold War, West Germany's military had a purely defensive posture and never saw combat. After reunification, the unified German military, the Bundeswehr, slowly stepped onto the world stage, first in Kosovo and then Afghanistan. It was now deployed all over the world, which made some people nervous. Kiernan continued, "It's the ongoing guns and butter debate with the Germans, referring to the competing priorities of military and social welfare spending. And it's easy enough for the pacifist politicians here and the rest of Europe to scare the crap out of the public and the world about the boogeyman of a large and powerful German military. But it's happening." "You believe that's a good thing?" asked Brodie. "Sure," said Kiernan, "so long as you stay on their good side." He chuckled and said, "A German tourist drives to the French border and hands his passport to the guard. Border guard asks occupation, and the German says, 'No, just visiting.'" Kiernan laughed at his own bad joke. Brodie and Taylor smiled. This guy had definitely been here too long. Kiernan's smile faded and he appeared lost in thought. After a moment, he said, "You two did a hell of a job on the Mercer case." Officially, there was no such case, and if there was, Brodie and Taylor had nothing to do with it, so neither of them responded. Kiernan stared at Brodie, unblinking. "The official story is bullshit, of course." Again, Brodie didn't respond, and neither did Taylor. The general looked between the two of them. "You did what you had to do. But your reputation from the Mercer case precedes you, and there are people here who don't like you." Meaning the CIA, and maybe military intel guys who were somehow involved in the Mercer business. Since they were on the subject of people who might want to kill them, and since Taylor had not yet brought it up as she'd said she would, Brodie said, "General, Ms. Taylor and I would like to be issued sidearms." Kiernan raised an eyebrow. "This is Germany, Mr. Brodie, not Venezuela. You don't need a gun here." "With all due respect, sir, we are working a homicide case in which the victim is an Army CID agent. And until we have a better understanding of the motive, it's reasonable to believe that Ms. Taylor and I could be targets." He wasn't sure he believed that, but it sounded good. Kiernan thought for a moment and nodded. "You make a point. The Germans are very strict about allowing foreign agents to carry firearms, but I will look into it. Thank you, sir." Just then Jason Butler walked back into the lobby and headed toward them. Kiernan watched Butler approaching and said, "I've had to deal with this guy more in the last 24 hours than in the whole 2 years he's been stationed here." As they stood and walked toward Butler, Kiernan said to Brodie and Taylor, "I doubt you were in any mortal danger in this country. but you're about to enter a snake pit of bureaucracy and bullshit that has its own way of taking years off your life. So, as any commander would tell his troops before battle, watch your ass. Chapter 8. Jason Butler led them to a second-floor conference room with a long table. 5 people were already seated, speaking quietly. At the head of the table stood a woman in her late 50s with shoulder-length brown hair, wearing a navy blue suit. She approached Brodie and Taylor and extended her hand. "Mr. Brodie, Miss Taylor, I'm Sharon Whitmore, legal attaché. Welcome to Berlin." They all shook. Brodie regarded FBI agent Whitmore, who had alert brown eyes but something of a world-weary demeanor. Taylor said, "We're glad to be on the team." Brodie, who was not glad to be on the team, said, "Nice meeting you." Whitmore gestured to the conference table. "Please have a seat. There are name cards." Brodie and Taylor made perfunctory greetings as they found their adjacent seats that corresponded to printed placards propped up on the table. General Kiernan and Jason Butler took their seats near Whitmore's. Set behind each placard was a bottle of German mineral water, a small stack of briefing materials, and a notepad and pen. A pile of apple strudel sat on a plate in the dead center of the table where no one could reach it. In a CID Quantico conference room, a box of donuts lasted about 90 seconds, but this strudel had probably been sitting there since Christmas. Across from Brodie and Taylor were 2 uniformed men, talking quietly in German. The guy on the left was a dark-skinned man around Brodie's age in a navy blue Berlin police uniform. His placard ID'd him as Police Captain Omar Soleiman, obviously an Arabic name. Brodie wondered if Captain Soleiman was in the Berlin PD's counter-terrorism division, or maybe he was homicide, and Neukölln was his beat. The other uniformed man was Chief Inspector Erlich Schroeder. He was in his mid-50s, a rail-thin, severe-looking guy with deep-set blue eyes and thinning strawberry blonde hair. He was dressed in an olive-drab collared shirt with epaulets, which Brodie assumed was the uniform of the Federal Police Force, the Bundeskriminalamt, or BKA. Also at the table was FBI Special Agent David Kim, who looked to be of Korean descent, mid-40s, dressed in a tailored black suit and white dress shirt with no tie. Mr. Kim was in polite conversation with the person seated next to him, Sarah Hopkins of the U.S. State Department, an attractive woman of about 30 in a tan suit with oversized glasses and brunette hair pulled back in a tight bun. And next to her was another State Department rep, Howard Fensterman, a bald man in his mid-50s who wore a rumpled blue suit and was sipping mineral water while reviewing the stack of papers in front of him. So there were a total of 10 people in this room, all with the same stated goal and different unstated agendas. Brodie noticed that this was an interior room with no windows and was most likely a SCIF, a sensitive, compartmented information facility that was secure against electronic eavesdropping, a safe room that was safe from everything except grandstanding and bullshit. A lot of these types of rooms required you to turn in your phone and other electronic devices before entering, but an embassy SCIF might have different protocols. Brodie checked his phone and noted that he had no cell signal. Brodie took a pen from the table and scribbled a note to Taylor on his pad. "The strudel is poisoned." Taylor read the note, then wrote beneath it, "Have a piece." Sharon Whitmore took her seat at the head of the table and everyone turned their attention toward her. "Welcome, and thank you all for being here." She paused and scanned the faces around the table. "We are here because of the tragic death of U.S. Army CID Special Agent Harry Vance early Sunday morning. I am confident that the joint efforts of the individuals in this room and the organizations you represent will deliver justice for Mr. Vance. We are grateful to have the full cooperation and considerable expertise of the Bundeskriminalamt, as well as the Berlin Police, represented here by Chief Inspector Schroeder and Captain Soleiman, respectively. The two uniformed men nodded in acknowledgement. I would also like to extend a special welcome, as well as condolences, to our two visiting special agents from the Army Criminal Investigation Division, Chief Warrant Officers Scott Brodie and Maggie Taylor. She looked at them. We will find justice for your fallen colleague. Taylor said, "Thank you." Brodie nodded. Whitmore continued, "Everyone in this room has the proper security clearance to hear the information that will be presented. Feel free to take written notes, but please no recording devices. Now," she gestured around the room, "I'd like to have everyone introduce themselves, so we all know who's who. I am Agent Sharon Whitmore of the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the Senior Legal Attaché for the Berlin Embassy." She looked to her left where Jason Butler was sitting. "Agent Jason Butler, FBI, Assistant Legal Attaché." The General was next. General Frank Kiernan, U.S. Army, Defense Attaché. He added, "I am in constant communication with senior officials in all branches of the German military, who are keeping a close watch on this case due to the obvious national security implications. But I will leave it to German civilian law enforcement," he gestured to Schroeder and Soleiman, "to determine what, if any, intelligence is to be shared with their military counterparts." In other words, the General's German military contacts were going to want to know what was said in this room, and Kiernan was assuring the BKA and Berlin PD that he was tight-lipped. The web of competing agendas, loyalties, and bureaucracies represented around this table was migraine-inducing. The man next to Kiernan said, "David Kim, FBI. Here from the New York field office." That was interesting, thought Brodie. Outside talent. The only reason Brodie could think of for bringing David Kim all the way from New York was that he was a counter-terrorism specialist. Next was the young woman in the tan suit. Sarah Hopkins, assistant to the ambassador. He regrets he can't be here, but he's in Frankfurt on official diplomatic business. Brodie wondered if that official diplomatic business had come up right after the ambassador heard about the murder. Nothing good would come from him getting involved with this mess, and he knew it. But as per protocol, he needed a representative in the room. Plus, Ms. Hopkins could tell her boss what was said and by whom. Howard Fensterman, the State Department guy, stated his name and added, "I am the counselor for political affairs in the Bilateral Relations and Policy Unit." Well, that was a mouthful that probably didn't mean much to anyone outside of Foggy Bottom. Brodie wondered if Mr. Fensterman had any role in this investigation beyond reporting on this sensitive case to the nervous Nellies in the State Department. The Germans were up next, and Schroeder went first. "Chief Inspector Erlich Schroeder. I am in the State Security Division of the Bundeskriminalamt. We are taking the lead on this investigation and working in close coordination with the Homicide Division of the Berlin Police." In other words, Chief Inspector Schroeder was in charge, and Berlin PD probably couldn't make a move without looping in the feds. If it turned out that poor Harry Vance was just a random victim killed for his iPhone, the BKA would quickly surrender control of this case to the Berlin police. But Brodie doubted if anyone in this room believed that Mr. Vance's untimely death was not somehow related to what he did for a living. And a clue to that was that in addition to Harry Vance's missing iPhone, was Harry Vance's missing eye. Captain Soleiman was next. "Captain Omar Soleiman, Berlin Police, District 5, Homicide Division. My jurisdiction includes the borough of Neukölln, where the body was discovered." That explained what Captain Soleiman was doing here. If it weren't for the potential national security implications of this homicide, this would probably be his case alone. Brodie's turn. He introduced himself and added, "I believe I am unique among the people in this room in that I knew Mr. Vance from my CID training many years ago. If I think I can offer any particular insight from that experience, I won't hesitate to share it." That detail seemed to interest everyone in the room. Agent Whitmore said, "Thank you, Mr. Brodie. Good to know." Brodie hoped Taylor was appreciative of her partner for projecting the image of a helpful and eager team member instead of a total asshole. It's always best to set the bar low before clearing it. And last but not least, Maggie Taylor. Warrant Officer Maggie Taylor, U.S. Army CID Special Agent. I did not know Mr. Vance personally, but he was a respected and valued colleague within CID. We all feel his loss, and we are determined to assist in delivering justice. So, thought Brodie, there it was. 10 blind mice, which was 8 more than they needed. Whitmore spoke. Thank you, Miss Taylor, and thank you, everyone, for your introductions. Before we get into the specifics of the case, I would like to briefly discuss the political climate in which this investigation is being conducted. Yesterday, just outside this embassy, a large far-right demonstration was held. The protest was quickly organized without permission from the city and included a number of individuals looking to foment violence. Whitmore looked at Captain Solomon. We rely on the Berlin police to provide embassy security. One of your officers was assaulted, as you know. About a dozen people were arrested for various other incidents. Solomon nodded. There were 14 arrests. Whitmore asked, "And how is the injured officer?" "A broken rib, but he'll be okay." Whitmore nodded. "I'm happy to hear that." All right, we will first turn to Mr. Fensterman for a little more context. Howard Fensterman glanced at a sheet of paper in front of him. Yes, thank you, Agent Whitmore. One of the aspects of my job is to monitor and analyze the day-to-day political environment within Germany, as well as broader political trends within the country, and the significance of any of these developments as they relate to American interests. He paused and looked around the table. There is a rising white nationalist movement here in Germany. Its center of influence is in Dresden and other parts of the former East, where lagging economic growth and other factors provide fertile ground for right-wing populist influence, driven in large part by a demonization of immigrants. Increasingly, these movements are finding traction within Berlin itself. These extremists have been legitimized by one of Germany's political parties, AfD, Alternative for Germany, which has a right-wing nationalist platform. They organized yesterday's rally. AfD currently has 89 seats in the Bundestag, making it the largest party in the opposition. Mr. Vance's murder provides a perfect opportunity for them to amplify their anti-immigrant and specifically anti-Muslim rhetoric. They have officially condemned the assault of the police officer yesterday, which is in keeping with their pattern of using insightful and inflammatory rhetoric, and then distancing themselves when that rhetoric leads to unlawful and violent actions of their own making. Brodie eyed Captain Solomon and Chief Inspector Schroeder, both of whom looked uncomfortable with Fensterman's analysis. Fensterman continued, There are other groups in Germany with more extreme views and less political power than AfD, but they use AfD as a legitimizing front for their extremism. We believe that, regardless of the outcome of this investigation, Mr. Vance's murder will be exploited as a galvanizing moment for an emboldened far-right movement. I'm not an investigator. I leave that job to others in this room. But I wish everyone to be mindful of the political environment in which this investigation is being conducted. He added, Thank you. Brodie wasn't entirely sure what the point of this presentation was, except to signal that if it turned out that a Muslim immigrant had killed Vance, all hell might break loose. And if they discovered the killer was not an immigrant or a Muslim, all hell might break loose anyway if the right-wing crazies decided to try to delegitimize the investigation's findings that didn't fit their agenda. Mr. Fensterman was just doing his job, of course, but the last thing a good criminal investigator should be thinking about is the political implications of his findings. Ms. Whitmore said, "Thank you, Mr. Fensterman. I have heard from Embassy Security that another unauthorized protest is massing out front as we speak, and the police presence has been increased to avoid a repeat of yesterday's disturbances. Now we will turn to the details of the investigation, and we'll begin with Captain Solomon, who will run us through the Homicide Division's findings." Captain Solomon nodded. "Thank you, Ms. Whitmore." He picked up a remote control and pointed it toward a flat-screen TV hanging on the wall at the far end of the room. He pushed a button and a photo of a park appeared, and he said in near-perfect English, "This is Corner Park in Neukölln, where Mr. Vance's body was discovered early Sunday morning." He pressed the button and the next picture came up, a photo of a grassy clearing within the park. In the center of the clearing, a gray-haired man lay on his back. He was wearing a camel-hair topcoat, dark slacks, and brown Oxford shoes. His left arm was splayed to the side and slightly above his head, and his right arm rested partially on his chest. A cap of some kind lay in the grass near his head. Solomon continued, "The body was found in an open area in the park's northeast corner at approximately 6:30 Sunday morning, by a woman walking her dog." Brodie looked at Harry's face, which he could only see from a distance in the wide image. His single right eye stared open to the sky. Where his left eye had been, Brodie could barely make out a small patch of dark blood. Solomon went to the next slide, which was a close-up photo of the very small entry wound near Vance's ear. Solomon said, "Mr. Vance was shot in the right temple with a single standard velocity .22 caliber long rifle round. The bullet lodged in the brain and was removed during the autopsy. Ballistics is currently analyzing it." Brodie processed that. .22 caliber long rifle bullets were one of the most common and widely used rounds for civilian bolt-action and semi-automatic rifles, and were often employed for target practice and for hunting small or medium-sized game. This caliber round was much more widely used in the U.S., while European rifles tended to use 5.56mm NATO rounds, which were about the same caliber but in a larger cartridge and with a higher velocity. The .22 caliber long rifle fired a slower, more lightweight round, which would explain why there was no exit wound. Solomon switched to an overhead diagram of Corner Park. The location of Vance's body was illustrated, as well as the locations of trees and paths. There was a hashed line leading from the body to the street running along the east side of the park. Solomon continued, "This line here represents the likely trajectory of the bullet. I should note that Corner Park is sunken approximately 6 meters below street level. Based on the angle of entry, it is believed that the gunman was on the sidewalk above the park and shot Mr. Vance from a distance of approximately 60 meters. This distance would be consistent with the cranial wound and the bullet's depth of travel." Brodie looked at the hashed line illustrating the hypothesized bullet trajectory. The killer knew he wouldn't need anything more powerful than a .22 LR round for shooting someone at close range. 60 meters, about 200 feet, was well within the range for a fatal headshot, and the gunman made sure of it by striking the temple, the softest part of the skull. One of the greatest advantages of .22 LR ammo, both for hunters and for murderers in the middle of a dense urban area, is that due to its low velocity and small cartridge, it doesn't make much of a sound when fired. It's also quiet enough to not require a silencer, which slows down the bullet and, in this case, could have dropped the velocity of a .22 LR round to such a degree that a fatal headshot from 60 meters was unlikely. In any case, this was obviously not a random murder. It was planned and premeditated. Solomon continued, "Berlin saw heavy rain throughout the day Saturday. and we have analyzed impressions in the grass and mud inside the park to determine precisely where Mr. Vance was standing when he was struck. And we have also determined the body was not moved after the fatal shot. This analysis has allowed us to approximate the location of the shooter, and we will be able to confirm it once further analysis of the cranial wound is completed." Solomon continued talking, describing what Vance was wearing at the time of his death: slacks, dress shirt, plus a camel hair top coat, scarf, and a flat cap, and then listed the items found on Mr. Vance's person, remarking on the absence of a cell phone and the likelihood that it was taken by the perpetrator or an accomplice. Solomon also mentioned the Beretta M9 that Vance was holding in his coat pocket, and said that the mag was fully loaded and that, according to an initial analysis, the weapon had not been fired recently. Then Solomon said, "There was also what we believe to be a post-mortem injury to the body." He clicked to the next photo, which was a close-up image of Vance's hollowed-out left eye socket. Someone, we can assume the killer or an accomplice, removed Mr. Vance's left eye from its socket using a sharp object. We mentioned this in our initial report, but the information has subsequently been withheld. In the event a group or individual were to come forward with this detail when claiming responsibility. Thus, you will not find this information in the briefing materials you have been provided. He added, "Nor should this detail be shared with anyone outside of this room." Brodie nodded. His theory on that was correct. The more interesting question was why the perp had done this in the first place. As proof of responsibility? Souvenir collection by a psychotic serial killer? Or to send a message? David Kim said aloud, "An eye for an eye." The room was silent for a moment. Then Captain Solomon said, "This type of mutilation could fit into a number of criminal profiles. My people are looking back through a decade of homicide records to see if a similar mutilation was performed on any prior victims." Taylor said, "Sounds like you're looking for a serial killer." "It is one of many theories," said Solomon. "Another would be, as Mr. Kim alluded to, an attempt by an individual or group to send a message, perhaps related to a case Mr. Vance had been investigating. But I'd prefer not to enter into this kind of speculation until we have more information." Brodie stared at Harry Vance's empty eye socket. The eyelid was intact, and it appeared as if whoever had performed the incision had done so with care to preserve the eyeball. The killer, or the killer's accomplice, was not rushed or nervous. They were dealing with pros. Solomon pressed the remote and went to another slide, this one a photograph of a stone stairway. He continued, "These stairs are at the southern entrance to the park. Based on the location of Mr. Vance's footprints in the mud, we believe he descended into the park from this staircase, off Schirkerstrasse, and then walked north through the park to his final location." Captain Solomon moved on to the next slide, a black-and-white image from a closed-circuit security camera. It showed the corner of a city block and a metro station in front of elevated train tracks. A figure in a long, light-colored coat and cap was walking on the street away from the station. Solomon said, "This image is taken from footage recorded by a security camera and shows a figure who we believe to be Mr. Vance exiting the Berlin-Neukölln metro station. As you can see, it is time-stamped 2:52 in the morning. It is an approximately 5-minute walk from this location to Kerner Park." Brodie asked, "Have you shown this footage to anyone who knew Vance?" Captain Solomon looked a little annoyed by another interruption to his presentation. He set down the remote and looked at Brodie. "No, Mr. Brodie, we have not." "Well, I'm sure his partner, Mark Jenkins, would like to see the security tape and could easily confirm or refute your ID. I'd like to see the tape, too." Chief Inspector Schroeder interjected, "We are in contact with Mr. Jenkins, and I'm certain he will be helpful in this investigation." Brodie asked, "What about the train line for that stop? Where was Harry Vance coming from? Have you reviewed footage near other stations?" Schroeder offered a tight smile and said in slightly accented English, "Thank you for your thorough questions, Mr. Brodie," which was actually German for "fuck you." He continued, "The Neukölln station is serviced by both the U-Bahn and S-Bahn railway systems. These systems combined contain over 200 stations. Our officers, with the assistance of the Berlin police," he nodded toward Captain Solomon, "are collecting and reviewing security camera footage near these stations where it is available. The late hour of Mr. Vance's travels makes this process slightly less daunting. As you can imagine, we are very interested in where he was coming from and who he was associating with in the hours and days before his murder." David Kim piped in, "And still no one's come forward? We don't know who he had been in contact with while in Berlin?" Captain Solomon nodded. "That is correct." Brodie asked, "Do we know when Vance arrived in Berlin?" Chief Inspector Schroeder looked at him with his severe blue eyes and said, "This is a complex case with many details to work through, Mr. Brodie, and Captain Solomon and I have structured our briefing for both efficiency and clarity, which was German for shut the fuck up. A few days here, and Brodie would be fluent." Captain Solomon, who seemed a bit more accommodating than the tight-ass BKA chief inspector, added, "We have spoken to Mr. Vance's commanding officer in Kaiserslautern, Colonel William Trask, and also to Mr. Vance's partner, Mark Jenkins. Mr. Vance informed both of these men 9 days ago, that would be last Sunday, that he was leaving for Berlin on Tuesday and would be back by early the following week. According to Mr. Jenkins, his partner usually took the train between Kaiserslautern and Berlin, and we have confirmed that a ticket was issued in his name by Deutsche Bahn. We are currently reviewing security camera footage from the Kaiserslautern station, as well as the stations in Mannheim and Hanover, one of which he would have needed to use as a transfer point, and footage from the Berlin Central Station where he would have arrived. We hope to reconstruct Mr. Vance's journey and to determine if he had contact with anyone during that journey, as well as to determine where he went once he arrived in Berlin. He did not tell either his commanding officer or his partner the purpose of his trip, beyond saying that it was personal." Taylor asked, "Did either of them speculate as to why he was coming here?" Solomon nodded. "He was in the process of a divorce. Both his colleagues believed that he was traveling for romantic purposes." Brodie estimated that Kaiserslautern to Berlin was about a 5-hour train ride, not including the transfer. There are easier ways to get laid, Harry. And while Vance might have been following his dick or his heart, that probably wasn't why he was shot by a sniper lying in wait for him in a park in Neukölln. Brodie looked at Chief Inspector Schroeder and asked, "Can I assume you have information on what terrorism cases Vance was working in the past few months?" Schroeder replied, "Colonel Trask shared information that may prove useful." "Such as?" Schroeder looked at Brodie. "These cases involved classified U.S. military intelligence. I am authorized to receive, but not authorized to share such intelligence. I am sure you will have no problem obtaining that information yourself." He added, "From your own people." "Thank you." Brodie asked Captain Solomon, "Has the Berlin police checked hotel registrations to see if a Mr. Harry Vance was or had ever been a guest?" Solomon nodded. "We are in the process of doing that, but it is a big task in a big city, and there are thousands of Airbnbs and rooms for rent where few questions are asked. Right. Let me know if you get a hit. Soleiman nodded. Well, if Harry was here for a woman, he was probably staying with her, assuming she was a local. But if he was with a woman, why hadn't she come forward? David Kim said, "Can we cut to the chase? We're all wondering if this murder is in some way linked to Islamic terrorism, right? I'd like to hear some theories, and then I'll share my own." Brodie looked at Kim. This guy didn't act like a Fed. Too much spark. Schroeder cleared his throat and said, "I was getting to that, Mr. Kim." He turned to Soleiman. "Before I do, is there any other information you wish to share, Captain?" Soleiman shook his head. "We will update everyone when we receive further results from our forensics analysis, as well as if we find anything in the security camera footage or discover where Mr. Vance stayed in Berlin." Sharon Whitmore said, "Thank you, Captain." Schroeder said, "Now I will address the potential counterterrorism aspects of this case. Neukölln is a large borough with a very diverse population. Among this population are former refugees from Lebanon, the Palestinian territories, Iraq, and most recently Syria and Libya. It should go without saying that the majority of this population are law-abiding and contributing members of German society who have come here to make a better life for themselves and their families." Brodie knew through experience that PC preamble meant the chief inspector was about to say something less than flattering about the fine people of Neukölln. "However," continued Schroeder, "Neukölln has also become one of the focal points of extremist Islamic ideology in Germany. Mosques and other gathering spaces are used for recruitment, as well as for leveraging large networks of religious adherents to raise funds for overseas extremist groups, which is illegal in Germany. Our agents are closely monitoring all of this, though I am not at liberty to share details of ongoing investigations. If we determine that Mr. Vance's murder is linked to Islamic extremists, we will be as forthcoming as possible." Brodie noted the "as possible" and hoped there would be other sources of intel on potential links between Harry's murder and Islamic terrorism. Like, for instance, Captain Soleiman, who in addition to being familiar with the community was a fellow cop and therefore less slippery than Schroeder, a federal intelligence agent. "Captain Soleiman," said Brodie, "can you share any details about the presence of terrorist groups in Neukölln?" Soleiman shifted in his seat. "I am a homicide investigator, Mr. Brodie. Terrorism and national security are not my areas of expertise or my duties. But Neukölln is your beat, and I believe homicide is one of the terrorists' favorite hobbies." Captain Soleiman nodded and thought for a moment, then said, "As you have certainly noticed, I myself am Arab, Moroccan, and I am personally invested in rooting out violent extremism from my community. I cannot discuss particular groups and where they may or may not be operating. That is Chief Inspector Schroeder's purview. But I can tell you that these groups are a very real problem, and a threat not only to the country, but to the community of recent immigrants who are particularly vulnerable to their propaganda and false promises." Brodie thought about that. On some level he understood why. If you're living in a hellhole like Syria and fighting for your life in the middle of a brutal civil war, you might join up with the most ruthless jihadi head choppers you could find. Like an inmate in prison, you want the strongest and meanest mother effers on your side. But if you're lucky enough to get your ass to a nice place like Germany, what's the draw? These terrorist cells probably operated something like a cult, offering a sense of community, purpose, and maybe even power to people who had lost all three. or had never had anything to begin with. Brodie regarded Captain Solomon, who reminded him of Arab Americans he had known and worked with over the course of his career. Men and women in the FBI, the Defense Intelligence Agency, and other organizations that were fighting the war on terror. They were often the most gung-ho about the cause. This was partly because, as Captain Solomon had said, they had a personal investment in catching the sickos who were giving their religion and culture a bad name. But Brodie sensed that they were also motivated by a need to prove themselves and reflect well on their own people by example. This was an unfair but maybe unavoidable burden. Schroeder said, "Thank you, Captain Solomon. I could not agree more. As I said, if we find that any of our on-the-ground intelligence is relevant to the murder of Mr. Vance, we will share it to the extent that we can. Now, Mr. Butler has informed me that our out-of-town guests wish to visit the crime scene. We can—" David Kim interrupted. "You have a Hezbollah problem, Chief Inspector." Schroeder pursed his lips. "Excuse me?" Kim looked around the room. "For any of you who were not aware, Hezbollah is a legally recognized entity in Germany and in most of the European Union." Schroeder said, "That is not true, Mr. Kim. The militant arm of Hezbollah is banned, and I assure you that the political arm is closely monitored." "Yeah," said Kim. He raised his right hand and clenched his fist. "When I get into a fight, I throw the first punch with this." Then he raised his left hand. "And I call this my political arm." General Kiernan laughed. Whitmore said, "Agent Kim, please get to the point." "Right," said Kim. "So, as I'm sure everyone in this room knows, Hezbollah is a Shia organization, and Shi'ism is the minority sect. They're not dreaming of a world caliphate like the Sunni crazies in ISIS and Al-Qaeda. Their goals are material, political, rooted in a degree of pragmatism and power politics. Iran is the largest and most powerful Shia country. Iran funds and supports Hezbollah, as well as Shia militias in Iraq and the Shia regime in Syria. Why? Geopolitics. Iran and her allies are a check on the power of Saudi Arabia and the Gulf states, as well as Israel and the United States. Iran also participates in political assassinations for the same reasons. Hezbollah and other militant Shia groups generally don't go out of their way to kill civilians or otherwise mount big, flashy attacks. They prefer hard targets, players in the game, so to speak. So when I first heard about the murder of Mr. Vance and learned that he was a counter-terrorism investigator, I immediately thought of Hezbollah. He may have been investigating them. Or maybe he had already put some of their people away. So, they killed him for it. Well, thought Brodie, David Kim was either a counter-terrorism specialist or pretending to be one. Either way, that info about the political wing of Hezbollah still being legal was interesting. Why would Germany tolerate that? More than other liberal European countries, Germany was open and demonstrative about its support for Israel, for obvious historical reasons, and Hezbollah was Israel's mortal enemy. Chief Inspector Schroeder said, "Interesting, Mr. Kim, but that is pure conjecture." Brodie said, "This is a briefing, not a trial. Nothing wrong with conjecture." He looked at Captain Solomon. "What is Hezbollah's presence in Neukölln?" Captain Solomon appeared conflicted. He clearly wanted to be helpful, but the chief inspector outranked him and was probably burying his heel into the guy's foot. He said, "You can trust that Inspector Schroeder will share all relevant information when, and if, the need arises." Brodie looked at Schroeder. "I look forward to that." Agent Whitmore said, "There is much we need to ponder. By this time tomorrow, We ought to have a better reconstruction of Mr. Vance's travels as well as, hopefully, some additional forensics data. She looked at Omar Soleiman. Have arrangements been made for our visiting agents to see the crime scene? Captain Soleiman replied, yes. I will be going there now to personally walk them through. He looked at Brodie and Taylor, then Agent Kim. Please meet me at the southern entrance of Kerner Park. Taylor said, thank you, Captain. Whitmore announced, this meeting is adjourned. I would like to reconvene at the same time tomorrow morning, if that is amenable. She looked at Soleiman and Schroeder. Gentlemen, would that fit with your schedules? Both men nodded. Whitmore looked around the room to get assent from the group, and everyone indicated that they could be back in this room at 9 a.m. tomorrow for a second helping of briefing, bullshit, and strudel. Whitmore said, good. If there are any questions, concerns, requests in the meantime, please direct them to me or Jason. Good day, everyone. Whitmore stood and everyone followed. The Germans left quickly without a word to anyone. Sarah Hopkins and Howard Fensterman, the two State Department reps who were probably only there to say they were there, as well as to listen and take notes, departed as well. Brodie watched General Kiernan flip through the briefing materials in front of him before rolling them up in his hand, rising from his chair and declaring to his compatriots, this is my day of Germans, he explained. I've got meetings all day at the Defense Ministry. On the way out, he said to Brodie and Taylor, call Mark Jenkins. Taylor said, we will, sir. Thank you. And call me if you need anything. He walked out of the room. Brodie and Taylor threw on their coats, and Taylor put her and Brodie's briefing materials in her satchel. Jason Butler handed his business card to Taylor and said, call me for anything else you need. Brodie replied, I will. Butler gave Brodie a look and left the room. Sharon Whitmore said, I trust that was informative. It was a start, said Brodie. I see you're staying in Neukölln. Taylor nodded. Why? Brodie replied, we're on a tight budget. Agent Whitmore did not smile. Taylor said, we're cops. We want to know our beat. Whitmore nodded, then looked at them and said, I'm not going to insult you with a description of the limits of our jurisdiction and authority, because you are both accomplished professionals who already understand that, but I will ask, are you willing to accept these limitations? Brodie made eye contact with Ms. Whitmore. She could obviously smell trouble from these two out-of-town CID agents, and she wanted to nip any problems in the bud, which was admirable but also futile. Brodie usually dealt with these kinds of people by saying annoying and stupid things until they left him alone, and he was about to tell her that limitations only inspire creativity. But before he could say anything, Taylor chimed in. We do understand, and we will follow your lead. We don't want to step on anyone's toes, but we are eager to help and are highly motivated to find our colleague's killer. Ms. Whitmore nodded. Of course. Taylor was better at the bullshit than Brodie. Sometimes he worried that she actually believed her own bullshit. David Kim approached and extended his hand to Brodie and Taylor. Scott, Maggie, good to be working with you both. They all shook. Taylor said, nice to meet you. Brodie and David Kim made eye contact. Kim had short black hair and a steady, confident stare. He was a few inches shorter than Brodie and solidly built. His suit, dress shirt, and topcoat looked tailored and a little high-end. Definitely a cut above standard-issue Fedwear. And unlike every male FBI agent Brodie had ever encountered, he didn't wear a tie. He was a man with his own style, probably in more ways than one. Kim said, I'm told an embassy driver is waiting on you guys, so I hope I can bum a ride. Brodie said, sure. Kim looked at Sharon Whitmore, his FBI colleague. Captain Soleiman seemed up front and all right. Herr Schroeder could have walked off the set of Stalag 17. Whitmore gave him a deadpan look, then turned to Brodie and Taylor and said, Agent Kim only alluded to his background, but he is one of the New York field office's premier counterterrorism experts and has been a valuable asset to us on past cases. As if to say, and that's the only reason we put up with him. Brodie asked Kim, how confident are you that your particular expertise will be required? Kim shrugged. I'm not sure at all. Maybe we'll find out tomorrow that Mr. Vance was mistaken for a rival gang member or something. Wrong place, wrong time. But in my experience, if they bothered to send me, then that means I have a job to do. Should Brodie tell him that when all you have is a hammer, every problem looks like a nail? He'd probably heard that line a few times. David Kim seemed like a sharp and motivated agent and, for now at least, was probably a good ally to have. Brodie, Taylor, and Kim wished Ms. Whitmore a good day, left the briefing room, and headed for the elevator. Brodie asked Taylor, thoughts? Impressions? The Germans cooperated as much as they needed to and no more, said Taylor. They don't want to come to us with anything half-baked because they don't trust us to keep that information to ourselves, or to avoid the temptation to act. Agreed. Kim nodded. That's their playbook. They're control freaks. Then again, so are we, so we can't really fault them for it. The problem arises when their caginess starts to affect their work product. Taylor said to Kim, It sounds like you've worked with Agent Whitmore in the past. Indirectly. In Berlin? Yes. And that's about all I can say about that. He asked, You folks been here before? Brodie said, I was here 20 years ago, during college, researching a paper on monkey business. Kim laughed. Where was college? NYU. My adopted city. Great town. Where were you before New York? All over. My folks moved from Seoul to L.A. in the late 70s when I was 3. Ran a grocery in K-Town until I got burned to the ground in the 92 riots. Then we moved to a suburb of Phoenix. I did my undergrad at Yale and my law degree at Stanford, then joined the FBI soon after. Been in New York my entire career. Brodie said to Taylor, A Yaley. I think we found our CIA plant. Kim laughed. Those geniuses tried to recruit me in college, actually. They showed up at our senior year job fair. Thought I was Chinese. They took the elevator to the ground floor and walked to the rear entrance, where the Marine Guard again saluted them. Brodie and Taylor returned the salute as they exited and headed toward the parked Mercedes, where Ulrich was standing and smoking a cigarette. Brodie introduced Ulrich to Kim, then climbed in the front passenger seat as Taylor and Kim got in the back. Ulrich swung the car around and radioed someone, and the security bollards lowered. He pulled onto the road. We go to your hotel. The park across the street from the hotel, said Brodie. Ulrich nodded and headed toward Kerner Park, where Harry Vance had gone alone in the dead of night, for reasons unknown to Brodie, but known to Harry Vance. If Vance was there to meet someone, that someone was fate. The embassy briefing had been as expected, a little substance and a lot of nothing. There were no answers to be found in a conference room full of competing egos and turf war pissing matches. Scott Brodie had no idea where this investigation would ultimately lead, but in a homicide case, the road to justice always begins where the victim's life ended. Chapter 9. Ulrich drove his American passengers to Kerner Park, and Brodie told Ulrich to drop their bags off at the Art Hotel, and he was free to go. Brodie, Taylor, and FBI agent David Kim joined Berlin Police Captain Omar Soliman on an open expanse of frosty lawn in the northeast section of Kerner Park. At the perimeter of the block-square sunken park, Tall, bare trees towered above the 20-foot-high retaining wall that marked its boundary. Nearby was a circular pool with a fountain that had been turned off and was filled with rainwater and dead leaves. Brodie imagined this was a popular spot for locals on warm days, and when it was not the secured scene of a homicide. Now, they were the only ones here. Detective Solomon pointed to 5 white flags stuck in the frigid grass, one for Harry Vance's head and one for each of his extremities. The right leg, said Solomon, was bent to the side, and his left arm was above his head. This is consistent with a gunshot striking him in the right temple while he was facing north. He fell back and to the left. He added unnecessarily, due to the deceleration forces of the bullet strike. Taylor pointed to a line of yellow flags leading north from the site of the body. What do those indicate? Solomon replied, footprints leading toward the body, then away from the body. Our forensic people created plaster casts on Sunday when the impressions were fresh. We also found muddy shoe or boot prints going up the stairs of the park's northern entrance over there. They end at the curb. We believe that after the killer shot Mr. Vance, he may have given the murder weapon, the rifle, to an accomplice so that he would be clean when he descended into the park to check that the victim was dead, take his cell phone, and perform the mutilation. Perform the mutilation. That made it sound somehow both clinical and barbaric. Solomon added, then the killer left using the same stairway and, we believe, got into a waiting vehicle. Kim pointed to a line of blue flags leading in the opposite direction. And those are the victim's footprints? Yes, said Solomon. Brodie spotted a few red flags at various distances from where the body had been, which he knew without asking were markers for blood spatter. Brodie looked around the park. It was a relatively straightforward crime scene and a relatively simple kill. Victim approached from the south, was sniped from somewhere to the east, and then the killer entered and exited the park from the north. The heavy rain and cold weather on the day before the murder would have kept visitors out of the park, and also created something of a clean slate for the footprints of the victim and of the killer to be formed, then documented. Not much different from how a crime scene was processed back home. Brodie looked to the eastern edge of the park, which sloped up toward street level and was the only side without a retaining wall. An iron fence separated the park from the sidewalk. Let's take a look at where you believe the shooter fired from. Captain Solomon nodded. Follow me. Brodie, Taylor, and Kim trailed Solomon along a paved path that sloped upward to an opening in the iron fence on the east side of the park, where a strip of yellow crime scene tape stretched across the entrance. The tape was printed with German words beginning with Achtung, which always gets everyone's attention. A Berlin police officer stood nearby. It had been over 48 hours since the discovery of the body, and this was an unusually long time to maintain a closed crime scene in a public place, so Brodie assumed they were still running crime scene analysis and forensics. Or maybe they had kept the park closed for the benefit of their American guests, to show how cooperative they were being. The Berlin police probably cared more about maintaining good optics with the Americans than they did about inconveniencing the residents of Neukölln. They ducked under the tape and stepped onto a small cobblestone side street. Solomon turned right and they followed him for about 30 feet. Based upon analysis of the bullet's trajectory, he said, we believe the killer stood approximately here and fired the bullet from a height of 1.6 meters. That would mean the killer stands at a height of approximately 1.85 meters. Brodie nodded. A little over 6 feet tall, statistically above average height for an Arabic male, or for anyone. He turned around and looked at the rows of 5-story apartment buildings across the street. The cobblestone road was narrow, and the buildings were only about 25 feet from the edge of the park. Brodie looked down into the park where Harry Vance had been standing when the small bullet entered his skull and ended his life. Did Harry have a split second of understanding of what had just happened to him? Probably. The bullet-pierced brain took a few long seconds before it stopped processing information. Maybe longer. Brodie said to Captain Solomon, "I assume you scoured this area for a shell casing." "Of course." He added, as though giving a classroom lesson, "No professional assassin would leave an ejected shell casing behind." Brodie nodded. But sometimes they did, because they dashed off as soon as they pulled the trigger. This killer, however, walked into the park to finish his business. But first, he retrieved the shell casing, which wouldn't be easy in the dark. Then he ditched the rifle and the casing, probably with an accomplice, then walked into the park to examine his kill, like he had all the time in the world. This was a cool customer, a pro. Brodie asked Solomon, and there were no eyewitnesses. No one heard anything. Solomon replied, "We are still questioning residents." He added, "It was about 3 o'clock in the morning." Brodie nodded, though not satisfied with the answer. Solomon checked his watch and said, "I am due back at headquarters. I expect we will have more concrete information for you at tomorrow's briefing." David Kim said, "All we ask for, Captain Solomon, is collegial cooperation and total candor." Solomon looked at him. "And all I ask of you in return is an understanding of the sensitive nature of this investigation." He gestured around them. "This whole neighborhood is holding its breath." Taylor asked, "For what?" He looked at her. "For whatever happens in a neighborhood full of Arabs when a white man is murdered. I will see you tomorrow morning." He walked off toward his parked police car, leaving the 3 Americans to speak freely and speculate wildly. Brodie said, "Total candor notwithstanding, I think they have someone who saw or heard something, maybe more than one." Kim said, "Maybe. Solomon is protective of this neighborhood and the people in it, and I get that." He added, "Also, he's protective of his turf." "Right," said Brodie. "It can't be easy being an Arab-Muslim Berlin cop." Kim replied, "Divided loyalties are never easy." Taylor said, "I'm sure he's a cop first." No one responded. Brodie looked into the park. The iron fence was about 8 feet tall, with wide openings between the bars. This location offered a clear and unobstructed view of the spot where Vance had been standing. In fact, Harry Vance would have made a good target standing almost anywhere in this park. What was he thinking? Brodie peered through a gap between the bars and tried to put himself in the shoes of the killer. This was, obviously, not a crime of opportunity. The killer had chosen a .22 caliber rifle because he knew he would be firing in a densely populated neighborhood and needed a weapon that could kill from a distance without making too much noise. But the low-velocity bullets were also not a sure bet for a lethal shot. 60 meters was fairly close, especially for a rifle, but still no guarantee that the bullet would penetrate the cranium, especially if the shooter did not hit his target precisely in the temple. Brodie looked around and noticed there was no streetlight on the corner, nor any lights within the park near Vance's position. So maybe the killer had used a night scope. Taylor said, "This was a skilled marksman, maybe a hired gun." "Or a trained terrorist," said Kim. "Hezbollah has plenty of decent snipers." David Kim was really leaning into the Hezbollah thing, and he might be right, but Brodie was biased against the first explanation offered. Why should things be so easy or simple? Taylor was looking into the park. The shooter took a very unnecessary risk. The murder was committed late at night, but this is a late-night town, and he could have been spotted. But he got away with the shot, and then instead of leaving the scene, he went down into the park. It was worth the risk to nab the cell phone, which would take all of 2 seconds and might contain incriminating information, but extracting the eye would take longer. Brodie said it was just as important to the killer as the cell phone, as a message, or proof of responsibility, or both. He added, "We also don't know if the sniper was the same person who took the phone and eye. Could have been an accomplice in the park." Kim said, "We need to know what cases Vance was working. Who was looking to send a message, and who is the message for?" Brodie nodded. "Aside from the political and international intrigue aspects of this case, we need to work it as a standard homicide." Taylor agreed. But FBI agent David Kim looked like he wanted to roll his eyes at the 2 cops. Brodie turned and scanned the row of apartment buildings across the road from the park. "We need to look for possible witnesses." "Good luck in this neighborhood," said Kim. But as if on cue, an old woman in a long coat and red hijab appeared, pushing a shopping cart full of groceries toward the front door of an apartment building. She stopped at the base of the stoop. Brodie crossed the street and smiled at her. "Guten Morgen." The woman stared at Brodie as he approached. Taylor and Kim followed. Brodie took hold of her cart and carried it up the stoop. She smiled, nodded, and said in halting German, "Danke, junger Mann." Brodie smiled back at the woman as he came down the steps and said to Taylor, "In your best Army language school Arabic, ask her if she heard anything unusual in the early morning hours of Sunday." "Scott, we are not authorized to question civilians." "She just told me to ask her any question about the murder. Didn't you hear her?" "Scott," Kim said something to the woman in Arabic. She seemed surprised that this Asian man spoke her native tongue. They engaged in a brief conversation, and she seemed to loosen up. Kim said to Brodie and Taylor, "This woman, Amina, says she was shocked to hear about the murder. This is generally a quiet neighborhood. She slept all through the night, as she already told the German police, but they also questioned a young woman who lives above her, and she believes this woman did hear something." Brodie asked, "Is this woman home?" Kim said something to Amina, who responded as she gestured toward the stoop. She climbed the stairs, then pressed the buzzer. After a moment, a fuzzy voice came through the speaker. The two spoke over the intercom in Arabic. Then Amina said something to Kim, unlocked the front door, and pulled her shopping cart inside. She shut the door behind her. Kim said, "She asked us to wait here. Fatima is coming down." Taylor said something to Kim in Arabic, and he replied. Brodie said, "Excuse me." "I was complimenting David on his Arabic," said Taylor. "Why don't you compliment me on my initiative?" "I did. In Arabic." The door of the apartment building opened, and a nice-looking woman of about 25 stuck her head out and said in English, "What's up?" Brodie looked at the young woman. She had long dark hair, no hijab, and wore jeans and a thick sweater. She had a stud nose piercing and a small tattoo of some kind on the side of her neck. He asked, "Fatima?" She nodded. Taylor said, "We were told you may have heard something unusual on the night of the murder." She scanned the three people who were obviously not Germans and asked in good English, "Who are you? I already talked to the police." Taylor held up her creds. "I am Maggie Taylor, and this is Scott Brodie and David Kim. We are American federal investigators assisting your government." "Then shouldn't you already know what I told them?" Fatima seemed distrustful of authority, which Brodie generally appreciated, though it was inconvenient when he was the authority. He said, "We'd like to hear it from you directly." Fatima thought about that, hesitated, then stepped out of the doorway and sat on the stoop. She took a pack of cigarettes from her pocket, shook one out, and lit up. Okay. I was coming back from the club. The street was quiet. I went upstairs to my apartment. She gestured with her cigarette at the building behind her. I'm on the 3rd floor here. I open my window to have a cigarette. The window faces the park. And then I hear this sound, a weird sound like a kind of pop. It didn't sound like a gunshot, but then I remembered always hearing about people not thinking guns sound in real life like they do in the movies, so... She trailed off for a moment. I thought maybe I was being paranoid, but I looked at my phone to see what time it was, thinking in my head maybe someone will ask me what time I heard this sound. It was 3:25. Brodie asked, "Did you see anyone?" No. Yesterday I saw where the body had been found, but I can't see that part of the park from my window, blocked by trees. Kim asked, "Did you see anyone on the street or sidewalk?" I didn't see anyone on the sidewalk, but I did see a car driving down Jonasstrasse. That's the street on the north side of the park. Brodie asked, "What kind of car was it?" She shook her head. "Don't know." Taylor asked, "Sedan? Van? Truck?" Fatima replied, "I really don't know. It wasn't a giant truck. I guess I would have noticed that. Like a regular car, probably." Brodie asked, "What color? Dark? Light?" Fatima thought for a moment. "Dark, I think. I could only really see the taillights. It was just driving, not like screeching away. I thought it was probably nothing. But then I heard on the news that a guy got shot, so..." Brodie thought about that. Vance was seen on security tape leaving the metro station at 2:52 a.m., and it was only a 5 or 6 minute walk between the station and the park. If Vance had gone directly to Kerner Park, he would have been waiting almost 30 minutes before the fatal shot. What was he doing in that 30 minutes? The footprints told 2 different stories. It was possible that Vance did meet with someone in the park before being sniped. That person spoke with Vance about something, then gave a signal to the gunman up on the street, who had plenty of time to line up his shot. The sniper pulled the trigger, and then the person who had been speaking to Vance took his cell phone, carved out his left eye, and left the park quickly, and both men left in the car. Or maybe Vance went somewhere else to have the meet, and he was cutting through the park afterward on the way back to the train station. Or he stopped to get a drink or a coffee, or to buy a pack of cigarettes before the Kerner Park rendezvous. There were 2, 3, or more scenarios that fit the bare facts. Well, at least they had an exact time of death, if Fatima had heard the shot. Fatima was looking up at them, probably wondering when they were going to go bother someone else. Brodie asked, "Anything else you can think to tell us about this?" "No," said Fatima. She took a drag. "Everyone around here is scared. Whenever this neighborhood gets attention, it's not for anything good, and it's not good for anyone here." Taylor said, "We hope with the cooperation of the people here, we can find the perpetrator and conclude this investigation quickly." Fatima laughed, took another drag. "You don't get it. It doesn't matter who did it or why. When something bad happens near a bunch of Muslims, there's things that happen. Mosques will be raided by the police. People will be harassed. I have a friend who's Syrian, teaches art to children at a local school, but his cousin, who he barely knows, fought with the rebels in Aleppo. Which of course means my friend must be in Al-Qaeda or ISIS. He's followed all the time. I'm sure the police will find a reason to bring him in for questioning about this murder." Kim said something to her in Arabic, and whatever it was seemed to piss her off. She spat something back at him, and then Kim said to Brodie and Taylor, "Let's go." Taylor thanked Fatima, and they walked away, toward the southern edge of the park. Brodie asked, "What was that about?" Kim replied, "I told her that extremism is a community problem. The community suffers by it, but the community is also central to combating terrorism, and the community is complicit when they don't cooperate." "Sounds like an FBI brochure you've memorized," said Brodie. "More like an FBI brochure I wrote, and I believe it. Mosques wouldn't be raided if they weren't used for recruitment. And if a family member is a member of a terrorist group, the odds that other members of that family are also involved are statistically much higher. Will innocent people be hassled? Of course. But I'll happily inconvenience and intimidate 100 innocent people to save one innocent life." Brodie could easily agree with this point of view. Then again, Mr. Kim might be underestimating the psychological impact of the endless inconveniences and intimidations, not to mention humiliations of being part of a religious, ethnic, or nationality group that is always suspected of violence and subversion. Brodie had seen that in Iraq. The real horrors of war got the headlines, like the massacres of civilians by Blackwater contractors or the prisoner abuse at Abu Ghraib. But it was the everyday grind. The military convoys barreling through neighborhoods, smashing cars and snarling traffic. The endless nighttime raids on houses and apartments that terrorized civilians and almost never netted any bad guys or weapons. The checkpoints, the blast walls, the green zone fortress in the middle of the capital. These were the things that pissed off and alienated the average Iraqi and made them feel like second-class people in their own country. The dynamic here was different, of course. This was an immigrant community in an advanced Western country. But in a place like Neukölln, police and intel people needed local support, and heavy-handed police tactics had a way of turning potential friends into potential foes. Taylor, getting back to the case, said, "Fatima heard the shot at 3:25. That's an interesting timeline." Brodie nodded. "Vance may have stopped somewhere. Check what businesses between the metro station and this park would have been open after 3 a.m. Sunday morning." Taylor took out her phone and ran a search while Brodie and Kim checked their phones for messages. After a minute, she said, "I see 3 places either on or immediately off of Karl-Marx-Strasse, which was the road Vance probably walked down, that were open after 3. A noodle shop called Wunderschön Saigon, a hookah bar called Ember Berlin, and what looks like a dance club called Proletariat." Did Harry Vance go clubbing for 20 minutes before a dangerous rendezvous? Probably not. But he could have stopped for some pho or a coffee and a smoke. Brodie said, "We should check out all 3 of those spots late tonight. If we're lucky, we'll find staff who are working the same shifts they did on Sunday and can maybe ID a photo of Harry Vance." "Sounds like a plan," said Taylor. She added, "It's Turkish psychedelic rock tonight at Proletariat." "My favorite genre," said Brodie. "Meanwhile, I want to take a look at the metro station where Vance got out. Let's do his walk in reverse." He looked at Kim, who was still checking his phone. "Are you joining us?" "Yeah," said Kim. "And I've got something to show you on the way." They turned at the corner onto Schirkerstrasse and walked another block to Karl-Marx-Strasse, a larger 4-lane road. As they walked south along Karl Marx, they passed a number of handsome old 5-story buildings with pitched roofs, interspersed with nondescript prefab concrete apartment blocks. The street was lined with pharmacies, cell phone stores, delis, a couple of kebab takeout joints, and a Turkish cafe. The pedestrians appeared pretty diverse, and in general the place gave the impression of a bustling and vibrant working-class neighborhood. The name of the street, Karl Marx, was obviously a leftover from when this was communist East Berlin. Maybe, thought Brodie, In a year or two, it would get its old name back, whatever that was, or a new name, Diversitystrasse. As for the buildings, the nice ones were pre-war, and the new ones marked the places where a 1,000-pound British or American bomb had reduced the previous building to rubble. Brodie considered his encounter with Amina and Fatima. Officially and publicly, the German government welcomed immigrants and refugees from the Mideast, and the government was probably sincere, and also wanted to show the world how much nicer they were than the Nazis. The German people, on the other hand, well, they were divided on the issue of immigrants, especially Muslim immigrants, and this division between liberal and traditional Germans was the fuel that fed the fire of what the Germans called the far-right political parties, but what other people called the neo-Nazis. And all of that, Brodie knew, had to be factored into the investigation of Harry Vance's murder. And when the murder was solved, this political and social tension would have consequences far beyond the murder itself. After a block, Kim led them to another side street, then down a curving road, mostly residential, then turned a corner at a cafe and stopped. "There," said Kim, pointing across the street at a 5-story yellow concrete building, which was about twice the width of the adjacent apartment buildings. "The Al-Mahdi Islamic Center," said Kim. "It's not a mosque, per se, though they do have a prayer hall. It's a hub for the Shiite Muslim community here. They have cultural events, charity drives, educational programs, that sort of thing." Brodie asked, "Do they have bingo?" "No. But it's also suspected of being a center of recruitment and fundraising for Hezbollah military operations. See that?" He nodded at a parked gray van farther down the street. "That's probably police surveillance. The police also have a mobile unit that circles about every half hour. This place is being watched, and they know they're being watched. I would be surprised if they didn't get raided soon." He added, "This is privileged information, and not to be shared." Brodie asked, "Is there a particular reason you're telling us about this place?" Kim said, "You're going to talk to Vance's CID partner, Mark Jenkins, and if you're lucky, you'll get a piece of the puzzle from him." He looked at the building, and this might be another piece. "Keep it in mind." He added, "It's good to share." Brodie understood that Kim wanted whatever info they might get from Mark Jenkins, so he was giving something of value as prepayment. Kim, like many FBI special agents, had probably worked on a number of joint terrorism task forces, JTTFs, which in New York usually involved joint operations between the FBI and the NYPD. Kim was used to the give and take of working with other agencies, as well as the currency of favors that often existed in local law enforcement. That attitude generally sat well with Scott Brodie. But David Kim also seemed arrogant and thought he knew everything, which did not sit so well with Brodie, because Chief Warrant Officer Scott Brodie was the one who, in fact, knew everything. Kim eyed the building as he continued, "Sometimes the way your target reacts after they know they are being surveilled is as valuable and interesting as what you might find behind the closed doors. And sometimes it's not so much about who is coming and going, but who stops coming and going once they know they're being watched. But that only gets you so much. Like I said, expect a raid on this place in the next day or two." Well, thought Brodie, David Kim was sounding very confident in his conclusions. The fact that Harry Vance, a counter-terrorism investigator, was murdered a few blocks away from what was possibly a nexus of recruitment and financing for Hezbollah definitely added some weight to Kim's interpretation of the case. Then again, the German and the American counter-terrorism people could be wrong about this place. They could actually be wrong about everything. Wouldn't be the first time. Brodie eyed the suspected surveillance van, which made him think about the suspected spy nest on the roof of the American embassy. He asked Kim, "Have you heard anything from our comrades in arms?" Meaning CIA. Kim replied, "Not me, and I never will. Schroeder might have a CIA contact, but maybe not. The BKA is roughly equivalent to the FBI, whereas the German equivalent to our CIA is the BND. Don't ask me to pronounce what that stands for, because I can't. The CIA and the BND are undoubtedly in touch on this case, and you'll notice neither outfit had a rep in the briefing room." Right. Civilian intel officers believed they were deities among mortals and wouldn't suffer the indignity of sitting through a tedious briefing. That was everyone else's job. They doubled back to Karl-Marx-Strasse and walked another block to the metro station, a boxy brick building that sat below elevated train tracks. Yellow lettering above the entrance said Bahnhof Neukölln. Another sign on the building showed the S logo for the S-Bahn system and the name of the stop, Berlin-Neukölln. An entrance for the underground U-Bahn station stood in front of the building. Brodie spotted a tall metal pole topped with 2 security cameras pointed in opposite directions. These cameras must have been the source of the footage of Vance leaving the metro station. Brodie looked again at the metro stop. Anyone seeing the surveillance footage in its entirety could easily determine which metro system Harry Vance had used. If he had exited the station doors, it meant he'd come here from the S-Bahn elevated train. If he was coming up the underground stairs, he had used the U-Bahn. In either case, that would be a clue as to where Vance had come from. Yet Captain Solomon and Chief Inspector Schroeder had only shown them a still shot from after Vance exited, and neither man had mentioned this detail. Were they withholding information and clues? Did they regard their American guests as simply along for the ride and not requiring or deserving of this level of detailed information? Brodie was looking forward to disabusing them of that notion. Taylor, who must have been thinking the same thing, said, "Our German colleagues pretended they didn't know which system Vance used, but it should be obvious from the security cameras." "What's also obvious," said Kim, "is that they are willfully withholding details. First, the time of the gunshot. Now this. Turf protecting. And arrogance." Brodie said, "Which gives us good grounds to demand to see all of their surveillance footage and any witness testimony." He said to Kim, "You say you've worked with Sharon Whitmore before. Will she be our ally on this?" Kim nodded. "She's a cautious person, but she won't back down from a fight if she thinks she's getting cut out of important intel." "Good. So, would you suggest we lodge a formal complaint today, or catch them with their pants down at tomorrow's meeting?" Brodie replied, "The second option sounds more fun, and possibly more effective. My instincts tell me that the Germans are especially susceptible to embarrassment." Kim smiled. As Churchill said, "The Germans are either at your feet or at your throat. Or asking to see your papers." Kim laughed. Making fun of the Germans was easy sport and great bonding. Brodie glanced at his partner, who wasn't enjoying a laugh. Taylor said, "You were both making a lot of assumptions about our hosts. A formal complaint is an overreaction. I will bring up these issues tomorrow, tactfully." Brodie nodded. "Good idea." Kim checked his watch. "All right. I need to head back to Mitte. I hear that you folks got a hotel in the neighborhood." Brodie nodded. "The Art Hotel. I think they charge by the hour." Taylor added, perhaps defensively, "It overlooks Kerner Park." Kim smiled. "Good move." He said, "If you're going my way, we can share a cab." Check-in at the nearby Art Hotel wasn't until 2 p.m., so this was a good time to go to Mitte, Berlin's central district, for a meet-up with Mark Jenkins. But Brodie wanted some time with his partner minus David Kim so they could speak freely. He said to Kim, "Maggie and I will grab a bite here before we check in." Kim nodded. "Okay. Well, we're off to a good start." He flagged a cab sitting at a red light across the street, then turned back to his compatriots. "Listen, since you're staying around here, do me a favor and circle back to the Almaty Center later. See if that police van is still there." Brodie replied, "We can do that. And obviously, if you get the feeling a raid is about to happen, try to witness it. They tend to do these things in the early morning." Brodie had the distinct and very bad feeling that he was being given orders by the FBI. He didn't respond. "We'll keep it in mind," said Taylor, "and we'll see you tomorrow at the embassy." Kim took his business card out of his jacket and handed it to her. "Call me before then if you see or hear anything you think I should know." He jogged across the street and hopped in the taxi, and it drove off. "I should dislike him," said Brodie, "but I don't. He reminds me of someone else who I should dislike but don't." She added, "Also, he's Hezbollah obsessed. He makes a good case, but it might be the wrong one." Brodie nodded. It occurred to him that in all this speculation, there was one big question no one had even tried to answer. If Harry Vance was really here for a romantic rendezvous with a woman, or perhaps, to keep an open mind, a man, then why hadn't that person contacted the police after learning or hearing about his death? One explanation was that this person was married, as Vance was, so had to keep quiet. Or this person was somehow connected to the murder, either responsible for it or fearful of becoming the next corpse. Or maybe Harry's romantic interest was already dead. In any case, as every amateur sleuth knows, cherchez la femme. Brodie saw that Taylor was dialing the handwritten number on the back of General Kiernan's business card. She put the phone to her ear and said, "Hello? Mark Jenkins. It's Maggie Taylor, CID. Yes, I'm in Berlin. Yes, this is awful." She looked at Brodie as she listened for a moment. "Oh, all right, I understand. Good. See you soon." She hung up and said, "The Alexanderplatz, Radisson. He wants to meet in his room." She added, "He thinks he's being followed." "By who?" Taylor shrugged. "Didn't say." Brodie had dealt with paranoid associates of murder victims before. When someone's family member or colleague gets clipped, it tends to rattle people, even if they had nothing to do with the reason for the homicide. But Mark Jenkins wasn't some paranoid civilian. He was a highly trained CID special agent. If he thought he had something to fear, then he probably did. And if he thought he was being followed, then he probably was. Brodie said to Taylor, "I think we are entering the world of smoke and mirrors." Taylor nodded. "Again." Chapter 10. Brodie and Taylor grabbed some shawarma from a hole-in-the-wall place in the neighborhood. They ate it as they walked to the metro, where they boarded the elevated S-Bahn toward Alexanderplatz for their meet-up with Mark Jenkins. The train was half empty at this hour, and they found an isolated spot toward the end of one of the cars and sat across from each other. The train pulled out of the station, and they watched the city slide by out the windows. Brodie asked, "What do you think of Berlin so far?" "Nice embassy conference room. Picturesque crime scene. Better shawarma than I can get in Kentucky. Neukölln seems not sinister by day, maybe a little edgy by night. Maybe Vance was just bar-crawling, then realized he caught a tail. Does not compute, Mr. Brodie. He was there to meet someone. Right. That was one reason he was in Berlin. The other is a woman. Taylor nodded, thought for a moment. If he really was coming to Berlin on a regular basis for a romantic fling, why hasn't his lady come forward? Maybe it was a honey trap, a seductress hired to get info from CID agent Vance. The fastest way to a man's secrets is through his schwanz. I bet I know what that is. Right. It's Yiddish, not German. I dated a Jewish girl at NYU who taught me Yiddish, mostly the dirty words. She ignored that and said, a honey trap also does not compute, unless Harry Vance is not the same man you described. Right. Harry was a pro. He added, let's hear what Mark Jenkins has to say. Taylor nodded. Brodie watched out the window as the elevated train rumbled over the city. He looked north toward Alexanderplatz and the adjacent Berlin TV tower, an imposing concrete shaft topped with a steel sphere and a broadcast antenna. It was built by the East Germans as a display of communist power and ingenuity, and had since morphed from a symbol of Cold War division into an icon of a united Germany. Just like the Brandenburg Gate and the remnants of the wall, and probably a dozen other sites and symbols in this city of multiple personality disorders. The tower was still used for broadcasting, and Brodie recalled that it contained a rotating restaurant where you could enjoy some of the best views and worst food in all of Berlin. Beware of restaurants that rotate. The Pope's Revenge, said Taylor. What? She pointed out the window toward the tower. The sunlight makes a cross on the sphere. I read that during the Cold War, it was called the Pope's Revenge. Brodie looked at the cross of sunlight on the paneled sphere. He didn't put a whole lot of stock in spiritual symbolism, and he'd never seen the Virgin Mary in his morning pancakes. But he hoped this accidental refraction of sunlight had brought a little solace, or at least bitter amusement, to the Christians forced by circumstance to live on the wrong side of the wall, where the state religion was no religion. They changed trains, and after a few more stops they got out at Alexanderplatz station, a large structure with a vaulted roof and a bustling platform. Brodie walked toward a newsstand where there was a rack of German and international newspapers, each featuring a photo of Harry Vance on its front page. A few German dailies named the neighborhood of Neukölln in their screaming headlines. Brodie spotted the London Times and grabbed a copy, then brought it to the register. The clerk, a thick, balding man in his early 50s, said, 350. Brodie handed the man a 10-euro note, and as the clerk was counting out change, he asked Brodie, British? American? Canadian, he replied, as he always did to that question. Everyone liked Canadians. The man nodded and gestured to the folded-up paper on the counter. The Russians. Brodie did not respond. Fucking Putin. He wants no trust between people. And so, he jabbed the paper. Make it look like Muslim terrorist. Yes? Jackpot. A new theory, straight from the Berlin street. Clever, said Brodie. The man seemed happy to have an audience and leaned across the counter. The Russen have their testicles everywhere. Excuse me? Like octopus, reaching all over. The white nationalists, the German military, the Bundestag, big corporations. They want to rip Germany in two parts again. Do you see this? Yes, said Brodie. They won't get away with it. Of course they will. Okay, well, that's too bad. We have become weak and stupid. We have it coming. Don't be so hard on yourself. Auf Wiedersehen. Brodie took the paper and scooped up the change, and he and Taylor headed toward a stairway that led down to the street. She said, Your new friend sounds like he's in a Cold War time warp. That, or history is repeating itself. He added, Keep an open mind. They walked downstairs and exited onto the northern section of Alexanderplatz, a large square surrounded by modern buildings containing shops, cafes, and a department store. The massive TV tower loomed behind the train station they'd just left. A chill wind blew across the open plots, and pedestrians bundled in winter coats hurriedly crisscrossed the square. Taylor pointed to a wide blue glass tower at the far end. There's the Radisson. As they walked toward the hotel, Brodie observed the blank modern buildings around them. Like a lot of places in Berlin, this spot was steeped in a vanished history. Brodie recalled from his long-ago guided tour of the city that Alexanderplatz was named after one of the Russian czars to commemorate a state visit, back when this square must have been ringed with ornate imperial buildings. Most of the current buildings looked like they'd been constructed in the last 30 years, meaning that a lot of the junk the commies had built after clearing away the rubble of the destroyed city had itself been swept away by developers after the fall of the wall. Berlin, it seemed, was as defined by its absences as by what you could see. They reached the hotel and entered the lobby, which was modern and clean but not high-end, the kind of place you could submit to the Army Travel Office for reimbursement without raising an eyebrow. Jenkins had given Taylor his room number over the phone, so they headed directly to the elevator and took it up to the 5th floor, then walked down a long carpeted corridor until they found his room and knocked. A voice asked through the door, "Who's there?" Brodie replied, "Scott Brodie and Maggie Taylor." The door opened, and a man quickly stepped aside and gestured them in without a word. They walked into the small room, and he shut the door behind them and bolted it. Brodie looked at Mark Jenkins. He was in his late 40s, of average height, with an olive complexion and black wavy hair. He had large dark eyes that darted between the two of them. He shook hands with Taylor and then Brodie, who said, "We're sorry about Harry." "Yeah, me too. Everyone at 5th MP is sorry." Jenkins gestured at a few chairs around a small circular table in the corner of the room. "Hungry? They've got room service. It's okay." "No, thank you," said Brodie. He noticed Jenkins' Beretta in a holster on the nightstand, which triggered trigger envy. Jenkins ran his hand through his hair as he looked around the room searching for something. He grabbed a bottle of clear liquid from the top of the dresser along with 3 plastic cups and set the cups on the table. He held up the bottle. "Some schnapps that Harry brought me from one of his trips here. High quality but a little abrasive. Like the man himself." He sat down and poured a triple shot in each cup, which was a little more alcohol than Brodie was used to drinking before noon. But he wasn't about to deny the man a toast to his fallen colleague. Jenkins lifted his cup. "To Harry Vance, a real pro, a true friend, and a damned good man." They tapped their cups together and downed the schnapps. It was harsh stuff, and for Brodie it brought back a few bad college memories. For Taylor, it was probably a step down from Kentucky moonshine. Jenkins set his empty cup down on the table and said, "I checked out both of you. I wanted to know who they put in charge of finding Harry's killer." "The Germans are in charge," said Brodie. "Officially," said Jenkins. Brodie nodded. Jenkins continued, "But you're not going to leave the murder of an American soldier in the hands of a foreign country." Taylor replied, "We'll do what has to be done." Jenkins nodded. "I know you will." He looked at both of them. "You two were in Venezuela. Kyle Mercer." Brodie replied, "We can neither confirm nor deny." Jenkins smiled. "Well, everyone knows." He added, "You two are more famous in the 5th MP Battalion than you might know." Neither Brodie nor Taylor responded. Jenkins continued, "For the record, I do not agree with CID's decision to have the 5th MP stand down in this investigation." "I understand," said Brodie. But we have our orders. Jenkins nodded. Me too. Mine are to get out of Berlin. Will you? Asked Taylor. Yes. He looked at her, but only because I believe this investigation is in good hands. We appreciate your confidence, said Taylor. She added, Tell us about being followed. Jenkins poured himself another. Yesterday evening, after being interviewed at BKA headquarters by Chief Inspector Schroeder. When I left the interview, I was a little worked up and decided to walk back to the hotel. A good hour walk. There were two guys. One of them came down from the nearby S-Bahn platform, like he was expecting me to take the train, and then saw I was walking. The other guy was on a park bench. Taylor asked, Did you get a good look at them? He shook his head. Long black coats, winter caps. I set out at 6 and it was already dark. One guy stayed on the other side of the street. The other maybe 30 feet behind me. It was either the worst tail job I've ever seen, or they were trying to intimidate me. I tried to shake them a few times just for fun, but they stuck like glue until I got back here. And then this morning, I went out for a walk after breakfast, and there's this guy standing outside the hotel using his phone, and I'm watching him. I swear the asshole is taking pictures of me. Just the way he's holding the phone, the angle of it. Too far away to make him out, but same long black coat and cap. And after I start walking across the square in his direction, the guy walks away. Quickly. And then he stops at the fountain in the middle of Alexanderplatz and makes a phone call, and while he's on the phone I see him glancing my way. This guy was not subtle. So I keep walking toward him, and he scoots off and disappears into the underground U-Bahn station. I followed, but I lost him. Brodie asked, White guy? Arab? Jenkins shrugged. Between the hat, the sunglasses, and the distance, I couldn't tell. Same with the guys last night. Brodie nodded. If these guys really were amateurs, Jenkins could have shaken them, and probably wouldn't have lost the guy in the underground. They sounded like pros, and this sounded like intimidation. Did you report this to the police or the BKA? I left a message for Chief Inspector Schroeder this morning. Taylor said, The obvious conclusion is you were being harassed because of your relationship to the victim. Maybe the perpetrators assumed you were working the homicide. She added, But how did they know you were in Berlin? Or who you were? Or where you were? Jenkins replied, I don't know. That's the troubling part. He looked at his guests. When the bad guys have good intel? That's not good. Brodie nodded. Assuming Mark Jenkins saw what he said he saw, then whoever killed Harry Vance was just the tip of a much larger and smarter group who had access to inside information. Taylor, thinking along the same lines, said, This all suggests organized crime of some sort, or maybe a terror network. Do you have any information about what Harry was doing here in Berlin? Jenkins looked at her. I don't have information. What I do have is informed speculation. He thought for a moment, then added, I assumed Harry was having an affair with someone here. His trips to Berlin started a few months before he and Julie separated. Taylor asked, He never spoke to you about these trips? No. Harry was a very private person. I didn't even know his marriage was on the rocks until he moved out, and I used to go to their house for dinner at least once a week. He smiled as he added, I'm a confirmed bachelor, and I think Julie thought I needed a home-cooked meal every once in a while. Taylor asked, Have you spoken with Julie since she was notified of her husband's death? He nodded. She's devastated. She spoke with the police, but as far as I know, she doesn't have any more of a clue than I do about what Harry was up to in Berlin. She just assumed it was work-related. Brodie said, Harry must have understood that other assumptions would be made by his colleagues about his trips here. I got the impression that he understood that I thought something was going on, and he was happy to leave it there. Jenkins looked at his empty schnapps cup like he was thinking about another refill. He has had 2 kids. Great kids. 15 and 17. He made eye contact with Brodie. He was a good father. A good man. Brodie nodded. But these trips, they started getting more frequent. Brodie asked, how often? I don't know. Maybe every few weeks, for a few days at a time. Unless we were working a big case. He didn't let it get in the way of his work. But the thing is, once he and Julie separated and he moved out, he was supposed to get the kids a couple nights a week, work permitting. And he started missing his nights so he could come to Berlin. And yeah, from the outside, it's easy to imagine a guy in an unhappy marriage getting caught up with a new fling, letting that get in the way of being around for his kids. That's a common story. But Harry wasn't a common guy. Brodie said, I had the pleasure of knowing him many years ago. He was one of my instructors in special agent training, 05. Jenkins smiled. Can't imagine Harry as a teacher. He was impressive, said Brodie. Wasn't overly enamored with the sound of his own voice like a lot of them, and he got to the point. Also, unlike a lot of the male instructors, Harry didn't hit on his female students. Brodie glanced at Taylor, who'd had her fling with her instructor, CIA officer Trent Chilcott. But Taylor wasn't taking the bait. He continued, hard to believe that a straight arrow like Harry Vance was following his dick to Berlin to see a woman. Jenkins shrugged. That's what it looked like. Brodie asked, how many CID agents in the 5th MP? In Kaiserslautern? About 60. That's not a big group. No, said Jenkins, and they're all gossips. The men worse than the women. Harry's trips here were the subject of a lot of conversation and speculation, and the problem was, the less he talked, the more everyone else talked. And you're suggesting that there may have been a woman, but that you don't believe that would have been enough to take him away from his children in the middle of a divorce. Jenkins nodded. But I could believe him being absent because of a case. A case that his commanding officer and his own partner knew nothing about. Jenkins looked at him. We're counter-terror. We have a narrowly defined mandate. So, he could have gotten involved in something outside of that mandate, and that's why he kept it to himself. Was that in his nature? Asked Taylor. To go rogue like that? Jenkins shook his head. Harry was obsessive about his work. But keeping me in the dark and doing an end run around Colonel Trask, that's something else. So whatever reason I come up with for Harry's trips here, I'm seeing a pattern of behavior that doesn't really fit the man. Brodie asked, could any of your recent cases have made Harry or you a target? You never know. But with most of our cases, we're not dealing with pros. We're dealing with a lot of young, self-radicalized idiots looking for a fast track to fame, and they're allotted 72 virgins in paradise. So we prevent fantasies from becoming reality, bad plans from becoming operational, and we try to keep stupid people from getting lucky. Every once in a while you find a radicalized a-hole who has actual high-level contacts in hotspots like Afghanistan, Syria, mostly Al-Qaeda and ISIS. Those are the ones you really need to worry about. But CID agents are just not high-priority targets, and all of Harry's knowledge of ongoing terrorist cases is redundant to mine and to our commanding officer and, in some cases, other colleagues. So it doesn't make sense from a tactical standpoint for a smart or even stupid terrorist to target a CID guy. That might be true, But Special Agent Jenkins might also have acquired an exaggerated sense of his own ability to get inside the heads of the crazies he'd spent his career hunting. Brodie said, "Sometimes the driving force is simple revenge. Anything like that?" Jenkins nodded. "Yeah. We did have one case that was a little different. 2 months back, Harry and I got approached by a couple of our CID colleagues who work narcotics. They were investigating a heroin ring being run by a few Arabic translators, Iraqi and Syrian nationals, who worked at the American base in Mannheim. Narcotics looped us in because they'd figured out these guys were wiring money to certain individuals in Baghdad who were members of Asaib al-Haq, which, in case you don't know, is a powerful Shiite militia group with close ties to the Iranian regime. We usually refer to the group simply as the Khazali Network, after the founder, Qais Khazali." Brodie had never heard of the Khazali Network. They might have come along after his time in Iraq. But he did know about other Iraqi Shiite militias that received funding, training, and weapons from Iran, and also sometimes acted as muscle for the Shiite-dominated government in Baghdad. These militias had also, with Iran's help, become experts at constructing and deploying the roadside IEDs that had sent hundreds of American soldiers to Landstuhl for reassembly and rehab, or home in body bags. Brodie had seen a few of those blasts up close and personal, and he'd lost a few friends to them. He asked, where were these translators selling the heroin? Some on base, but they also had a couple of American accomplices, Army transpo guys who were helping them smuggle the stuff in U.S. military convoys, all over Germany and into France. He looked at Brodie and Taylor. This was a big operation. When we made our arrests, we really screwed the terrorist groups relying on that money. Taylor asked, does this militia have any connection with Hezbollah? Jenkins nodded. One of the Khazali Network's first operations was fighting alongside Hezbollah in the 2006 Lebanon-Israeli war, and more recently, they both fought together in Syria against ISIS. He thought for a moment and asked, rhetorically, so, is Hezbollah or the Khazali Network under orders to ice the CID agents who put a dent in their funding network? Well, maybe it wouldn't be the craziest thing I've heard lately. But he trailed off for a moment. Doesn't explain what Harry was doing in Berlin in the first place, in some Muslim quarter of the city, at a park in the middle of the night with his hand wrapped around his M9 like he's expecting trouble. Brodie told Jenkins about the Shiite Al-Mahdi Islamic Center that FBI agent Kim had shown them, and the place's suspected ties to Hezbollah. Kim expects it's under surveillance and will be raided soon. Jenkins processed that. An FBI agent volunteering information? That's a new one. He's expecting something in return. Jenkins looked at him. The heroin smuggling case is an ongoing investigation. The arrests were reported, but the press hasn't connected the dots to terrorism, and we're not going to help them do that until it's wrapped up tight. But the FBI is always trying to stick their noses into our counter-terror investigations, so your guy Kim might already know about this. Use your judgment. Taylor asked, do you know anything about the Al-Mahdi Center? Jenkins shook his head. Almost all our cases involve Sunni extremists, people loyal to Al-Qaeda or ISIS. But I mentioned the Khazali Network because a case like that is pretty rare. The Shiites don't come on our radar so often these days, and it's harder for me to predict their motivations and behavior. But if Harry was investigating this Shiite center in Neukölln, he would have involved me, even if his jurisdiction was a little tenuous. Scott Brodie knew all about tenuous jurisdiction. The CID mandate was to investigate crimes that involved the U.S. Army, and CID agents occasionally landed in trouble for interpreting that a little too broadly. Mark Jenkins and Harry Vance had been investigating a narcotics case that involved using Army personnel and Army equipment to distribute drugs in order to fund a militia that was tied to Iran, a state sponsor of terrorism. That was pretty clear-cut. But if Vance had somehow gotten himself involved in an investigation of Hezbollah's fundraising and recruitment network in Berlin, that was maybe a bridge too far. But even if that was what he was up to, would it get him whacked? Killing a cop investigating you was generally a bad tactic, since the ones still standing were that much more motivated to take your ass down. The Italian mafia understood that and had a rule that law enforcement officers were never to be targeted, unless they were crooked cops in on the game. Brodie doubted that Hezbollah practiced that discretion, but it did raise the possibility that Harry Vance was a crooked cop, which might explain his trips to Berlin. Jenkins said, "Just to set the record straight about why we're meeting in this hotel room, it's because I'm being followed, and I'm linked to Harry, and there's no reason for you two to be linked to me and get on the radar of the guys who've been tailing me." Brodie nodded. Mark Jenkins didn't want his colleagues to think he was hiding in his hotel room to avoid the fate of his partner. In some ways, Berlin could be more dangerous than a lawless place like Venezuela. Why? Because here, in civilization, you could easily let your guard down, and then you were dead, and surprised that you were. Brodie asked, "Does Chief Inspector Schroeder know about this heroin smuggling case?" "I mentioned it to him yesterday. German feds were involved in the investigation, so he already knew about it, but didn't know that Harry was one of the CID detectives on the case." He looked at Brodie. "Schroeder said he'd be at your briefing this morning." "He was," said Brodie. "What was your impression?" "A bit of a tight ass." "How was the briefing?" "They put on a decent show, but no backstage access." "Yeah, sounds right." Brodie asked, "Did Schroeder give you information about the post-mortem mutilation?" Jenkins looked at him and nodded. "Sick bastards." Taylor asked, "Do you have anything to add to the prevailing theories?" He shook his head. "If it's a message, I'm not getting it. I'm more of the mind that a group will use this unreported detail to verify responsibility, or we're dealing with a serial killer with an eye collection in his freezer, and Harry was a random target. But I wouldn't bet on that." Taylor changed subjects. In the briefing, no one mentioned Harry's personal computer. Jenkins said he had a work laptop. Apparently he didn't take it with him this trip. BKA officials in Kaiserslautern gained entry to his off-base apartment and located it. But I doubt they'll find anything interesting. Why? Harry conducted a lot of his business on his phone, using encrypted communication. He told me he didn't trust DoD's in-house network security. What kind of phone did he have? A Samsung, maybe? Android-based. Schroeder asked me the same question. They've contacted Deutsche Telekom to get tracking data, but I guarantee you Harry turned off any kind of location sharing, and I know he used a mobile VPN. He was pretty diligent about digital privacy and security. Probably because he saw firsthand in his investigations just how much information the average schmuck was sharing with the telecom companies, and thus with the cops, without even knowing it. Jenkins took the schnapps bottle and popped it open. He poured himself another shot and offered the bottle to Brodie, who took it and examined it. It looked like a homemade small-batch concoction, a glass bottle with a rubber and metal swing top and a simple white label that said Some specialty place, I think. Did he ever bring you a bottle of this before? Jenkins nodded. Once before. We drank most of it together, and he brought another bottle to me after his last Berlin trip. Exact same stuff. Yeah. Brodie looked at Taylor, who was already tapping away on her phone. He said to her, "There's no commercial markings, so look for a distillery specializing in schnapps." Taylor nodded as she looked at her phone. Jenkins, who wasn't firing on all cylinders thanks to the schnapps and the grief, said, "I should have thought of that." Taylor was quiet for a moment, then said, "Found it. Identical bottle design. It's made by Preußischer Schnapsmanufaktor. I guess Prussian schnapps manufacturer in Prenzlauer Berg." Brodie recognized the name of the Berlin neighborhood, but couldn't recall anything about it. Jenkins offered, "Prenzlauer Berg is kind of artsy, upscale, gentrified, picturesque, one of the few parts of the city that didn't get totally flattened in the war." Brodie looked at Jenkins. "Thank you for your help." Jenkins nodded, and they all rose from their chairs. Taylor said, "This is the part where I would tell the person I've interviewed to call me if they think of anything else, but I know you've already run every angle and detail in your mind before we even walked in the door." Jenkins looked at her. "I appreciate you saying that. But the truth is, I'm gutted by Harry's death, and not at the top of my game. If I do think of anything else, or if I get tailed again, I will let you know. I'm driving back to Kaiserslautern tomorrow." He added, "I'd leave today, but Schroeder asked me to stick around in case something comes up." Brodie wanted to suggest that Warrant Officer Jenkins cut back on the day drinking, but he said, "We will get justice for Harry." Jenkins looked him in the eyes. "I know you will." Jenkins walked them to the door and opened it. As they stepped into the hallway, he hung in the doorway, something still on his mind. He said, "Harry wasn't just my partner. He was a close friend. If he was investigating something and he was keeping it from me, it was big, and it was dangerous. So big and dangerous that he couldn't take a single risk of a single person knowing, even a person who he trusted with his life." He asked, not rhetorically, "What the hell could that be?" Taylor said, "We're going to find out." Brodie suggested, "Keep an eye on your ass." They turned and walked down the hall as Jenkins shut the door. After a minute, Taylor said, "He's really hurting." Ms. Taylor had an excess of empathy, which Brodie thought made up for his deficit. He said, "He's a walking example of being too close to a case to work it right. I hope you'd be as torn up if something happened to me." "I'd be devastated," he assured her. "You'd drink yourself to death. I'd at least start smoking again." They took the elevator down to the lobby and walked out into the bright winter day. The wind had died down, but the day had grown colder, and a frozen stillness hung in the air. Brodie looked around. Through the windows of a nearby cafe, he could see that the tables were packed with a lunch crowd. Shoppers walked hurriedly in and out of the large department store on the western side of Alexanderplatz, and people flowed out of the train station that bisected the expansive plaza. Beyond the station, Brodie could see a line of tourists at the base of the TV tower, waiting their turn to ride an elevator to the top for a panoramic view of the city. Something about this city felt so mundane, so banal, so at odds with its tragic and disastrous history. But the past never dies, even when it's been bombed and bulldozed and replaced with a shopping mall. It's still in the air, and in the earth beneath your feet, and in the hearts and minds of those old enough to remember. Brodie spotted an old man sitting on a concrete bench ringing a graffiti-covered fountain in the center of the square. The man shakily brought a cigarette to his lips and took a drag. What has this man seen in his life? A memory came back to Brodie of his last time here in 2000. He had been drinking with his old roommate Adam Kogan in a beer garden next to the Berlin Zoo. It was a perfect spring day. Sun shining, birds chirping, two friends getting tipsy and scoping the pretty girls in their short dresses. But Kogan had taken a dark turn, as he sometimes did after too many drinks. He was staring at an elderly German man, maybe early 80s, sitting alone at a nearby table having lunch. "What's he seen, Scott?" asked Kogan. "What's he done?" Brodie had looked at the man, who probably would have been in his early 20s at the start of World War II. "Maybe nothing," said Brodie. "Maybe he was just a soldier doing his duty and following orders." Kogan had slammed his beer down. "No such thing as just a soldier doing his fucking duty and following fucking orders. He was a fucking Nazi." He'd said it loud enough for other patrons to hear, and maybe the old guy himself, though he didn't react. Brodie and Kogan left soon after. Brodie watched the old man by the Alexanderplatz fountain, who squinted against the harsh winter sun as he smoked his cigarette. He was probably born around the beginning of the war and had spent his childhood in a country reduced to rubble and ash. A country of women and children whose men were missing, dead, or maimed and broken. Hard to comprehend all that. Had this man lived in East Germany? Had he found a job with the state? The Stasi, the East German secret police, had deployed a spy or informer for every 6 citizens. It was the most heavily surveilled police state in history, and in the blink of an eye, when the wall fell, the police state became a liberal democracy. But it doesn't work that way. What's he seen? What's he done? Harry Vance wasn't just here for a fling. Brodie was sure of that. Harry was searching for something, bringing light to the dark corners of this place. And someone killed him for it. Chapter 11. Brodie and Taylor stopped at a cafe on Alexanderplatz and picked up black coffees to go. Antidotes for the schnapps. As they left the cafe, Taylor consulted her phone and said, "The distillery is a 30-minute walk. That means it's a 5-minute taxi ride. We need to walk off the alcohol and jet lag." No use arguing with someone who liked to make easy things difficult. They walked north from Alexanderplatz on Karl-Liebknecht-Strasse, a wide road lined with broad, nondescript buildings. After a block, they cut into a small neighborhood and found themselves on a quiet, tree-lined cobblestone street. Taylor said, "The charm sort of sneaks up on you here, doesn't it?" Brodie tried not to link everything in Berlin back to the war, but he couldn't help wondering how much of the modern cityscape was determined by where some British or American bomber pilot happened to release his payload, or where the apocalyptic battles between Russian soldiers and die-hard German defenders had been fought. They walked and sipped their steaming coffees, and Brodie looked at Taylor. Her cheeks were flushed from the cold, and her blonde hair rustled in the light wind. A few piggish thoughts invaded his mind, and Taylor asked, "What are you thinking?" "I'm thinking it's a good time to call Colonel Dombrowski." "You never think that." She was onto him. Although calling the boss now wasn't a bad idea. The first report was the easy one, before they needed to ask permission to do something crazy, or ask forgiveness because they'd already done it. He said, "I'm working on my communication skills." Brodie took out his phone and checked the time. It was noon, so 6:30 a.m. in Virginia. Would he catch the colonel out on a pre-dawn run? Probably not. But by now Dombrowski would at least be up and caffeinated. He opened Signal, an app that offered end-to-end encrypted communication, and dialed the boss. Dombrowski picked up after a couple of rings. "Guten Tag, Herr Brodie." "Good morning, sir. I am calling you with Ms. Taylor. We had our embassy briefing this morning, toured the crime scene with Berlin Police Captain Omar Soleiman and FBI agent David Kim, and have just concluded an interview with Harry Vance's partner, Mark Jenkins." "Good. Are the local authorities being helpful?" "We are experiencing the famed German warmth and hospitality." "You're no treat either, Scott, but I'm sure you can all work together." "Yes, sir. Though we've already discovered some relevant details that were not mentioned in the briefing." "Don't waste your time with pissing matches. But if it's serious, you can talk to Agent Whitmore about getting the Germans to show all their cards. As you know, that's part of the Legate's job." "Yes, sir." Dombrowski asked, "Anything new or interesting at the crime scene?" "Not really." He briefed his boss on the crime scene visit, omitting his unauthorized questioning of Fatima. "Sounds like you've been busy." "We hit the ground running, Colonel." Dombrowski had no response to that, but said, "They took his eye." "Right. Why?" "Don't know. Don't want to speculate." "It's a message." "Yes, sir." "You need to find the sons of bitches who did this." It sounded to Brodie like his mandate had just been broadened, unofficially. "Yes, sir." "Does anyone there have any suspects?" "If they do, they're not sharing. But Mark Jenkins has some theories he shared with me and Ms. Taylor." "Let's hear it." Brodie filled the colonel in on the terrorism and narcotics case in Mannheim that Jenkins and Vance had been working, involving the Khazali network. Jenkins made it clear that this Iranian-backed Shiite militia is different than the lone wolves or small cells of Sunni extremists that CID usually investigates, and that it's possible the Khazali network or an allied group was ordered to assassinate law enforcement involved in the case. "That's interesting," said Dombrowski. "I already put in a general records request with Colonel Trask, but I can flag that narcotics case in particular. Might give us some names and details that Mr. Jenkins was unwilling or unable to share." "Good idea." Brodie also reported Agent David Kim's intel about the allegedly Hezbollah-linked Islamic center that was a few blocks from the park where Vance was murdered. "We believe it is reasonable to assume there is some sort of operational connection between Hezbollah and the Khazali network." Dombrowski thought about that for a moment. A picture is forming. But don't stare at it too much. Question your assumptions. "I always do, along with everyone else's." "I know. Meanwhile, it's a minor miracle that you made a friend in the FBI. See what other details you can get from Agent Kim, and if we get our hands on the CID case records, we might be able to make some concrete connections." "Yes, sir." "And, of course, you will share your theories with the German authorities." "Of course." The BKA already knew about the CID narcotics case, and, of course, they knew about the Almaty Center in Neukölln, but it was possible they had yet to consider a connection between the two. Brodie made a mental note to forget to tell them. Brodie added, "I should also tell you that Mr. Jenkins believes he is being followed. 2 separate incidents." He briefly recounted what Mark Jenkins had told them. That would seem to bolster the theory that a terrorist or other criminal organization is responsible for the murder. Dombrowski thought about that for a moment. "I don't know Mark Jenkins. Would you consider him a reliable narrator?" "He and Harry were close, and he's angry and grieving. But I believe this happened, though I am having a hard time understanding why. It makes no sense to try to intimidate a CID agent like this. It's pointless, high risk, and counterproductive. Terrorists specialize in pointless and high risk. He asked, "How is Ms. Taylor?" Brodie turned to Taylor, who was sightseeing as they walked, but obviously listening to Brodie's side of the conversation. "She's grateful to be working with a real pro again." Taylor rolled her eyes, then smiled. Dombrowski said, "You might be projecting, but I'm glad it's working out so far. Anything else to report?" Should he tell the colonel that they were going beyond their authority and trying to locate Harry Vance's possible mystery love interest? Probably not. The colonel was expecting them to show initiative, but that didn't mean he always wanted to know about it. "Nothing else to report, sir." "How's the weather?" "Sucks." "How's your hotel?" "We haven't checked in yet." "What are you doing now?" "More unauthorized detective work, but you should never outright lie to your commanding officer," so Brodie spun it. "The hotel we're staying at is Muslim-owned, so no bar, so we're looking for a liquor store." He glanced at Taylor, who was smiling appreciatively at his cleverly worded bullshit. Dombrowski said, "All right. I will let you know once I hear back from Colonel Trask, and you will report again around this time tomorrow, if not sooner." "Yes, sir. And I'll be mindful of the time difference." "If it's important, it doesn't matter what time it is. I sleep like crap these days anyway." "Something you have to look forward to when you're on the wrong side of 50. "Yes, sir." "Anything further?" "Negative further." Dombrowski hung up, and Brodie put his phone back in his pocket. Taylor asked, "Has he requested records from Kaiserslautern?" "He has, waiting to hear." They reached a wide 4-lane road with cable car tracks running down the middle. They crossed, then Taylor consulted the map on her phone. "We are now in Prenzlauer Berg. The distillery is a few blocks north." They walked down another narrow cobblestone street, then made a couple of turns within the neighborhood. They passed cafes that looked like they offered al fresco dining in warmer weather, a beer garden that appeared closed down for the season, a number of bars, a couple of trendy-looking coffee shops full of trendy-looking people, a few high-end boutiques and baby stores, and a park with a playground. Unlike the other parts of Berlin they'd seen so far, Prenzlauer Berg had some of the feel of an old European city center, and probably had the rents and property values to match. Taylor said, "Just up there." They approached a wide storefront at the base of a cream-colored turn-of-the-century building. There was a large display window showcasing bottles, wooden casks, and clay growlers of various spirits. Painted gold lettering on the window said, "Preußische Schnapsmanufaktur." They entered the shop and were greeted by a man of about 30 in a fitted collared shirt and skinny jeans. He had slicked-back blonde hair, a bushy beard and mustache, and a sleeve of tattoos on his right arm. He smiled to his customers in the otherwise empty store. "Guten Tag." "Guten Tag," said Taylor. They walked over to a row of shelves featuring dozens of clear and amber-colored glass bottles, similar to the one that Jenkins had. Along the wall next to the shelves were 2 6-foot-tall old copper stills, along with a small plaque in German, probably describing their history. Brodie looked to the back of the store, where a glass-paneled wall with a door led to a large room full of distillery equipment. "Wir machen jeden Mittwoch und Freitag Führungen." "Sorry," said Brodie, "we don't speak German." "Ah," said the man, "welcome. My name is Johannes. I was saying that we do tours of the facility every Wednesday and Friday." He asked, "Is there something in particular you were looking for? We do offer tastings." "No, thank you. I already had my schnapps this morning." Taylor asked, "Do you have other retail outlets in Berlin?" "No," said Johannes. Everything is made and sold here. We even create custom blends for customers who request them. If you find an old or rare bottle of schnapps and bring it here, we can recreate it." "Incredible," said Brodie, suddenly realizing there was such a thing as a schnapps snob. "What if I bring you a bottle of scotch?" Johannes smiled. "Then I say thank you, and we drink it." He asked, "Where are you visiting from?" "Toronto," said Brodie. I hear it is a wonderful city." Brodie approached the counter. "Your store was recommended to us by an American friend of ours." "Yes, I might know him." Taylor opened her satchel and pulled out the copy of the Times with Vance's face on the front page and set it on the counter in front of Johannes. Brodie said, "We were supposed to meet him here in Berlin. News broke while we were mid-flight." Johannes's face dropped as he looked at the picture. "I am so sorry. Yes, I've seen him in here a few times. Nice gentleman. I was shocked when I saw his picture on the news." Taylor said, "We were looking forward to meeting his lady friend and were hoping we could still find her." Johannes nodded. "Yes, she must be devastated. Nice woman. They seemed happy." "Harry never gave us her contact," said Brodie. "Do you know a way we might find her?" Johannes thought a moment. "I'm not sure. I don't even know her full name, just Anna. She paid in cash, no credit card." He added, "She used to come here alone over the years, and then started to bring your friend with her." Taylor said, "We were supposed to meet them at Café König on Stargarterstrasse, so we assumed she lived in the area." Johannes shook his head. "I am sorry. I just don't know." Brodie looked at the man. At the risk of sounding like a cop, he asked, "When did you see them last?" "Last week, I think. Yes, maybe Thursday evening." Taylor said, "We really lost touch, and I guess we're desperate for information about him. He was excited to introduce us to Anna, but really didn't tell us much about her. But maybe you can." She added, "I'm sorry if this is inappropriate." No, said Johannes with some sympathy. "It's all right. She was younger than your friend, maybe mid-30s. Good-looking woman, brunette, kind of petite." He thought for a moment. "You know, I recall that one time a few months ago, she came in and forgot her wallet. She said she was going home to get it, and that didn't take very long. So I suppose she does live nearby." In his mind, Brodie ran through all the questions that an investigator would ask, but a friend wouldn't. How often did Anna come here with Harry? How would you describe their behavior toward each other? Was there a noticeable change in either of their demeanors on their last visit? They could tin the guy and go into full detective mode, but Brodie felt he was going to have plenty of reasons in the coming days to cross some jurisdictional lines and piss off the Germans, and it was best to choose his transgressions. He did ask, however, was she German? He added, I mean, ethnic German. If Johannes wondered why they didn't know this, he didn't comment, but said, "Yes, a Berliner by her accent." Brodie bought an expensive bottle of schnapps to thank the man, and to make up for the Art Hotel's lack of amenities. Then he said to Johannes, "If Anna comes here again, please tell her that Mr. Vance's American friends came by, Jack and Lisa." He took a pen from his jacket pocket, then wrote his phone number on the back of the store's business card and slid it to Johannes. "And please give me a call if you see Anna." Johannes nodded. "I will. I'm sorry I couldn't be more helpful, and my condolences on your loss." They thanked him again, left the store, and continued walking along the street. Taylor said, "An attractive brunette woman named Anna, petite, German, in her mid-30s, who lives in a few block radius of this store. It's not great, but it's something. And she likes schnapps. I'll just strike up a conversation with every good-looking petite brunette we come across. I'm sure you would enjoy that. But for the moment, let's work with what we have." "Right. Let's assume Harry Vance was staying with her." "That's fair. And let's assume he took the metro to Neukölln after leaving her apartment." "A little less fair. He could have been coming from anywhere." "He could have been," said Brodie. "But let's assume he wasn't out and about all night carrying his M9. He left Anna's place sometime after 2 a.m. What are the nearby stations?" Taylor pulled up the GPS on her phone and analyzed it for a minute. "The closest station from here is the U-Bahn on Eberswalderstrasse. Next closest is the Prenzlauer Allee S-Bahn, and then to the northwest is the Schornhauser Allee station, which serves both systems." "Good." He pulled out his cell phone along with FBI agent Jason Butler's business card and dialed the number. Butler picked up after a couple rings. "Guten Tag?" "Guten Tag. It's Scott Brodie." "Mr. Brodie, how can I help you?" "Ms. Taylor and I have uncovered some information that will be helpful to the investigation, which should not wait until tomorrow's briefing. In the days before his death, Harry Vance was with a German woman named Anna, last name unknown, brunette in her mid-30s, who lives in the neighborhood of Prenzlauer Berg." Butler processed that and asked, "How did you come across this information?" Brodie explained about the schnapps store, making it clear that they did not present themselves as CID agents. He added, "What we'd like to do is hit every bar, restaurant, and shop in this area with Harry Vance's picture and see who else might be able to provide a description or full name of this Anna." "This is a job for the Berlin police, Mr. Brodie." "Right. Giving us information that we ask for is another part of their job. So Ms. Taylor and I would like to see all the CCTV footage in Prenzlauer Berg that the German authorities have access to, beginning from 6 a.m. Saturday morning up until the early morning hours of Sunday, when Vance likely boarded a train from here in Prenzlauer to Neukölln, and including the 3 metro stops of Eberswalderstrasse, Schönhauser Allee, and Prenzlauer Allee." "I can put in that request for you, though I wonder what you believe you'll find that the Germans could not." "Well, we already found something that the Germans could not, and we've only been in town a few hours." Jason Butler did not respond for a moment. Then he said, "I'm sure the German investigators will find your information useful. Thank you for sharing. I want the CCTV footage." Butler replied, "Even if they honor the request, you'll be disappointed with what you get. Public security cameras other than those in metro stations have been legal in Germany for less than 2 years and are still not widespread. Given their history, the Germans have a lot of sensitivities about surveillance." Well, that sounded like a good instinct in the birthplace of the Gestapo and the Stasi. Butler continued, "This lack of surveillance cameras has caused a lot of problems for the authorities, particularly in investigating terrorist attacks that have occurred in public places that you might assume have surveillance cameras but actually don't. But that is beginning to change because of terrorism and crime. The police are starting to experiment with facial recognition software. Maybe they had the right idea the first time. I'm surprised to hear a CID agent say that. I surprise myself sometimes." Scott Brodie probably had more of a libertarian streak than a government employee and military criminal investigator should, and he sympathized with where the German public was coming from. Thank God neither the Nazis nor the East German communists had lasted long enough to get their hands on facial recognition software, not to mention surveillance drones and satellites. The problem was, there's always another evil around the corner. Technological innovation might be a line trending ever upward, but history is a circle. Butler continued, all this to say, if the Germans agree to your request and then don't give you much, please don't misinterpret that as a lack of candor or cooperation. Apparently, Jason Butler had internalized Scott Brodie's distrust of authority, and he was already doing damage control. Brodie said, understood. Thank you for your assistance, Jason. Of course. Is there anything else? He thought about filling Butler in on the narcotics case that Vance had worked, but he decided to wait and see if Schroeder brought it up in the briefing. Nothing else. I will let you know what the police say about the CCTV footage. You need to be less diplomatic. Push them. Brodie hung up and turned to Taylor. Butler is putting in a request, though apparently the Germans had their fill of Big Brother and don't like being watched, so there might not be much security camera footage outside the metro stops. I haven't noticed any on our walk. She added, it's check-in time at the Art Hotel. If our bags got stolen, can we stay someplace nicer? If we only have the clothes on our backs, the Art Hotel is where we'll fit in best. She added, if we are following Harry Vance's late-night journey through Neukölln later, I need a nap. I suggest you do the same. Good idea. Or maybe he'd recon the neighborhood while Taylor got her beauty sleep. Whenever he was alone and unarmed, interesting things seemed to happen to him. Chapter 12. Brodie and Taylor took a cab to the Art Hotel, a gray stucco building on a tree-lined street along the south side of Kerner Park. As they got out of the cab, Brodie noticed that a Berlin police officer was still stationed at the southern entrance to the park, though the yellow crime scene tape had been removed. They made their way through the glass doors of the hotel into a small reception area. The hardwood floors looked clean, and there were no signs of peeling paint, or flickering bulbs, or skittering rats. So far, so good. They approached the reception desk, a big beechwood counter with the words Art Hotel bolted to the front. A few canvases of abstract art hung on the white walls. There was no one behind the desk. Brodie rang a bell on the counter, and in a moment a door in the back opened and a slender man in his 70s shuffled out. He had a dusky complexion and bushy gray eyebrows, and wore a white button-down linen shirt and khakis. The man smiled. Willkommen. Deutsch? English? English, said Taylor. Very good. My name is Mustafa. Welcome to the Art Hotel. Thank you, said Taylor. We have 2 single rooms booked under Magnolia, Taylor. She put her passport on the counter, as did Brodie. Mustafa glanced at both passports, then clacked away at a desktop computer in front of him. Yes, I see. 6 nights. Taylor said, with an option to extend. Mustafa smiled. There is always an option to extend a visit. Alas, not so with life. Great, Brodie thought, a philosopher check-in clerk. He said to Mustafa, in life, there is no charge for an early checkout. How about here? Mustafa assured him, no charge. He added with a smile, a small fee. Taylor interrupted the path toward enlightenment and said, we requested adjacent rooms. Yes, miss, and I use the card on file for additional charges. Yes, And I believe you were holding our bags." He nodded, turned around, and shouted something in another language. It didn't sound like Arabic to Brodie's ears, probably Turkish. In a moment, the door swung open and a skinny, sullen teenager, possibly Mustafa's grandson who'd been roped into the family business, walked out pulling Brodie's and Taylor's roller bags and brought them around the counter. The boy looked between Brodie and Taylor and mumbled something in German. "English!" barked Mustafa. The kid flinched, then said, "I hope you enjoy your stay." Taylor smiled. "Danke schön." The kid returned to the back room as Mustafa took 2 key cards out of a drawer and input something on the computer. Brodie gestured to the abstract canvas hanging behind him. "Nice art." Mustafa turned to see what he was pointing to. "Yes? You like?" He didn't seem so sure about it himself. "Bold color choices. 150 euros, if you want." "It looks perfect where it is." Mustafa shrugged and went back to his computer. "All local artists, every room, different painting on the wall. The price is also on the wall." "Modern art should be priceless." "Yes, I agree." Mustafa slotted a keycard into a programmer. He punched a button and then handed the card to Taylor with her passport. "Room 303, 3rd floor, Parkview." "Danke." He programmed another card and handed it with his passport to Brodie. "Room 305, next door. The boy Ayaz will bring your bags up." He added, "A small tip." "We can manage," said Brodie. "As you wish." Mustafa gestured to an open doorway in the lobby. "Stairs over there." Brodie asked, "Where's the elevator?" "No elevator. On the 2nd floor is the kitchen for everyone. There is free coffee and tea. You use the fridge, you put name on your food." Brodie asked, "My name? Or the name of the food?" Taylor said, "Scott, stop." "Yes, ma'am." Mustafa handed them a slip of paper. "Web address for Wi-Fi login. 7 euros per day." Taylor asked, "Any recommendations for dinner spots around here?" Mustafa reached under the counter and produced a sheet of paper listing local places to eat and drink, as well as a few sightseeing spots. Brodie scanned the list for the 3 places that they intended to check out tonight, and noticed only the club, Proletariat, made the list. Taylor slipped the paper in her satchel and asked, "Is it safe around here? I'm noticing a lot of police everywhere." Mustafa hesitated, then said, "In the park across the street. There was an incident." Taylor asked, "What kind of incident?" "I am not sure, miss. Maybe gang stuff." It must have occurred to Mustafa that he was frightening his paying guests, and he added, "This is nothing for you to worry about. The area is very safe." "Well," said Brodie, "it is now, with all these cops around." Mustafa's look darkened. He lowered his voice. "All these new Arabs cause problems. My people," he pounded his chest, "Turkish. We have been here a long time. My family came from Ankara, 1962. No problems." Brodie was sure that the neo-Nazis didn't make such fine distinctions. "Muslime raus." They thanked Mustafa and went to the small adjoining room that contained vending machines and the stairway. Brodie gestured to Taylor's suitcase, which was about twice the size of his own. "May I?" "No, but thanks for asking." Taylor humped up the steps with her large roller bag, and Brodie followed. They should have tipped the kid. The 2nd-floor kitchen looked bare bones but clean, just like the lobby and hopefully the rooms. There were multiple signs in German, English, Spanish, and French taped all over the place, instructing the young and clueless backpackers, who were probably the Art Hotel's main customer base, that they needed to label their items in the fridge, wash their dirty dishes, and not leave their food out. They climbed to the 3rd floor, walked down a short hallway, and located their adjacent rooms. The end of the hallway featured a small window with a view of the street and Kerner Park. Brodie looked out the window. The Art Hotel aligned approximately with the midpoint of the park, and the northeast corner where Vance was killed was visible through the bare trees. The crime scene marker flags had been removed, and a few teenagers in winter parkas were skateboarding around the fountain. Apparently, Kerner Park was back open to the public. Brodie said, probably more than any other building on the park perimeter. People here could have been awake past 3 a.m. If we run into other guests, let's find out if anyone heard or saw anything. Taylor replied, I'm sure the Germans have already thought of that and have checked here for witnesses. She walked to her door. I'm going to get some sleep. We have a late night ahead of us. Their eyes met, and Brodie thought back to their last assignment, and a similar moment. 2 people, far from home, standing in a hotel hallway in front of their respective rooms. Last time he'd wondered if at some point one of them would end up in the other's room, and the other's bed. But now it felt different. There was still tension here, but they'd experienced a different kind of intimacy in Venezuela. The intimacy of battle, of almost losing their lives and relying on each other for survival. All in all, they both probably would have had a better time sleeping together. Scott, he refocused. You did that thing where you look either lost in thought or in the middle of a stroke. I'm fine. Just need a hot shower and a cold beer from the minibar. Taylor did her best Mustafa impression. Beer warm, shower cold, €10. Brodie smiled. Meet at 7? Make it 8. See you later. She inserted her keycard, opened the door, then paused and looked back at him. I'm glad we're working this together, Mr. Brodie. Likewise, Ms. Taylor. She went into her room and closed the door behind her. Brodie entered his room and bolted the door. It was a small minimalist box with white walls, a double bed, and a desk and dresser that looked like they were from IKEA. A small flat-screen TV was bolted to the dresser and reinforced with a security cable, and the hotel's titular art hung over the bed. The piece in Brodie's room looked like someone had accidentally spilled red and blue paint across the canvas. It was titled Synchronicity and could be his for €80. There was a window across the room that looked over the park where Chief Warrant Officer Harry Vance had exited this life. And he had done so, apparently, while on some sort of official or unofficial mission, gun in hand. That was the way to go. Better than a nursing home. Brodie should be so lucky. He took off his coat and tossed it over the desk chair, then kicked off his shoes. He grabbed the TV remote and sat on the bed, then turned on CNN International, where he saw, of all things, footage of downtown Caracas, Venezuela. Thousands of people had taken to the streets to protest President Nicolás Maduro and support some guy that the legislature had recognized as the real president. The chyron read, Legitimacy Crisis in Venezuela. Apparently, the country had only continued its downward spiral since he and Taylor left, which was as predictable as it was depressing. Just like when he saw a news story about some awful shit happening in Iraq, he had no desire to revisit a place where he'd almost died. Been there, done that. Bought the t-shirt. He stripped down and walked into the small bathroom. There was a handheld open shower, a sink, and a toilet. The shower wasn't hot, but it was warm, and as he showered, he thought about the case. They'd absorbed a lot of information today, and at some point you need to stop and try to separate the facts from the clutter, and the clues from the bullshit. First, the search for the mysterious Anna might be a pointless exercise. Her failure to go to the police was suspicious, but people make bad choices all the time for no reason other than being scared or stupid. She might just be a person with poor judgment who'd had a fling with a married man who had met a bad end and now wanted to wash her hands of it. Then there was the Hezbollah-linked Almaty Center, which might not actually be Hezbollah-linked and might also have nothing to do with Vance's murder. Same went for the narcotics case with the Khazali network. Harry Vance and Mark Jenkins had spent their careers pursuing dangerous and violent people, and then Harry Vance met a violent end. Those two things were not ipso facto related, but the killing seemed premeditated. The most concrete thing, in fact, outside of whatever forensics evidence the Germans were discovering, was the fact that Mark Jenkins had been followed in what sounded like a blatant act of intimidation. But why bother trying to scare Jenkins? You intimidate civilian witnesses to shut them up, but not a U.S. Army warrant officer who was a senior CID special agent in counterterrorism and a close associate of the victim. It didn't track, and when things don't track, you need to pay attention to them. Of course, all of this was assuming that Mark Jenkins wasn't suffering from paranoid delusions. Alcohol could do that. So could 25 years on this job. Brodie got out of the shower, dried off, shaved, and got dressed in a fresh button-down shirt and black denim jeans, then put on his shoes and socks and winter coat. Time for a stroll. Chapter 13. Brodie stepped through the glass doors of the Art Hotel into the cold winter afternoon. The sun set a little earlier in this part of the world, and the shadows were already long at 4:15. Brodie crossed the street and walked along the southern edge of Kerner Park. He approached the Berlin police officer at the park entrance. "Guten Tag." The officer nodded to him. "Guten Tag." Brodie descended the stone steps and walked around the central fountain, where the teens were still at it on their skateboards, a few feet from where Harry Vance had lain dead. They ignored him as he walked toward the steps up to the northern entrance. He climbed the steps to Jonasstrasse, which was where Captain Soliman surmised Vance's killer got into a getaway car, and where Fatima had seen a car drive away shortly after hearing the gunshot. Directly across the street was a decrepit-looking concrete apartment building, and Brodie wondered if anyone in this building got a better look at the car or the gunman. He looked around for surveillance cameras, but there were none. He walked east along Jonasstrasse, a quiet residential street, and reached Karl Marx Strasse. Directly across the street was a handsome old brick church, and on either side were rows of apartment buildings with street-level commerce. Brodie crossed Karl Marx, then turned onto a side street and retraced the route to the Almaty Islamic Center. As he approached it, he spotted a blue and white van marked Polizei parked at the curb nearby. Behind the wheel was a police officer in black combat fatigues. Flanking the front entrance of the Almaty Center were two more officers, also head to toe in black fatigues, each holding an assault rifle. The word Polizei was emblazoned across their body armor. A little farther down the road on Brodie's side of the street was the same gray van that David Kim had suggested was a surveillance vehicle. Brodie pulled out his phone and called Kim, who picked up after one ring. "Scott, hi. Crack the case." "Tomorrow. For now, I'm at the Almaty Islamic Center and the gray van is where we left it, and there's now a police van and a couple of heavily armed cops that are guarding the center. Kim let him know, "I heard through channels that there has been a threat against mosques in the area because of the murder. Probably nothing, but the authorities have to take these things seriously, even if it's just one idiot making a phone call." Brodie watched as 3 Arab men in coats and skullcaps walked between the police officers and into the center. Neither the Arabs nor the cops acknowledged each other. "So you think they're standing guard, but also conducting surveillance and planning a raid?" "That is what's happening. You've got a place that is suspected of Islamic terrorist links, and now also a possible target of white supremacist terrorist activity. So the police have to protect the people that they're going to bust later." Kim thought that was funny and laughed. Brodie changed the subject and told Kim about the narcotics and terrorism case in Mannheim that Vance and Jenkins had worked together. "Were you aware of this case?" "I was aware of it, generally, and I just got briefed an hour ago by my superior in New York that Mr. Vance was one of the investigating agents. CID ought to make every agent involved in the Mannheim investigation aware that they may be a target." "Well, that might be overreacting, but maybe not." He said, "Mr. Jenkins thinks he already is a target." He described his and Taylor's meeting with Mark Jenkins and the man's account of being followed. Kim processed that. He needs to get out of Berlin. He is. Tomorrow. At the moment, he's lying low in his hotel room. Chief Inspector Schroeder is aware of all this. Good. Maybe they need to provide a protective detail. I think Mr. Jenkins is more than capable of taking care of himself and asking for help if he needs it. Right. Brodie asked, "Have you heard of the Khazali network?" "I have." "Tell me." Kim replied, "I've read the bio they sent me on you. You served in Iraq, 03 and 04, mostly Baghdad. So I assume you're aware of the Mahdi Army." Brodie was well aware of the Mahdi Army, a Shiite militia run by a radical cleric named Muqtada al-Sadr that had set up de facto rule in one of the most violent quarters of Baghdad during the war. We exchanged gunfire with the Mahdi Army on a few occasions. I'm glad they couldn't shoot straight. They killed 2 of my men. Sorry. Brodie didn't respond. Kim continued, Qais Khazali used to be one of al-Sadr's lieutenants, but was expelled from the group for going rogue. He started his own militia to direct attacks on U.S. troops. Khazali also ran death squads to kill Iraqi Sunnis. These guys are financed and trained by the Iranian Quds Force and have fought side by side with Hezbollah. He added, This is all starting to come together. Not in my mind. You're a criminal investigator, Scott. I'm a counter-terrorism expert, specifically Islamic terrorism. He added, We think differently. You want me to think like an FBI guy? I'd need a brain injury for that. Kim laughed. No, we can complement each other's area of expertise. We don't need to butt heads. Right. Meanwhile, I think you're reaching for the closest answer instead of the right one. All I'm doing is sniffing around and following the scent, and I'm telling you, there's a stench coming from that Almaty center. Brodie looked across the street at the building. A couple of male Arab teens with their heads in their phones were walking toward the entrance and almost bumped into the heavily armed cops, who reprimanded them in German. The kids apologized and went quickly inside. He asked, Has the BKA questioned anyone associated with the Islamic Center? That sounds like a question for the BKA. I'm asking you. I don't have an inside track. Maybe Whitmore does, but I doubt she'll tell you anything outside of the regularly scheduled programming. You and I aren't here to solve the case. We're here to plant our asses around that briefing table." He added, "Optics. I get it, but I have other plans. Yeah, I like to earn my paycheck, too. All I'm saying is, look where the signs point. Khazali Network, heroin, Hezbollah. When it comes to these Shia militias, don't think jihadis blowing themselves up and chopping off heads. Think gangsters. Think mafia. There's a Lebanese or an Iranian Pablo Escobar somewhere in all this. Army CID cut off their funding source and they wanted to send a message, which is, fuck with us and we fuck with you." He added, "An eye for an eye." Brodie suddenly missed all the deathly dull FBI agents he'd dealt with throughout his career. David Kim was something else, a man preaching a gospel that he insisted others hear and believe. Brodie said, "I am here representing the United States Army in an investigation that, to my knowledge, has yet to uncover any evidence, even circumstantial. And we have no named suspects, only the usual collection of Islamic militants. But I'll keep an open mind." "Please do." Probably sensing he'd come on too strong, Kim added, "I appreciate you calling me to report, Scott. I know you didn't have to do that. I expect you to do the same." Brodie hung up. Maybe Kim was right, and the obvious explanation was the right one. Maybe it had been so long since Brodie had had a real case that he didn't want it to be solved too quickly, or by someone else. A mournful prayer emanated from the Islamic Center. A man's voice, deep and solemn, was amplified from a speaker somewhere on the rooftop and reverberated down the narrow street. Brodie remembered the call to prayer from his time in Iraq. One call always came around this time of day, when the sun was slipping below the horizon. Another group of Arabs, a handful of men in skullcaps and 2 women in hijabs, hurried through the doors. Brodie watched as the doors slowly swung shut. As the sky darkened, the street lamps blinked on up and down the street. "What were you doing here, Harry?" Vance's lady friend Anna lived on the other side of the city. So why had Vance come to Neukölln? Well, if David Kim was right that Vance was conducting a secret investigation, and that investigation was related to the case involving the Khazali Network and perhaps Hezbollah, then that very well could have led Harry Vance to this place. Before he realized what he was doing, Brodie had crossed the street and was approaching the Almaty Islamic Center. As he walked toward the door, one of the cops stepped in front of him. "Was wollen Sie hier?" Brodie realized he was being racially profiled by these cops charged with protecting the Islamic Center from violent white nationalists. He said, "I'm going to prayers." The cops exchanged a look. Then the one in front of him asked in English, "You Muslim?" "Of course. How about you?" The cop didn't reply, but said, "We need to see ID." Brodie produced his passport and handed it to the cop, who flipped through it and matched the photo with the man, then handed it back. "We must check you." "Fine." The cop slung his assault rifle, then gave Brodie a pat-down. Satisfied that he wasn't armed, the cop stepped aside and said, "You go." "Allahu Akbar," said Brodie. He opened the door and stepped inside. Chapter 14. Brodie stood in a small foyer with brown linoleum flooring and yellow walls. A narrow staircase led to the second floor. Near the stairs was a folding table covered in religious pamphlets, and an easel with a whiteboard written in Arabic that looked like a list of scheduled events. A few posters hung on the walls featuring religious leaders. Brodie spotted Ayatollah Khomeini, the supreme leader of Iran, who was dressed in a black robe and turban, superimposed next to a long Arabic quote. Another poster featured a man he recognized as Ayatollah Ali al-Sistani, the top Shiite religious figure in Iraq. Brodie had seen both men's images plastered all over Shia areas of Baghdad, usually accompanied by a photo of Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah, whose photo was nowhere to be seen here in the lobby. Probably a wise choice, in the event the police switched from guarding the doors to kicking them in. On a less political note were posters and photos that highlighted the center's community activities, hosting talks, preparing communal dinners, providing religious instruction to teens. One photo showed a group of children working on a farm somewhere in the countryside. There was also a colorful mural of children holding hands that was made out of construction paper and dried macaroni. An elderly Arab man entered the lobby and asked Brodie something in German. Brodie nodded, which had a decent chance of being the right answer. The man stared at him a moment, then climbed the stairs. Brodie started to wonder what he was doing here. Had Harry Vance come to this place? And if he had, wouldn't the police surveillance detail have picked him up and subsequently shared that sighting with the BKA officials investigating Vance's murder? Unless, of course, one arm of the German national security apparatus did not always talk to the other, which happened all the time in America. It was also possible that Chief Inspector Schroeder and Captain Soleiman did have information that Vance had paid a visit to the Almaty Islamic Center and forgot to include it in that morning's briefing. That was actually easy to believe, given their track record so far. Either way, this was a long shot, but you never knew where pay dirt was until you dug. Time to push on. Brodie waited a moment, then climbed the narrow staircase to the second floor, which featured a large landing covered in plush maroon carpeting. A window directly ahead looked out to the street, and a window on the opposite side of the landing faced an interior courtyard with a few trees and picnic furniture. On the walls were several flags featuring gilded Arabic script next to 3 closed doors. He could hear voices coming from the 3rd floor. Quiet conversation. A little laughter. He climbed the stairs to the next landing, where about 10 Arab men of various ages were chatting near a closed door while taking off their shoes. A few women in hijabs clustered at the far end of the landing near another door, and Brodie guessed these were the 2 gender-segregated prayer spaces. The conversation died down as everyone looked at Brodie. A portly man in his mid-40s wearing a knit sweater and glasses smiled at Brodie and said something in German. "I am sorry to disturb you," said Brodie. "Is there someone here who speaks English?" The man nodded. "English? Ja. Einen Moment." He opened the door, stuck his head in, and called out for someone. In a moment, another man came through the door. He was in his late 20s and wore a collared shirt, khakis, and a skull cap over curly black hair. He said to Brodie, "Greetings, my friend. My name is Caleb. How may we help you?" "I'm searching for truth and justice." "As are we all." He asked, "Are you of our faith?" "Thinking about it. Yes? We have people here who can guide you." "Great." He stuck out his hand. "My name is Jack Davis." They shook. Brodie lowered his voice and said, "I'm also here because my friend Harry Vance was killed in the nearby park, which I'm sure you've seen on the news." Caleb looked at him with genuine concern. "I am so sorry, Mr. Davis. Yes, we all know of this. A terrible crime." "Right. Look, I know the police are working on it. But I came here as his friend to try to understand this, to find out where he'd been and who'd seen him in the time before his death." He looked at Caleb and asked, "Do you know of anyone in your congregation or in your community who may have seen him, interacted with him? I'm going door to door around here just trying to get some answers." Caleb stared at him and didn't respond right away. Then he said, "I believe you should speak with Imam Hassan." He gestured to the door. "You may join us for the Maghrib first, if you wish. People of all faiths are welcome." "Thank you, but I'll wait here." "Of course. It is maybe 15 minutes. Caleb went back into the prayer hall, and the other men finished removing their shoes and followed. The women at the far end of the room looked at Brodie with some apprehension before disappearing into the women's prayer hall. Brodie sat down on a bench near the window. After a minute, he could faintly hear the prayer getting underway. Well, he hadn't been met with a blanket denial, and no one had thrown him out. He imagined everyone in this congregation and the larger Muslim community in Berlin must be on edge, despite Caleb's earnest friendliness. He knew he should not have gone off on his own without his partner for backup, or at least should have told her where he was going. That was the rule. Maybe one of the few good rules. Harry had broken the rule, and look what happened to him. So before he wound up missing, or held hostage and forced to work on the macaroni board, maybe he should call Taylor and tell her what he was up to, so that she had enough time to get pissed off at him and then cool down again before dinner. But he had nothing to report yet beyond the fact that he'd done something impulsive and maybe stupid, which wasn't really news. He got up and walked to the window looking down into the courtyard. He now noticed a small fenced-off area that contained a children's jungle gym and some toys. This place didn't feel like a nexus for terrorism. Then again, it wouldn't be a very effective front if it did. He stood near the two doorways, listening to the sunset prayer. The imam was chanting in Arabic, occasionally pausing for a response from the congregation. It sounded like both doorways led to the same room, and the men and women were probably divided by a partition. As the prayers continued, he walked to the street-facing window and looked out. The sun had set, and an orange afterglow sat above the rooftops, fading into a darkening sky. Down on the street, the surveillance van remained at its post, possibly taking photographs and conducting electronic eavesdropping to uncover links between this place and a terrorist militia a continent away. Meanwhile, the kitted-out cops stood sentry at the door in case some neo-Nazis decided to show up with homemade bombs or assault rifles. What a world. It sounded like the prayers had wrapped up and the imam was speaking informally, maybe reminding everyone of the upcoming bake sale while passing around the collection plate, or whatever their version of that was. Once the imam finished, people began to emerge from both doorways, chatting as they put on their shoes. Caleb approached Brodie along with an elderly man with a short gray beard who wore a flowing black robe and a white turban. The man stared at Brodie with his deep-set eyes, then said something in Arabic and walked away. Caleb seemed a little uncomfortable. "Imam Hassan says we will talk in the hallway. Come." Caleb and Brodie followed the imam into a hallway near the stairs lit by dim fluorescence. The imam stopped walking once they seemed out of earshot of the congregants. He asked Brodie, "Who is you?" "Jack Davis. As I told Caleb, I'm a friend of the American who was killed in the nearby park. I'm going around the neighborhood seeing if anyone saw him or interacted with him in his final days. The imam, who seemed to know a little English, nodded. Sorry for you, friend. Thank you. You, friend, police? Yes, military police. United States Army. And you? I'm a used car salesman. Yes? And where you sleep in Berlin? Look, I'm here to— The imam raised his hand to interrupt. Police, come. Talk to me. He looked at Brodie. You see police? Outside? Yes. They here. He jabbed his finger toward the floor. Because persons say, come kill us. My daughter here. Caleb mother here. Little children here. This my home. They come kill us in home. He pointed at Brodie. Because of you, friend. Muslim people kill him, yes? This they think. Always think Muslims bad people. No one is accusing you of anything. Except maybe supporting and financing Hezbollah, but he probably shouldn't bring that up. Caleb said, someone defaced the center with spray paint early this morning. I'm sorry to hear that, said Brodie. Caleb continued, we talked to the police because we must, and because it was our duty as members of the community. But we need to think of our own safety and not speak to outsiders. The imam said something, and Caleb translated, the imam wishes me to escort you out. Brodie looked at the imam, who stared back at him with his intense dark eyes. Brodie said, thank you for your hospitality. Caleb said to Brodie, we usually open our hearts to strangers. But this is now, sadly, a time of distrust, a time of danger for us all. Well, he could understand how these people felt under siege, but it was also possible that the imam, and perhaps Caleb, knew something they weren't telling him. Unfortunately, he had zero leverage to find out what that was. Brodie said, I don't need an escort. I insist, said Caleb, who gestured back toward the landing. You understand? Brodie walked down the stairs to the first floor with Caleb following. When Brodie reached the lobby, he walked to the front door and turned to Caleb, who was standing near the foot of the stairs. I hope your people told the truth to the police. We do not tolerate lies in the house of God, Mr. Davis. Right. Brodie stepped outside and passed between the two armed cops. He walked along the front of the Islamic Center, then stopped to look at the wall next to one of the ground floor windows. It appeared to have been freshly painted and was illuminated in the white glow of a nearby street lamp. He looked closer. Bleeding through the single coat of fresh paint, he could make out the unmistakable image of a spray-painted swastika. Chapter 15. Maggie Taylor sipped her white wine and looked at Brodie across the small candle-lit cocktail table. They were at an intimate bar on a side street off Karl-Marx-Strasse, a place with dim lighting, a quiet clientele, and a 10-page cocktail menu. Old German cabaret music played softly in the background. Brodie had just told his partner about his excursion to the Almaty Center, and she seemed to still be processing it. Taylor? She refocused. Any positive thoughts on what I told you? She was quiet again for a moment. The flickering flame of the tea light danced over her features. Then she said, when I was at Fort Campbell, I saw the on-base therapist. Brodie didn't respond. She told me that I get myself involved with dangerous, untrustworthy, and oftentimes unstable men, and the reasons for this date back to the trauma I experienced in my childhood. He assumed the trauma she was referring to was her mother blowing away her father with a shotgun, which would screw anyone up. As for the men, she must be thinking about Trent, not Scott Brodie. He said, "Makes sense." I alternate between the roles of child and mother, either allowing myself to be dominated and controlled by these men, or burdened with the responsibility of providing discipline and comfort to them. Both roles are attempts to fill voids in my life, and both hold me back from being a strong and independent woman. This sounded like a 3-drink conversation, but they were only on their first round. Brodie said, "I think you are a strong and independent woman. I don't need your validation." Of course. He took a swig of his Doppelbock beer, which had a high alcohol content, but maybe not high enough. Taylor continued, "So my first impulse now is to chastise you for being so impulsive and reckless, for possibly endangering yourself and compromising both of our roles in this investigation. But a reprimand from me is what you expect, and on some level, it's what you want and what you need." Taylor looked him in the eyes. "I refuse to waste my time with someone who does not respect me, Scott. Pull this shit again, and I walk." Maggie Taylor had changed. Psychobabble aside, she was more self-assured, self-possessed, and maybe even self-centered in a way that was probably good for her. And where did that leave him? In need of his own shrink, maybe. Though he didn't need to pay someone by the hour to tell him that there was an adolescent boy inside of him who made half of his decisions. He said, "You're right. I should have called you before doing that so we could confer, and I apologize. But you need to know that I do respect you. Not enough, Scott. I'll work on it." She finished her wine and stood. "I'm getting us another round." She walked to the bar. Brodie watched her approach the bar and start chatting up the young male bartender, who seemed to enjoy the attention from the pretty American woman. Brodie drank his beer as he scanned the place, noticing that most of the patrons were in their 30s or older, probably thanks to the high-priced cocktails. This bar was obviously a product of Neukölln's gentrification. On the exposed brick wall at the far end of the room he spotted a gay pride flag, as well as a sign that said, in English, "Refugees Welcome," which was a nice sentiment, though he wasn't sure if the refugees could afford the €14 martinis. He also noticed a large black-and-white placard that said, "FCK-AFD. He thought he could fill in the missing vowel in the first word, and he remembered that AFD, Alternative for Germany, was the right-wing political party that had organized the anti-Muslim protest outside the American embassy in reaction to Vance's murder. This place certainly had its liberal credentials in order, which reminded him that despite the right-wing populism roiling Europe and parts of Germany itself, Berlin was still a very progressive city. Then again, it had been a liberal, cosmopolitan place during the Weimar Republic, too, right up until the day Adolf Hitler became chancellor. Brodie's phone rang. He didn't recognize the number, but when on assignment, you always pick up. "Brodie." "Mr. Brodie, it's Jason Butler. I heard back from the Berlin police. An officer will meet you at the embassy after our briefing and remain with you while you review the security footage that you requested. He will provide a laptop for viewing, and you can use one of our empty offices." "Great. I'm sure the police were happy to oblige." "Not exactly. But they like to cooperate on the small asks so that they can say no to the big ones." "Anything else?" "I was told to let you know that the only available footage within Prenzlauer Berg is from the 3 metro stops you requested, and that the authorities have already reviewed every minute of that footage as part of the investigation." "Well, I'm happy to waste my time and theirs." "I'm sure. See you at the briefing." Brodie hung up as Taylor returned with their drinks and sat down. "Who was that?" "Butler. We can check out the security camera footage after the briefing." "Great." She slid his beer to him. "The bartender gave me some dinner recommends. A few really good Turkish spots and a few fusion places." "What about German food?" "We might be in the wrong neighborhood for that. In fact, we might be in the wrong city. This is a very international town." "Well, I'm sure we can hunt down a schnitzel." She was quiet for a moment, then leaned forward and lowered her voice. "Did you get the sense that these men at the Islamic Center knew you were there under false pretenses?" "I turned in a pretty good performance, as I always do, but maybe. With all the death threats they're getting, they're suspicious of strangers." "Or," said Taylor, "they were already primed to distrust an American coming to them for information because one already had, possibly also misrepresenting himself." Brodie nodded. "Possibly. Whether or not Harry showed up there, they know something. If he did go there, I'd want to know if he also went to other mosques or Islamic religious centers around here. Was he investigating something concrete and specific to the Almaty Center, or just going on a fishing expedition around the neighborhood? Maybe we should go mosque to mosque to see if Harry paid a visit." "I think you've already stepped beyond our mandate. We need to tread carefully." "Then I guess we also need to cancel tonight's rounds." Taylor shook her head, then smiled. "We're just having a night on the town. It's not our fault if we stumble onto some clues along the way." Brodie got started on his second stein of Doppelbock. If they kept up at this rate, they were bound to stumble onto something. As for Maggie Taylor, when it was she who broke the rules, it was okay. Not so for Scott Brodie. Interesting. More importantly, Maggie Taylor was willing to push the envelope on this case for the same reason he was, to resurrect a career that had been damaged by the Mercer case. And this made things easier for him. They both understood that this case was a make or break. They had nothing to lose if they screwed up, and when you have nothing to lose, you do things your way, meaning the right way. Harry Vance, who was apparently doing things his way, would agree, if he were alive. But he was dead, because he was doing things his way. Chapter 16. Brodie and Taylor had dinner at one of the bartender's recommends, a trendy spot located in a converted old laundromat named, appropriately, the Laundromat. The washing machines had been swapped for tables, but the place otherwise looked like a laundromat. Harsh overhead fluorescents, a polished concrete floor, and exposed brick walls slapped with white paint. The fare was upscale continental, and the prices would raise some eyebrows when they turned in their expenses. Laundromat, €200, Mr. Brodie? Taylor said to her partner, "My instincts tell me that Harry's lady friend Anna will know why Harry was in Berlin. He was here for her. That's not what got him killed. and she'll know what he was working on here." Brodie had had the same thought, and nodded. He himself did not share his cases with his girlfriends, but lots of men did. Pillow talk. Usually the woman was uninterested, or pretended she was. Sometimes the woman was too interested, and she wasn't in bed with the guy because of love. Or maybe he'd read too many spy novels. Well, they wouldn't have any answers about Anna until they found her. He glanced at the menu. "I might try the stuffed pig anus. That would be appropriate." They navigated the French-language menu with German subtitles with the help of the waiter, avoiding internal organs. They chatted as they ate, catching up on a few things, sort of reconnecting, each trying to figure out how the other one had changed, and whether it was for the better. After dinner they both had some cognac to brace themselves against the cold night ahead. They left the restaurant and found their way back to Karl-Marx-Strasse, then headed south toward Wunderschön Saigon, the Vietnamese noodle shop that was the first stop in their quest to reconstruct what they thought could be Harry Vance's late-night journey through Neukölln. The air had grown colder, and a freezing gust barreled down the wide road. Taylor zipped up her long black winter coat and pulled down her knit wool cap. It was 10:30 and the streets were light on pedestrians, but the indoor cafes and bars were packed. They reached Wunderschön Saigon, a narrow storefront with a lit-up sign and a front window covered with laminated pictures of big bowls of pho. They entered and looked around. There were a few small tables and a counter with stools that ran along the left wall. The place was full of multicultural patrons chatting and slurping. In the back was an ordering counter in front of an open kitchen. They approached the counter where a petite 50-something Vietnamese woman in an apron had her back turned to them and was shouting something to the kitchen staff. She turned around and faced them. "Ja." "Guten Abend," said Taylor. "Sprechen Sie English?" "English? Nein." The woman pushed a laminated menu across the counter and jabbed her index finger over the various pictures of pho. "Hühnchen, Schweinefleisch, Gemüse. Okay?" "Dankeschön," said Taylor. The woman moved on to another customer. A voice from behind them said, "Hey, my friends." Brodie and Taylor turned as a teenager of African descent with close-cropped, bleached blonde hair got up from his table and approached them. "I help you order, ja?" "Thank you," said Brodie. "You got it, my man. Best pho in the fucking city right here. Americans?" "Yes," said Taylor. The kid nodded. "All right. Love America." "You don't hear that every day," said Brodie. "Listen, do you know about the murder in that park down the street?" "Oh, yeah," said the kid. "Everybody knows about that, my man. Got sniped or something." "He was a friend of ours," said Taylor. "We are helping his family try to figure out where he went on the night he was killed." She nodded toward the Vietnamese woman behind the counter. The kid looked like he regretted his offer to help. "Oh, so sorry. Yeah, I can try." He approached the counter and said something loudly in German. The Vietnamese woman finished up an order, then walked toward them and listened as the kid spoke quietly. She glared at Brodie and Taylor and said something to them in harsh-sounding German. The kid said to them, "Yo, she said she already talked to the police. She thinks you're reporters or something, and she don't want to talk to you." "Tell her we're friends of the victim," said Brodie. "Can she tell us what she told the police?" He added, "We'll pay her for her time." The teen said something to the woman, who shook her head and barked at him in German. "She says she knows nothing. That's what she told the police. She says you need to order or leave. Taylor looked at the woman. Danke. She said to the teen, thanks for your help. You got it, my friends. Sorry about your mate. It's brutal out there. It is, said Brodie. Take care of yourself. Brodie and Taylor stepped back out into the cold night, and Taylor said, I have a feeling that wherever we go, Chief Inspector Schroeder will have already been. We might be retracing Schroeder's steps, but we are looking with different eyes. Redundancy in an investigation is a good thing, a failsafe against incompetence, bias, and in this case, German arrogance. What about American arrogance? That's what makes the world go round. They continued south along Karl-Marx-Strasse and approached the hookah lounge, Ember Berlin, which was at the base of a 5-story apartment building. The ground floor frontage was all glass, and the place looked busy. A red neon sign that said Ember Berlin Hookah Lounge spanned the length of the building. They entered. The place was kind of gaudy, with white vinyl seating, mirrored walls, and blue and purple club lights splashed across large Turkish tapestries hanging from the ceiling. Middle Eastern pop music was playing low in the background. The clientele was mixed. A couple of clusters of old Middle Eastern men puffing away at hookahs and drinking tea, and a few groups of diverse 20- and 30-somethings smoking and sharing pitchers of beer. A Turkish man in his 40s wearing an electric blue dress shirt and sporting greased-back hair approached them, smiling as he gestured to the tables. Setz dich hin, wo du willst. Danke, said Brodie. They found a 2-person round table toward the back and sat down, and the man brought over a couple of menus and said something to them in German. Brodie said, We'd like a hookah. Do you have apple? The man nodded. Apfel, ja. Drink? Beer? Ja, said Brodie. 2 Pils. Warsteiner? My favorite. The man nodded, took the menus, and walked off. Taylor said, I haven't smoked a hookah since college. The synthetic flavors will take you back. And I haven't had a man order from me without asking what I wanted since before that in Tennessee. This is a real nostalgia trip for you. Taylor looked around the place. Do we think our friend came here? Well, if he came to Neukölln to meet someone in relation to an Islamic terrorism investigation, this seems more like the place for that than a Vietnamese noodle shop or a loud, trendy nightclub. Assuming he came to this neighborhood for a meeting. But why then go through the park, which is north of here? After the meeting, he could have doubled back to the train station he'd arrived from. Brodie shrugged. Taylor shook her head. Doesn't feel right. The meet, if there was a meet, was in the park, or was supposed to be in the park. Well, this was all useless speculation unless and until they got some real intel. Brodie looked over at their host, who was now sitting near the door. The man yawned and looked at his watch. Brodie checked his own watch. 10:55. Let's see if there's a changing of the guard at 11. Another Turkish man, a lanky guy in his mid-20s wearing a red button-down shirt and jeans, entered from a back room carrying 2 pints of beer. He placed them on their table and smiled. Enjoy. Danke, said Taylor. They watched as the young man returned to the back room, then emerged a moment later with a small pot full of coals and a pair of tongs. He went around the room replacing the coals atop the guests' hookahs, then said something to the older man at the front. The older guy got up, threw on a thick coat, and left. Brodie watched as the young man returned to the back room. Taylor said, I guess there's our night shift. In a minute, the young man re-emerged with their hookah and placed it on the table. He put a few hot coals on top of the tobacco bowl, then used a plastic mouthpiece from his pocket to take a few deep drags to get the coals going. He exhaled a long puff into the ceiling, then removed his mouthpiece, placed the hose on the table, and gave them each their own mouthpieces. "Can I bring you anything else?" Brodie gestured at an empty chair. "Do you have a minute?" The man appeared a little confused, then looked around the place to see that no one was flagging him. He hesitantly sat down. Brodie fitted his mouthpiece on the hose and took a long drag. The rush of tobacco gave him a nice buzz and a little jolt of energy to counteract the beer and cognac. Brodie offered the hose to Taylor, who shook her head. Then he held it out to the young man, who smiled and said, "No, please, but thank you, sir." Brodie extended his hand. "Name's Jack." The man shook his hand. "Farouk." Taylor extended her hand, and they shook. "Lisa." Brodie gave Farouk the same spiel about them being concerned friends of the murdered American, whose movements they were attempting to retrace for his family. Farouk seemed to react to this line of bullshit a little differently than the guys at the Islamic Center, or the teen and the Vietnamese woman at the noodle shop. He looked nervous, tense. "I am sorry about your friend, but I think you should maybe talk to my uncle. He just left. You should come back tomorrow." Taylor asked, "Does your uncle usually leave around this time?" Farouk nodded. "How late are you here?" "Closing. Usually around 4 on weekends, 2 on weeknights." Brodie asked, "Were you here Saturday night?" Farouk nodded again. "Have you seen news coverage about the murder, and are you aware of what the victim looked like?" "Yes." "Did you see Harry Vance at this establishment the night he was murdered?" Farouk didn't answer. His eyes darted between Brodie and Taylor. After a moment, he said, "The police interviewed my uncle. He told them he did not see this man." Taylor pointed out, "Your uncle wasn't here at 3 a.m., when the victim would have been. You were." "Yeah," said Farouk. "I didn't see him." Brodie asked, "Did the police speak with you?" "No." "Why not?" "I don't know." "Maybe your uncle didn't mention you were working that night." Farouk didn't respond. "Was it a busy night?" asked Brodie. Farouk looked at him. "Yes." "Anyone else here helping you with the tables?" "No." Brodie nodded and shared a look with Taylor. After a moment, Brodie took another puff from the hookah and breathed out a long trail of smoke. Then he took out his smartphone, Googled Harry Vance, and pulled up the now ubiquitous military portrait photo. He slid the phone to Farouk. "Look again. Think back to that night. Did you see this man?" Farouk swallowed hard as he stared at Vance's picture. Just then, one of the old guys in the corner called for him, and he shot up from his chair. "I'm sorry. Excuse me." He picked up his pot of coals and walked quickly away. Taylor said, "You're acting like a cop." "I am a cop." "So what's the move?" Brodie took a drink of his beer and eyed Farouk as the man refreshed the coals on his guest's hookah, then hurried across the room toward the back door. Brodie said, "Time for a direct approach." He got up, headed for the back door, and intercepted Farouk before he was able to reach it. "Sir, I'm sorry, but I must." Brodie grabbed Farouk's forearm and pulled him into a small vestibule that led to the restrooms. Brodie produced his CID creds and held them up. "I am Scott Brodie of the United States Army Criminal Investigation Division, investigating the murder of Special Agent Harry Vance. We have strong reason to believe he visited this establishment on the night of his murder. If you or your uncle withheld information from the investigators, you could go to prison. Be truthful with me now, and that won't happen. Do you understand?" Farouk stared at Brodie's badge case and nodded slowly. "Did you see the victim here on Saturday night?" Farouk nodded again. "When?" Farouk thought for a moment. "It was between 2 and 3. I'm not sure when." "Closer to 2 or closer to 3? "Closer to 3. "Was he with anyone?" Farouk shook his head. "He was alone, only here for maybe 10 minutes. Ordered a coffee." "How did he seem to you? Nervous? Calm? Tense?" "I am not sure. I wasn't paying such close attention." "Was he using his phone?" "Yes." "Did he leave in a hurry?" Farouk thought for a moment. "I guess you could say this. He didn't ask for a check, just left cash on the table and walked out." Brodie nodded. Was Harry expecting to meet someone here who never showed? Or setting up the meeting on his phone? Or killing time and keeping warm and caffeinated before the meeting in the park? This maybe wasn't the lead he was hoping for. "Do you have security cameras in here?" "No, sir." "I want you to think carefully. Was there anything out of the ordinary here? Did anyone else act strangely or change their behavior once he came in?" Farouk thought about that. "Not really. No, I would say not." "And did your uncle tell the police he was working that night to protect you and spare you a police interview?" Farouk did not respond. Guy comes in and has a coffee and leaves. Maybe 10 minutes later, someone shoots him dead. That doesn't make you or anyone in this place guilty. Farouk looked him in the eyes. "It's not about him. It's about the other people here. There were 2 powerful men here, sir. If I tell the police that this American came here, they want to know who else was here at that time. Then I have to give them names. And then some people who don't like the police attention so much, they get attention. And this is not so good for me. Not so good for my uncle." Brodie nodded. Powerful men. In other words, members of a local crime syndicate. "Tell me about these men." Farouk shook his head. "I can't." "You can, and you will." "I have done nothing wrong." "I disagree. You were in the process of obstructing justice." Farouk looked back into the lounge. "Look at me, Farouk." The young man looked at him. Sweat was beading on his brow. If Taylor were doing this, she probably would have gone for a softer approach. Maybe he should ease up. He said, "Forget names. Tell me about these powerful men in Neukölln. Who are they? What kind of business are they in?" Farouk nodded, grateful to be asked a question he could answer. "They are Arabs. From Lebanon, mostly. They have been here a while. There are 10 families here in Neukölln. They run gambling, prostitution, drugs, sometimes robbery. Bad things. They keep to themselves. They take care of problems without involving the police. And the guys who were here, did they take notice of Harry Vance?" "They take notice of everyone." "Did they arrive before or after him?" "Before. Maybe an hour before." "How long did they stay after he left?" "A while. Until about 4:30. "I thought you closed at 4. "We do. But men like that, you don't kick them out." Brodie thought a moment. Did Harry Vance fall down an investigative rabbit hole that brought him to the attention of the Arab crime families? Was that why he got clipped? The whole thing could have been a setup to get him into a park alone, late at night. He looked at Farouk. He could keep pressing, but since he had no jurisdictional leg to stand on here, it might be better to kick this up to Schroeder and let him make whatever threats were more specific to German law. Brodie said, "Thank you, Farouk. You've been helpful. You'll be hearing from the police, who will be looking forward to your cooperation." Farouk looked at the floor. "I did nothing wrong. I'll need your contact information." Farouk gave Brodie his cell phone number, which Brodie typed into his phone. He said to Farouk, "Look at me." The man looked at him. "You are doing the right thing, and I promise you that the police will be discreet." The young man nodded, then shuffled off into the back room. Brodie returned to the table where Taylor was sipping her beer. She looked up at him. "Anything?" Brodie nodded. "Leave a big tip, and let's get out of here." Taylor put a €50 note on the table, and they left the hookah lounge. As they walked north along Karl-Marx-Strasse, Brodie gave Taylor the rundown of his conversation with Farouk. She said, "So we've moved on from terrorism to organized crime. I'm not so sure there's a bright line between them." Taylor nodded. "In my preparation for this case, I did some reading on the Arab clans. That's what they call them. Most of the families came here as refugees of the civil war in Lebanon during the 70s and 80s. Some trace their lineage back to parts of Turkey, and they are almost exclusively Sunni. So they might not be involved in financing Shia militia that are friendly to Iran. I'm not sure how religious they are. If money is to be made, maybe they don't care. You and I don't really understand this world, and we should be careful about our assumptions." "There's a lot of moving parts here," said Brodie, "and we don't even know the names of the parts." They continued along Karl-Marx-Strasse. Taylor said, "Well, we've discovered something new. But I don't feel we're any closer to finding the killer." "We're not," Brodie assured her. "But we've reconstructed Harry's movements and times from the U-Bahn to Ember Berlin to Kerner Park, where his journey ended." "Why did he stop at Ember Berlin?" "If we had his cell phone, we might know." "Why was he here? In Berlin? In this neighborhood?" "Anna knows why. We need to find her. We are hot on her trail. Consider her found." "I can see why some people mistake your self-assuredness for monumental arrogance." "They don't know me like you do, Maggie." She had no response to that and asked, "You still want to go to proletariat?" "Why not?" Based on Vance's timeline, he couldn't have stopped there before or after Ember Berlin. But he may have been there on another night. Also, we need a drink, and the Art Hotel has no bar. I have that bottle of schnapps in my room. Brodie hesitated. Was she offering just schnapps, or schnapps with a chaser? "Scott? Let's stick to the plan." "Okay." They continued on in silence. Chapter 17. Brodie and Taylor found themselves in a quiet residential neighborhood, somewhere east of Karl-Marx-Strasse. Taylor glanced at her cell phone, then up at a nondescript gray stucco building covered with graffiti, and saw the street number stenciled above the steel door. There seemed to be no proprietary name on the building, but Brodie spotted a piece of spray-painted graffiti that said Proletariat, which he brought to Taylor's attention. "Here it is, right above peace, love, and kill the capitalists." She glanced at the graffiti and asked, "Do you want to go in?" "We have nothing to lose but our euros." He opened the door and they walked in. The place felt warm compared to the frigid street, and Brodie scoped out the dimly lit lounge. A long bar ran along the left wall of the large room, but only 2 people sat there. Neon beer lights hung on black walls plastered with flyers, and electronic dance music played from wall-mounted speakers. Cafe tables were scattered around the concrete floor, all empty except for one where a couple sat, obviously having a tiff. A red curtain hanging on the far wall must have led to the music venue in the back room, and Brodie could occasionally hear electric guitars and drums. Taylor walked to the bar and Brodie followed. She sat and unzipped her coat. Brodie sat beside her. Behind the bar stood a full-bodied woman in her mid-20s with dyed henna-red hair and arms covered in tattoos. "Was kann ich dir bringen?" Either Brodie was starting to understand German, or the barmaid was speaking English with half a load on. He asked Taylor, "Was ist du trinken, comrade?" She ignored him and said to the barmaid, "Ein Whisky, bitte." "Make it zwei," said Brodie. The barmaid grabbed 2 glasses and a bottle of something and doled out 2 generous pours. She slid the glasses to them and said, "20 euros." Taylor put a 50 on the bar and asked the woman, "Do you speak English?" She hesitated, then replied, "Yes, a bit." Taylor said, "We are looking for an American friend." She put her cell phone on the bar. "This man." She added, "An American soldier stationed here." The barmaid looked at the army photograph of Harry Vance, then at Taylor, but said nothing. Taylor took a chance and said, "We know he comes here. When was the last time you saw him?" "This morning." Taylor looked at her. Unless she worked in the morgue, she hadn't seen Harry Vance this morning. "Are you sure?" "Heh, I saw this photograph on the television." She looked at Taylor again, then at Brodie. "On the news?" Brodie asked, "Had you seen him before that, in here?" "No, I never seen him." Taylor pushed the 50-euro note toward her. "Keep the change." The barmaid hesitated, then took the money. She moved off to take another order. Brodie picked up his glass of whiskey and Taylor did the same. They clinked glasses and Brodie said, "Well, Ember Berlin was a piece of the puzzle." Taylor sipped her whiskey thoughtfully. "A small piece. In a big puzzle." She asked, "Will we share that?" "We don't share. We trade." "Don't get yourself in trouble." "I live there." "I guess I better keep my distance." Brodie smiled, then said, "We did our due diligence here. Do you want to finish this shit whiskey or head back to the hotel?" "Let's get our money's worth." Taylor took another sip, then set her glass down and slowly spun it with her fingers. She looked like she had something on her mind. After a moment, she said, "You know, I was miserable at Fort Campbell." Brodie didn't respond. Steve was a good partner, and we were clearing cases. That should have been enough. But it wasn't. She looked at Brodie, and I realized everything that happened on our last mission together, it made me feel something I hadn't felt since my time in Afghanistan. The way everything was heightened. Brodie looked her in the eyes. "I understand." At first glance, Maggie Taylor was disciplined, rational, and career-driven. That's how most people in CID would have described her. But on a closer look, she was a person who rushed headlong into danger in a way that was more than just brave. And she made a lot of risky decisions, not the least of which was agreeing to be Scott Brodie's partner. He asked, "When you told your people at Fort Campbell that you were leaving to take another case with me, what did they say?" She hesitated. I was told that it was a career-making case with a career-killing partner. She added, and that Colonel Dombrowski was a fool for giving this case to you, and it was only because of his blind loyalty to you that you have not been relieved of duty. Brodie didn't respond. I'm sorry, Scott. I didn't want to tell you that. Maggie, I wouldn't have lasted this long if I gave a shit what people say. He picked up his drink and said, Here's to dragging you down with me. They clinked glasses and drank. Taylor said, This morning, sitting through that briefing, I was thinking that this was going to turn out just how we feared. We'd be spectators in our own investigation. And the only thing that made me feel better was the thought that at least I'm with you. She looked at him. Someone who understands what's missing. Brodie looked at her. They were two vets screwed up by two different wars. And even though they'd traded their combat fatigues for civilian suits, they hadn't left the military. And hadn't really left the war either. Brodie knew this about himself. And now Taylor was figuring it out. Taylor stared off, a bit glassy-eyed now. Then she turned back to him and said, I want to dance. I can't imagine that feeling. Taylor smiled at him. Come on, Scott. Live a little. I live at the bar. She got up and put her hand on his arm. He grudgingly got off the stool and they walked through the red curtain and down a dark hallway that opened to a large room with a dance floor and a stage at the back. On stage, a 20-something Turkish hipster guy was on electric guitar, cranking out a vaguely Middle Eastern groove. A young woman in a tight t-shirt, miniskirt, and fishnets was cooing some breathy lyrics in Turkish into the microphone. Behind them, a floppy-haired drummer tapped out a down-tempo beat. Multicolored spotlights pulsed above the stage and on the dance floor. This is great, said Taylor. It's something. They walked onto the dance floor where a few dozen people were dancing or shuffling to the beat as they drank. It was a diverse all-ages crowd. A gray-haired Turkish man who was high on life, or maybe something else, was really getting into it with a young German girl. Taylor closed her eyes and started moving her body to the music, then looked up at Brodie and said, Come on, partner. He started dancing. Taylor looked up at him, the kaleidoscope of colors flashing over her face as she inched closer to him, swaying her hips to the music. She was a good dancer. She smiled at him. Brodie's head was swimming from the whiskey and the hypnotic light show. The hooky guitar line and driving drum beat kept repeating over and over as he and Taylor drew closer to each other. He put his hand on her waist. She had her eyes closed and was feeling the music. The singer let out a high note. Taylor pressed into him. Over Taylor's shoulder, Brodie noticed a man staring at them across the dance floor. He lost sight of the guy in the crowd for a moment, then spotted him again, skirting the edge of the crowd and watching them. He was Middle Eastern-looking, mid-30s, short in stature and wearing a black bomber jacket and dark pants. The music changed to something more up-tempo, and Taylor kept pace. Brodie maintained a visual on the guy who was momentarily lit up by the club lights as he texted something on his phone, and then brought his gaze back to them. Well, things were getting interesting on this dance floor in more ways than one. Brodie pulled Taylor close and whispered in her ear, We might have a tale. He led Taylor toward the edge of the dance floor and said, Back to the front. They walked quickly up the hallway to the front room and sat at the bar. Brodie eyed the red curtain partition. The barmaid asked if they wanted another drink, and Brodie declined. Suddenly the door to the street swung open and Brodie noticed 3 men entering. They wore black topcoats and black pants and looked Middle Eastern. They glanced around the dimly lit lounge. One of the men fixed his eyes on Brodie and Taylor and said something to the other 2, who followed his gaze. Brodie said to Taylor, I don't think they're here for the music." She nodded. Brodie said, "Put your right hand in your coat pocket." She nodded again and put her hand in her pocket, signaling to the men that she was armed and ready to pull. Brodie did the same, finding a toothpick in his pocket, which would not pass as a 9mm Beretta if he pulled it. Brodie recalled General Kiernan's words of wisdom. "This is Germany, Mr. Brodie, not Venezuela. You don't need a gun here." The man in the bomber jacket emerged through the red curtain and nodded his head toward Brodie as he passed them. Two of the men in topcoats moved toward the bar, and the tallest guy stood by the exit, which confirmed to Brodie what he already knew. These guys were not here to dance. One of the men took a seat at the bar, leaving an empty stool between him and Brodie. The other man stood behind them. The barmaid said something in German to the seated guy, who replied, "Coke, bitte." Brodie looked openly at the guy at the bar, and they made eye contact. The guy smiled and nodded, as though acknowledging Brodie's presence. He also noted Brodie's hand in his pocket. Brodie continued to look at the man seated next to him. He was a thick, barrel-chested guy of about 55, with short salt-and-pepper hair that was plastered with pomade. His deep-set eyes were cloaked in shadow above a prominent nose. He wore a black T-shirt and an expensive-looking gray suit beneath his topcoat, and a thin gold chain around his neck. Several jeweled rings adorned the fingers of his hand resting on the bar. The Coke arrived, and the man held it up toward Brodie and said, "Cheers," as though he knew what language to use. If Brodie had his gun, he would have pulled it, said cheers, and put a round through the glass. Well, maybe not, but a nice thought. The man turned in his seat toward Brodie and put out his hand. "My name is Rafik Nasir. What is your name?" "Mr. Beretta." Nasir withdrew his hand. Brodie gestured to Taylor. "And this is Mrs. Beretta. Nice to meet you." It occurred to Brodie that he might have totally misread this, which would be funny. Not to mention racially insensitive. But the guy in the bomber jacket had definitely followed them to the bar, and these guys had all positioned themselves like pros. When it looks like trouble, it is. Nasser again glanced at where Brodie's hand was deep in his pocket, probably thinking the same thing. Nasser said, "You are, I believe, Mr. Jack Davis." Well, the visit to the Islamic Center had shaken something out of the tree. In this business, whatever you're looking for will usually find you before you find it. "How do you know my name?" Nasser gestured to the man in the bomber jacket. "Hassan told me. He was told by Caleb at the Al-Mahdi Islamic Center." Brodie looked at Hassan, who stood with his back against the wall. Unlike the three pros who had just entered, Hassan actually looked somewhat uncomfortable with this situation. Brodie turned back to Nasir. "I told Caleb my name, not my evening itinerary." Nasir smiled. "Well then, I must admit that my friend Hassan has been following you since you left the center." Neither Brodie nor Taylor had picked up the tale until the dance floor. Maybe because they weren't looking for one. But they should have been. Taylor asked, "Why were you following us?" Nasser glanced at Taylor as though Brodie's camel had just started talking. He didn't reply. So Brodie asked the same question. Nasser replied, "I have some information for you." "Okay, let's hear it." He looked around the lounge. "Someplace more private. I have a car outside. We can speak there." "I don't get into cars with strangers. Look, pal, if you got something to say, say it. There's nobody in this fucking joint." Nasser summoned the barmaid and said something to her in German, and they chatted. The barmaid seemed to sense, or knew from experience, that Mr. Nasser felt very comfortable here and was used to getting what he wanted. Nasser said to Brodie, "The bar lady says there is a manager's office in the back which we can use." Brodie looked at Taylor. "What's the stupidest thing I can do?" "Hard to top what you've already done." Nasser interrupted. "This lady stays here. My two companions stay there. We go to this office with Hassan." Taylor replied before Brodie could, "You don't make the rules. We make the rules." Nasser didn't like that, but he said nothing and looked at both of them. By now he knew that these two Americans were more than the bereaved friends of their deceased compatriot, which was why he'd had them followed all night. Nasser said to Brodie, "You asked for information. I am here to give it to you." Taylor interjected, "You could have done that about 6 hours ago." Nasser was getting annoyed at the American woman and said bluntly, "If we wanted to kidnap you or kill you, that would already be done." Brodie said to Taylor, "He makes a good point." She ignored Brodie and said to Nasser, "Are you selling this information or giving it away?" Nasser replied, "It is free." He added, "I don't need your money." "What do you need?" "I need peace. I don't need trouble for my people or my community. This is all I want." Taylor and Brodie exchanged glances, and Taylor gave him a slight nod. Brodie was the boss, but Taylor had more experience in dealing with Middle Eastern types. Brodie had been in Iraq to kill the bad guys. Taylor had been in Afghanistan to talk to them. "Okay," he said to Nasser. "Thank you for giving up your evening to follow us around. We'd like to hear what you have to say. And here's the deal. You and I and this lady go in the back room. All your friends stay here." Brodie and Taylor stood. Nasser hesitated, then said, "Hassan comes too. He has information that you should hear from him directly." He added, "Unlike me and my friends here, he is harmless. A civilian." Brodie eyed Hassan, who actually looked scared shitless. He said, "Fine." Nasser got off his bar stool. He threw 100 on the bar, and the barmaid gave him a key and said something to him in German. Nasser turned to his man standing close by and spoke to him in Arabic. The man replied. Brodie glanced at Taylor, who spoke passable Arabic, and she nodded, indicating that what she'd heard wasn't something like, "Let's kill these bastards in the back room." Nasser led the way back through the red curtain and into the hallway, with Hassan close behind him and Brodie and Taylor following. Beyond the hall, Brodie could see the dancing and music were still going. On the left wall of the hallway were 2 doors labeled WC. To the right was a door marked Privat, which Nasser opened with the key. He led them into a small windowless office furnished with a simple gray steel desk, steel shelves, and 4 olive-drab wood and canvas camp chairs. Brodie turned a chair to face the door, and Taylor did the same. Then Brodie slid 2 chairs against the closed door and motioned Nasser and Hassan to sit, which they did. Brodie and Taylor sat facing the 2 men and the door, their hands still in their empty pockets. Nasser asked the obvious question. "Who are you?" Brodie replied, "We're not here to answer questions." Taylor added, "You came to us." Nasser reminded her, "Your friend here came to the Islamic Center, under false pretenses." Taylor did not reply, but Brodie could hear her thinking that wasn't my fucking idea. Brodie said to Nasser, "You're on." He nodded and looked at them. "As I said, my name is Rafiq Nasir. If you were from around here, that name would mean a great deal to you. I have prominence in this community, and my people rely on me." He added, "The murder of Mr. Vance has made a lot of people nervous and is bad for business. Well, maybe not your business. What are you? FBI? American Army?" Brodie regarded the man. Mr. Nasir seemed eager to tell them what he knew, and when a guy is eager to sell, He'll settle for scraps in return. Unless he was about to feed them bullshit, in which case you get what you pay for. Brodie said, Army CID. May I see your identification? I'm not asking to see yours. Don't ask to see mine. Nasir smiled and said something in Arabic to Hassan, who did not appear to find any of this funny. They exchanged a few words, and once again Brodie relied on his partner to discern whether the men were discussing how best to kill the Americans and chop up their bodies. Nasir turned back to them and said, It will be easy for me to find your names on my own. But, to be honest, it is not so important. He gestured to Hassan, my friend here. He is a good man, a pious man, and like any good Muslim, he is ready to help a stranger in need. He looked at Brodie, even those who come to a place of worship with words of deceit. He then patted Hassan's arm to signal for the man to talk. Hassan cleared his throat and looked at Brodie and Taylor. He spoke in slow, halting English. I saw this man, Harry Vance. He come to our center on Thursday. He speak to the imam. He give a different name. Say he is a writer, a reporter. He is looking for Iraqis who come to live in Berlin after the war in Iraq. Well, that confirmed Brodie's suspicion that Harry had been to the Almaty Center. But Iraqi refugees? What was that about? Hassan continued, I hear of this. I am from Iraq. I come here to live in 2006. I call Mr. Vance. He asks me questions about myself. Where I am from. What I do in Iraq before Germany. He tells me he look for Ba'ath people, Saddam's people, who come to Berlin after the war. Brodie considered that. Saddam Hussein was dead. His Ba'ath party had been dissolved, and most Iraqis who had held any prominence within the regime had been killed in battle, thrown in jail, or sent straight to hell through a hangman's noose. Nasir stepped in. Hassan does not know these kinds of men, but he knows Rafiq Nasir, and I know everyone. Wishing to be helpful to the American, Hassan comes to me. But I am not so trusting. I want to know what this American wants. I had also heard that he had gone to other mosques in the neighborhood, Sunni mosques, with the same request. So I call Mr. Vance to find out what he really wants. He tells me something about writing a story on the legacy of the war or something. Whatever. All bullshit anyway, yes? This I could tell. He was a detective, like you, trying to get information. How could you be so sure? Asked Taylor. Nasir looked at her. I have talked to police. And I have talked to reporters, and I can tell the difference. Well, thought Brodie, being undercover wasn't really Harry Vance's area of expertise. His routine was good enough to work on the civilians at the Almaty Center, but not on a shrewd denizen of the criminal underworld. Nasir continued, I told Mr. Vance I knew a few people who fit this description. Former Iraqi Ba'ath Party men who had resettled in Germany, but I needed to understand more about what he was working on before I would be willing to share their identities. He eventually got to the point of what he was really looking for. Not political people, but former military or intelligence officers from Saddam's regime. And then I understood that Mr. Vance was looking for a particular man, a former Ba'ath Party military intelligence officer who he knew lived in Berlin and perhaps in Neukölln. How did you come to that conclusion? Asked Brodie. Because I knew of a man who fit this description, living in Neukölln, who had taken a new identity since immigrating. I think Mr. Vance had learned that this man lived in Berlin, and that he had changed his name, and Mr. Vance was trying to locate this Iraqi under his new identity. He added, "So I gave Mr. Vance the name, and 3 days later, Mr. Vance is dead." Taylor asked, "Who is this man?" His real name was Tariq Qasim. The rumors were that he worked in military intelligence for Saddam's special warfare program. He looked at Brodie. "You understand?" Brodie gave a slight nod. Special warfare. Which meant biological, chemical, and nuclear weapons. He didn't know why Harry was looking for Tariq Qasim, but this case had suddenly taken on a new and more frightening dimension. Nasir added, "After Saddam was overthrown, Qasim came here and changed his name to Abbas al-Hamdani. He started a new life. He had a shoe store a few blocks from here. So I gave Mr. Vance his cell phone number." Brodie wondered if this was all an elaborate lie to gum up the investigation. But if Rafiq Nasir was involved with Vance's murder, he was taking an enormous risk in having this encounter just to drop some bullshit in the pipeline. Brodie asked, "Why are you helping us?" "I don't like dead Americans in my neighborhood. There are police everywhere now. Also the right-wing Germans who threaten my people with violence. I want you to solve this case, and quickly." He smiled and added, "You can tell the German investigators how helpful Rafiq Nasir was to you." Actually, the Germans might decide that Rafiq Nasir was suspect number 1, but the man seemed confident in his story, even if it was part bullshit, and confident he was not going to get pegged for this murder. Taylor asked, "If you knew Harry Vance was law enforcement, why did you help him and reveal al-Hamdani's identity?" Nasir shrugged. "Hamdani owed me money, so I owed him nothing." She asked, "How do we find this man?" Nasir replied, "You can't. No one has seen Abbas al-Hamdani since Friday evening, when he was spotted by a few people having tea at a cafe. He was supposed to open his shoe store at noon on Saturday, but he never arrived, and no one can reach him by phone. Then early the following morning, Mr. Vance's body was found in the park." He added, "I doubt al-Hamdani's body will ever be found." Taylor asked, "Did he live alone?" Nasir nodded. His wife died a few years ago. Brodie said, "If Hamdani was Vance's killer, he could have skipped town." Nasir laughed. Abbas was a sad, old, fat little man, not capable of killing. Taylor pointed out he worked with weapons of mass destruction, but he wasn't capable of killing someone. Nasir shook his head. "Making choices that kill thousands, that's easy. Pulling the trigger and killing one man." He trailed off, as if he were recalling some personal experiences with that activity. It occurred to Brodie that if Mr. Nasir was as important as he claimed to be, he was also a dangerous man, and Brodie would have liked something in his pocket other than a toothpick. Nasir continued, "As for Hamdani going into hiding because his identity was discovered, this is not so easy either. This requires resources and powerful allies, things he no longer had. No, I am certain that whoever killed Harry Vance also killed Abbas al-Hamdani." Taylor said, "And the killer got rid of Hamdani's body, but left Vance to be discovered in a city park." Nasir looked at her. "I'm sure you can figure that one out. If Mr. Vance's murder was not an act of Islamic terrorism, what better place for his body to show up than Neukölln? This is a useful distraction, yes? It makes people like you waste your time investigating the wrong things, and the press gets to blame their favorite villain, the Arabs. He continued, "The German authorities already know about Mr. Vance's trip to the Almaty Center and his request for information about Iraqi immigrants. The police interviewed people at the Islamic Center, including Hassan here. Everyone was truthful that they either did not speak to Mr. Vance or spoke to him briefly but gave him no information. Everyone, that is, except Hassan, who lied and claimed he never spoke with Mr. Vance." He threw a critical look at Hassan, who was staring at the floor. "He was trying to protect me, you see. He meant well. But it was the wrong choice. Never tell a lie that gets you in more trouble than the truth. Hassan will contact the police tomorrow and correct his statement, and deal with the consequences." Nasir said something to Hassan in Arabic. Hassan nodded, fished a scrap of paper out of his back pocket, and gave it to Brodie. On the paper was a handwritten phone number. Nasir explained, "Should you need to contact Hassan directly for any follow-up." Brodie put the paper in his jacket pocket and regarded Hassan. The man had escaped the hell of his own war-torn country for a better life in Europe, only to find himself under the thumb of a warlord by another name. Nasir said, "I am sure you will agree I have been very helpful." Brodie replied, "You're helping yourself." Nasir said, "Our interests align. If they didn't, we would have a problem." "Is that a threat?" Nasir looked him in the eyes. "I do not threaten. I just say how it is." He eyed their hands in their pockets. "And when I deceive, I do a better job of it than you and the late Mr. Vance." He stood, and they all rose from their chairs. "I hope that your stay in our neighborhood is productive and brief." He added, with a smile, "But you should find better lodgings. That place is a shithole." Brodie wondered if Mustafa was late on his protection payments. More importantly, Rafiq Nasir was letting them know that he knew where they slept, which made sense if Hassan had been following Brodie since his visit to the Islamic Center. Taylor said, "You made your point. Now drop the surveillance, or you will be the one with the problem." Rafiq Nasir looked like he was not used to being talked to like that, especially by a woman. But he tried to hide his annoyance and said calmly, "I grew up during the civil war in Lebanon. Every street of my neighborhood in Beirut was a death trap of snipers and mines and ambushes. If you let your guard down, you were dead. I learned many lessons in this and formed some useful habits. I keep my eyes on my neighborhood." Well, if Nasir truly had eyes everywhere around here, he'd know who had killed Harry Vance. Brodie thought back to Mark Jenkins' account of being followed. Could that have been Nasir's people? It might make sense that they'd want to keep an eye on him, but how would they even know who he was in relation to Vance, and that he was in town and staying in Alexanderplatz? Rafiq Nasir might be lord of his fiefdom here in Neukölln, but that didn't mean he was capable of IDing and locating Mark Jenkins. There were also Farouk's powerful men present at Ember Berlin at the same time as Harry. Neukölln was an interesting and complex place. Brodie asked Nasir, "Did you have someone watching Vance the night of his murder?" "Why would I do that?" "Well, 2 guys in your line of work were at the Ember Berlin hookah lounge at the same time as Vance, about 30 minutes before he was killed. Nasir thought about that a moment. My men do not go to this place. But I know who does. Who? A different family. I will look into it. He added, but this was likely a coincidence. People like us don't kill policemen. It is bad for business. Unless it was business, said Taylor. Nasir shot her a look. Wild speculation can be dangerous for everyone. Brodie suddenly saw Rafiq Nasir in a different light, not as a street thug or a mobster, but as a merchant of information in a competitive market whose organization had failed him. Long before the Gestapo or the Stasi, crime families had always had their own primitive but effective versions of intelligence outfits. Eyes on the street, ears to the ground. A network of informants, like Hassan, who had gone out of his way to follow Brodie for hours, probably without even being ordered to do so. Hassan just knew what was expected of him. There had been a murder in Rafiq Nasir's hood, and the boss had no clue who had done it or why. That had to be fixed. Brodie said, "You will be hearing from the German authorities." "I will look forward to it, as always." Nasir pulled the 2 chairs away from the office door and opened it, then gestured for Brodie and Taylor to exit. Brodie said, "We're not leaving yet, but you and your men are." Nasir nodded and said, "As you wish." He led Hassan out of the office, then turned back to them and said, "May you deliver justice for your colleague. Swiftly." He walked out and shut the door behind him. Chapter 18. Brodie and Taylor sat at the bar in Proletariat. They both needed a shot of caffeine, and Brodie asked the barmaid, "Do you have coffee?" "Nine." Brodie held up 2 fingers. "Good. We'll take 2 of the 9. "Bitte?" Taylor said to the barmaid, 2 Cokes, bitte." She nodded and moved off. Brodie said to Taylor, "She probably thinks we converted to Islam in the manager's office." He suggested, "Order a brandy." "Are you done?" "I think so." The barmaid put the Cokes in front of them. "No charge." "Thank you," said Taylor. She took out her phone and said to Brodie, "I'll get us an Uber." He reminded her, "I make the tactical decisions, Ms. Taylor. We'll walk. I want to find a kebab joint." "You can walk. I'm riding back to the hotel." "You're insubordinate." "I learned from the best." She added, "I can't believe you missed the opportunity to make a joke about using Uber in Germany." "Low-hanging fruit. When has that stopped you?" The only military women who spoke to him like this were the ones he'd slept with. Maybe this was foreplay. They sipped their Cokes for a minute, then Taylor's phone dinged. She stood and zipped her coat. "Car's here." She said to the barmaid, "Gute Nacht." The barmaid looked at them and said, "Those men. You need to be careful." "Thank you," said Taylor. They walked to the door and Brodie said, "Tactical exit." Taylor told him the license plate number of their car, and he opened the door while she stayed behind. Out in the frigid air, Brodie checked out the dimly lit street, his hand in his pocket. The Uber idled at the curb and a few other vehicles were parked, but looked empty. No sign of their Arab Tony Soprano or his friends. He gave the bar door 2 raps, signaling all clear, then went to the taxi and opened the rear passenger door as Taylor came out and headed for the open door. As she slid in and over, Brodie slid in beside her, pulling the door closed. The driver, who appeared Middle Eastern, looked at his smartphone to confirm the destination. "Kerner Park?" "Yeah," said Taylor. The taxi moved off. Taylor said to Brodie, I compliment you on your good security and good judgment, Brodie replied, but when the bad guys make you change how you live, they win. They also win when they kill you. They rode in silence, and the dark streets of Berlin glided by out the window. As they approached Kerner Park and the Art Hotel, Brodie asked the driver, "English?" The man replied, "Little." "East side of Kerner Park, bitte. Wittmannsdorfer Straße." The driver nodded. Taylor said to Brodie, "I'd pinned the south side, closest to our hotel, which is where we're going. I want to walk through the park. We haven't surveyed it at night." "You can sleep in the park for all I care. I'm going to the hotel." The driver said, "Man killed in park. American." He added, "But park safe." "Sounds safe," said Brodie. "Where are you from?" "Syria. Not safe." "It's all relative." "Yes? Where you go?" Brodie looked at Taylor, who stayed silent. She was tired, and probably also tired of her partner's bullshit. But after a moment, she said to the driver, "East side of the park. Wittmannsdorfer Straße." They pulled up on the side street at the east end of the park. Brodie paid, and they got out. They walked to the wrought iron fence and looked down into Kerner Park. They were standing in roughly the same spot that Captain Solomon believed the killer had stood for his kill shot. As Brodie had noted earlier, there was no street lamp nearby, and now, looking down into the park at night, Brodie appreciated how dark the area was where Vance had been standing when he was shot. Perhaps he'd chosen that spot deliberately, as it was a distance from any of the street lamps that lined the park's paved pathways. If so, it was a gesture toward operational security, but not nearly good enough, especially against a trained marksman with a night vision scope. Taylor stood next to Brodie and looked down into the dark greenery. She said, "Harry Vance was working a secret investigation in the days before his murder. An investigation that somehow involved Iraqi immigrants and maybe Saddam Hussein's military intelligence apparatus and WMD programs. Maybe someone was selling secrets. Or, God forbid, a few dozen vials of anthrax. But Vance told no one. Why?" "So you're choosing to believe Nasir?" Taylor handed him her phone, which featured what appeared to be a surveillance photo of Rafik Nasir getting out of a black Mercedes. Taylor said he is who he said he is. Heads the third largest Arab crime family in Berlin. He's indirectly implicated in 5 unsolved homicides. She added, "Tonight could have gone differently." "Right. I could have not gone to the Almaty Center and not shaken something out of the tree, and then we would not have received vital intel that completely reframes this case. Good luck is a poor substitute for good judgment, and eventually, good luck runs out. Good judgment is no substitute for calculated risk and aggressive action. You're not in the infantry anymore, Scott. It's all the same. I survived Baghdad, and I will survive Berlin. You had a gun in Baghdad." "Good point." Brodie said, "Let's walk through the park." They went to the eastern entrance and stepped over a chain, then headed down into the park. As they walked, Taylor said, "Back to the ill-fated Harry Vance. What is his motive for his secrecy? I don't see motive. Let's for a moment assume the worst of the departed. He was selling intel, or maybe something worse. Do you really believe he was capable of that? People surprise you, especially when they're under financial strain or thinking with the wrong head." Taylor thought about that. Anna knows what this is about. The clues you haven't found yet always look the juiciest. Taylor looked at him. Harry went to a lot of trouble to see this woman. I think they were close. And if he was keeping a secret from everyone, that didn't include her. Well, Ms. Taylor did know a few things about sleeping with a guy weighed down by secrets. As if anticipating what Brodie was thinking, she added, "I wish I could forget most of the things Trent told me. It was like he'd confide in me to gauge my reaction. Not to shock me, but to get some reassurance from me that he hadn't lost his soul. He was also compromising you." She had no reply. Well, apparently CIA officer Trent Chilcott's idea of pillow talk involved black ops and extrajudicial assassinations. Creepy. Was he at least good in the sack? Brodie hoped not. He said, "We will find Anna tomorrow. She might be the key. But I guess she could also lead nowhere. Just an innocent and ignorant woman who happened to be stooping the murder victim. Good Yiddish. Thanks. I Googled it." They walked off the path into the grass near the central fountain, and Brodie looked around. A fine mist filled the air, and a glowing half-moon bled through the thick clouds above. Taylor said, "This is where Harry was standing." More or less. Taylor looked around the dim park and asked, "Would you have met someone here who you didn't know at 3 a.m? Not without backup?" Maybe. Me neither. And Harry was smart, experienced. So, what was he thinking? Brodie thought about that. Harry brought his piece, and he was holding it when he died, so it's not that he wasn't apprehensive. I think this park wasn't part of the plan. He wanted to meet, let's say, this guy Abbas al-Hamdani, if we choose to believe Nasir. Harry wanted to meet Hamdani in public, at the hookah lounge. Then he gets a message, "Hey, Harry, let's meet in this creepy park instead." And Harry says sure. Why would he agree to that? Just insist on the original plan, or threaten to walk? He had no leverage, said Brodie. He needed something from Hamdani, not the other way around. Also, maybe he felt he had nothing to fear from this guy. He wasn't meeting with an Al-Qaeda informant or another bad actor. Sounds like Hamdani was middle management in a defunct regime, far from power, far from influence. But he had something Harry perceived as valuable, but not dangerous. The guy worked with the most deadly weapons on the planet. A long time ago, he added, without thinking, unexploded ordnance. What? He looked at the surrounding buildings. Over 1 million tons of bombs were dropped on Germany during the war, and a lot of them didn't explode. And every few months, somewhere in this country, they're digging a rail tunnel or a foundation pit for a new building, and they find one of these things, an old fuck you from the past, and people need to evacuate so a special team can dispose of the bomb before it blows everyone up. Is this a metaphor? Yeah. Harry was digging for something buried from the past, and what he didn't know was that down there in the sands of time was an old bomb that had been waiting to explode. Taylor didn't respond. They both stood in silence for a minute. On the street above, they heard a glass bottle shatter, followed by a drunken cackle. Taylor yawned. "All right, Mr. Brodie. A lot to think about. Let no one say you don't show a girl an interesting time." They walked up the stairs on the south side of the park, then crossed the street and entered the Art Hotel. The Turkish kid, Ayaz, was behind the desk playing with his cell phone, and he barely looked up. Brodie asked him, "What time do you lock the front door?" "Soon." "Lock it now." He added, "We are not expecting any visitors, but Ms. Taylor's husband is looking for us. Do not let anyone in who you don't know, and call our rooms if anyone comes looking for us. Understand?" Ayaz nodded. Brodie put a €50 note on the counter. 50 more if you call us. The tip seemed to get Ayaz's attention. He looked at Brodie and said, "Yes, sir." Brodie and Taylor headed toward the staircase. She asked him, "Is that something you learned in class or learned in life?" "Both." They ascended the staircase and passed the second-floor kitchen, where a group of backpackers, male and female, were sitting around a table, speaking French and sharing a few pizzas and a bottle of wine. They looked up, and a few of them smiled and motioned for Brodie and Taylor to join them. Taylor said something to them in French, and they all laughed. "What did you tell them?" "I said, sorry, I have to get this old man to bed." "That's not funny." "It is in French." They walked up to the third floor and stopped at their rooms. Taylor turned to Brodie. "We did okay tonight." "We did." "You're a good detective, Mr. Brodie." She smiled. "And a decent dancer." "Don't tell anyone." She smiled again, then swiped her keycard and turned the doorknob. Then she looked at him and said, "We need to be careful. Risks need to be worth taking, or else we're just being self-indulgent and self-destructive." Was she still talking about the case? After a moment, she asked, "What time are we out the door?" 8:30 for the 9 a.m. briefing. That doesn't leave time for breakfast. That strudel will still be on the conference table. She smiled. "Good night." She entered her room and Brodie watched the door slowly shut behind her, which also closed the door on any more reckless choices and excitement for the night. But there was always tomorrow. Brodie walked into his room and switched on the lights, tossed off his coat, and chugged a couple of glasses of water from the tap. He realized that he needed to update Dombrowski, which was the last thing he felt like doing. He'd had maybe 3 hours of sleep in the last 36 and was ready to crash. He'd make it short. He sat on the edge of the bed and called the colonel, who picked up after one ring. "Good evening, Mr. Brodie." "Good evening, sir." "It's late there." "Yes, sir. It has been a long and productive night." "I want to hear about it. But first, I spoke with Colonel Trask a few hours ago. He's giving us Vance and Jenkins' CID reports from the past 18 months. He's securely transmitting them to the Defense Attaché office in the embassy, where you can retrieve them tomorrow when you go for your briefing. Minimal redactions. Hopefully some good reading. I'm glad the 5th MP is being cooperative. They want this done right, and I assured Colonel Trask that I had my 2 best agents on the case. Thank you for your confidence and your compliment. I want Scott Brodie's ego working for me, not against me." He added, "Update me on your progress." "I think we found out what Vance was doing here in Neukölln. He was looking for a military intel officer in Saddam Hussein's special warfare program who immigrated to Germany after the war, guy named Tariq Qasim." "Who told you this?" "A Lebanese mobster named Rafiq Nasir." "And how did you get in contact with this gentleman?" "He found us. Long story. Nasir claims he's helping us because he wants this case wrapped up quickly so that the cops-to-robbers ratio in his neighborhood goes down." "How did you come to this man's attention? Just being your discreet self?" He told Dombrowski about his visit to the Almaty Islamic Center and being subsequently followed by Hassan, as well as Vance's original visit there. He also told Dombrowski about the man Farouk whom they'd questioned at the hookah lounge. So Vance goes to this mosque looking for former Iraqi Baathists, and according to my underworld source, he went to a handful of other mosques in the area as well. Then he gets a name and number from Rafiq Nasir, then gets in touch with this Iraqi guy Tariq Qasim, apparently arranges a meeting at the hookah lounge, and Kasim doesn't show, and Harry goes for a walk through the park, or the guy changes the meeting place to the park instead of the lounge. Either way, sounds like a setup. It also sounds like we have a suspect, Tariq Kasim. Right. The problem is Kasim has disappeared. He's fled. Or he's dead. Nasir believes that whoever killed Harry also killed Kasim. Is that a theory of his? Or did he personally wrap piano wire around the guy's neck? I don't think he's involved beyond what he told us. Otherwise, he took too big of a risk revealing himself to us. Maybe he's an idiot who thought he was being clever. There's a lot of that going around. I don't think so, sir. Dombrowski thought about that. You were face-to-face with Mr. Nasir, so I trust your instincts. But I'm sure the German authorities will be labeling him a person of interest. I'm sure. But I don't want to get off track. This Iraqi guy is the key, Tariq Kasim. After he came to Germany, he changed his name to Abbas al-Hamdani. We need to find out more about him. Brodie reminded Dombrowski, Tariq Kasim was involved with Iraqi weapons of mass destruction. All right. I'll run both those names by a couple intel guys I trust with experience in Iraq. See if anything comes back. Thank you, sir. Anything else? He told the colonel about their excursion in Prenzlauer Berg and the woman named Anna whom they were going to try to find tomorrow with the help of the Metro surveillance footage. You've been busy, Scott. Almost a Teutonic work ethic. Must be something in the water. He added, I get the sense that we're sometimes walking in the German investigators' footsteps. He mentioned Fatima, the eyewitness they'd located earlier in the day, who had already spoken with the police, and also the cops who had already paid visits to the Vietnamese noodle shop and the hookah lounge. None of this was mentioned in the briefing, nor was the fact that the authorities were already aware of Harry's visit to the Ahmadi Islamic Center. Dombrowski processed that. This is a complex investigation, and the Germans have multiple agencies on this, multiple streams of intel. I'm not surprised there's a bottleneck in disseminating information. That's a very generous interpretation, sir. Listen, Scott, I know you, and I know you like to keep your cards close to the chest until you have a winning hand. But that's not the game you're playing. You have gone well beyond your mandate, but you've also got a lot to show for it, which should mitigate some of the fallout with the FBI and the Germans. You share what you know, as you learn it, and without conditions. This is about justice for Harry Vance, not about you. I don't need to be reminded of that, Colonel. But you do need to be reminded not to get hung up on process with these people, because they are bound to disappoint you and piss you off. That's baked into the cake. I understand. Dombrowski asked, And how is Ms. Taylor? Doing a good job. And you're working well together? We are. Anything further? Nothing further. Dombrowski was silent a moment. It sounds like you're back in the shit, Scott. Right where you want to be. Trouble has a way of finding me, sir. I think it's because you paint a target on your ass. Yes, sir. Get some rest, Mr. Brodie. Dombrowski hung up. Brodie set an alarm on his phone, then plugged it in on the end table, threw off his clothes, and hit the lights. He collapsed onto the cheap mattress and stared up at the abstract art above the bed, which looked a little better in the dark. Outside, the mist had turned into rain that pattered against the window. He closed his eyes and imagined the man he remembered, Chief Warrant Officer Harry Vance. He was in front of the class at the Army MP school in Fort Leonard Wood, discussing the organizational structure of terrorist cells. His lecturing style was always a bit dry, almost aloof, but he didn't need to try hard to make his students care about what he was saying. There were killers out there who could strike anywhere at any time, and the guy at the front of the room was giving the eager agents in training the tools for stopping them. Brodie took this vision of the man and put him on a 5-hour train across Germany to see a woman named Anna, who was maybe the love of his life, or maybe just a diversion from a failed marriage. He imagined them walking around picturesque Prenzlauer Berg, shopping for small-batch schnapps. Brodie then pictured Vance knocking on doors of mosques throughout Neukölln, pretending to be a journalist, sitting in a hookah lounge waiting to meet a man with intimate knowledge of the deadliest weapons ever made, descending into a dark city park in the last moments of his life. The shot, the fall, a figure descending the steps, a sharp object in hand, coming to collect a gruesome trophy. An eye for an eye. The relationship with Anna wasn't a cover for the investigation, and the investigation wasn't a cover for the relationship. Both were well-kept secrets. So maybe both were part of the same thing. You're not solving a puzzle. You're defusing a bomb. Vance had said that about his own work in counter-terror in the post-9/11 era, where the crimes and atrocities existed on a continuum, one following the next. While Harry Vance gathered evidence and testimony and looked for suspects on a case, the next attack was in the nascent stages of being executed. Vance's caseload wasn't a ledger of unrelated crimes. It was a timeline of attacks and attempted attacks in a generational war. And now, maybe that war had come here, to Berlin. And as Brodie and Taylor sought justice for their colleague, they also had to pick up his fallen sword and carry on. Brodie wished his old teacher could give him some clues. Brodie lay in silence, listening to the rain and the wind and the sporadic sounds of cars and motorbikes and the occasional revelers on the street below, as the night wound down in the short hours before dawn. And as he drifted off, he reminded himself of something he had learned long ago. The dead can speak. You just have to know how to listen. Chapter 19. Brodie and Taylor left the Art Hotel at 8:30 a.m. and headed toward Karl-Marx-Strasse, where they could get a taxi to the embassy. A cold wind blew the damp, misty air under a slate-gray sky. Another perfect day in Berlin. Brodie asked, "Did you remember your sunscreen?" She smiled. "I applied motor oil so I don't rust." They stopped at a cafe on Karl Marx to get 2 black coffees to go. Then they left the cafe and walked along the wide avenue, burning off some alcohol and replacing it with caffeine. Brodie said, "Vance and Jenkins' CID case files have been transmitted from the 5th MP Battalion to the Defense Attaché office, where we can retrieve a printout." "How do you know that?" "I called Dombrowski last night." She looked annoyed. "I expect to be present when you speak to him." I realized I needed to call him after we got to our rooms. He added, "I would have knocked on your door, but you looked tired." She was silent for a moment, then started to reply just as a booming sound thundered from somewhere, and Brodie felt the sidewalk shake. He looked at Taylor, who stared back at him. A few cars slowed down and pedestrians stopped walking and looked around apprehensively before continuing on their way, likely coming up with a mundane explanation for whatever that loud noise was. No one expects to hear an explosion during morning rush hour, but Brodie and Taylor knew this sound, which was the same all over the world. They dropped their coffees and ran across the 4-lane road and down a side street toward where the blast had come from. The sounds of chaos grew louder, tires screeching, honking cars, a man shouting something in Arabic, a woman screaming. They rounded a corner onto a narrow street lined with tightly packed residential buildings and storefronts. A block ahead of them, a 5-story apartment building was billowing smoke and fire from its top floor. Most of the top story was gone, and the pitched tile roof sagged. Rubble and shards of glass were scattered across the sidewalk and the street, which was choked with stopped cars. Ash drifted onto pedestrians, staring up at the huge column of fire and smoke that rose into the gray sky. As Brodie and Taylor continued and got closer to the site of the blast, they spotted a middle-aged Arab woman sitting on the curb, her hand over her blood-stained hijab and a scattering of debris around her. A young German man was crouching next to her while speaking urgently into his cell phone. Taylor approached the woman and spoke to her in Arabic. The woman seemed dazed, but responded. Taylor laid the woman down on the sidewalk, took her pulse, and listened to her breathing, then turned to Brodie. "Sounds okay." She moved the woman's hand away from her head and pulled back the hijab to reveal a bloody gash across her forehead. Taylor replaced the hijab over the wound. The young man said in English, "Ambulance, 5 minutes. Can you stay with her until it arrives?" "Yes." Taylor took the man's hand and placed it over the bleeding wound. "Pressure, okay?" He nodded. "Okay." They continued toward the building. 2 Berlin police officers were now on the scene, as frightened residents ran out of the flaming building. Emergency service sirens were wailing in the distance. When they were about 20 yards from the blast site, a black police van screeched up and 5 cops wearing helmets and body armor piled out, carrying assault rifles. 2 policemen flanked the door to the apartment building while the others went to get drivers back in their cars so they could clear the street and close it off. The 2 cops at the door entered the building. Brodie looked at the smoking building. Almost the entire 5th-floor facade had blown off, and the roof, sitting on unanchored rafters, looked like it could collapse any minute and slide into the street. Through the missing facade, Brodie could see part of the destroyed apartment, blackened from the blast. An overturned metal desk sat near the edge of the hall, its legs twisted and deformed. He thought he saw a charred arm sticking out from the opening. A uniformed Berlin police officer stepped in front of them and raised a gloved hand. "Halt! Wir schließen den Bereich!" They stopped walking as another cop wrapped police tape between street signs to cordon off the area. Brodie looked around. Across the street, a mass of curious onlookers had gathered on the sidewalk, and his eyes landed on a middle-aged Arab man in a ratty winter coat sitting on the curb, staring up at the smoldering building. He seemed to be crying. Brodie wondered if the guy was a refugee from Syria or Iraq who thought he was done with this shit. As for the older German residents of Neukölln, they thought they were done with this shit in 1945. But the shit goes on. Brodie's cell phone rang and he pulled it out of his pocket. He didn't recognize the number, but answered, "Brodie." "Good morning, Scott. It's Sharon Whitmore." Brodie put the phone on speaker so Taylor could hear. "I just received word that Chief Inspector Schroeder and Captain Solomon are no longer available for the briefing, so we're postponing it. I think I've got a clue what they're doing instead," he informed her. "There's been an explosion here in Neukölln." "Oh, God, what happened? Are you both okay?" "We're fine, but the top floor of an apartment building is not." "Okay. Accident? Gas leak?" "I don't think so." She processed that. "All right. I will let you know when I hear from the BKA. Meanwhile," she paused a moment, "stay safe." Brodie had a feeling what she really wanted to say was, "Stay out of it." He informed her, "We have business at the defense attaché office. We'll be at the embassy shortly." She didn't ask what business, but said, "Okay. Security has your names, and you can contact me directly if you need anything. FYI, the right-wing crazies are at it again here in Pariserplatz. Even bigger crowd than the last 2 days. Thanks for the heads up. He added, hell of a morning. Hell of a world, Mr. Brodie. Talk to you later. She hung up. Brodie slipped his phone in his pocket and said to Taylor, it's a beautiful world, but the people suck. She nodded, then looked back at the blast site as a fire engine pulled up. Assuming it was a bomb, it was a targeted assassination. It would seem so. He added, but we don't know if it was terrorism, criminal, or personal. He looked back at the building as firemen jumped out of their truck and charged inside. He'd seen this scene too many times in Baghdad. The fire, the debris, the fear. But that was another place and another life. Traffic will be a mess for a while. Let's take the U-Bahn. They headed down the road away from the scene. They passed a parked ambulance where 2 EMTs were loading the woman they'd helped onto a stretcher. They kept walking, and Taylor said, I can smell the burning fuel oil. Me too. But maybe it's only in our heads. It's in our souls, Scott. Right. What the brain buries is buried in the soul. Chapter 20. Brodie and Taylor emerged from the Brandenburger Tor U-Bahn station onto the tree-lined median between the east and westbound lanes of bustling Unter den Linden, the wide boulevard that ran through the heart of central Berlin. This venerable old street had become touristy with souvenir shops and a Madame Tussauds museum. Brodie wondered if they had Hitler in wax. In any case, no one seemed to have any idea what was happening across town. They crossed the road and headed west toward the Brandenburg Gate, passing a large, stately building that Brodie recognized as the historic Hotel Adlon, which, according to his college classmate Adam Kogan, had been Der Fuhrer's favorite place to have afternoon tea, and which had been connected by a secret tunnel to Hitler's Reich Chancellery. Kogan, after a long night of drinking with Brodie and 2 German ladies, had insisted on going to the Adlon's opulent and expensive lobby bar, and after a few rounds of overpriced cocktails, Kogan had pissed in the lobby's ornate fountain, yelling "Fuck Hitler," which was either a creative way of skipping out on the bar tab or a heartfelt political statement. Maybe both. If Kogan had just pissed in the fountain without the "fuck Hitler," he'd be committing a crime. The "fuck Hitler" had elevated the public urination to an expression of anti-Nazi activism, which caused some conflict with the hotel security guys, who decided to kick them out rather than call the police. In exchange, Kogan and his friends had to promise never to return to the Adlon, and Kogan had to put his dick back in his pants. Schnell. Scott? Yeah? Where'd you go? I was just remembering a night at the Adlon Hotel when I was here for my spring break. Good memories, I hope. Yeah, we got comped. Lucky you. And later gone laid. Very lucky night. He said, I'll take you there one night if we're here long enough. Great bar. He added, beautiful lobby, with a fountain. Sounds good, she asked. Why did you get comped? I'll tell you when we're there. But not show her. Up ahead was Pariserplatz, a large cobblestone square that stood in front of the Brandenburg Gate. In the center of the square were about 100 demonstrators waving flags and chanting. As they got closer, Brodie spotted German and American flags, and a large banner being held by 2 men that featured the logo of the AfD party along with the words Islamierung stoppen, which didn't really require a translation. Amidst the flags was a sign bearing an unflattering photo of the German Chancellor with a big X over it, as well as signs that featured the portrait of Harry Vance. Brodie also spotted a fat, bearded guy waving a flag he didn't recognize. white with a black Nordic cross and a Prussian eagle in the center, and the red, black, and white tricolor of the old German Empire in the upper corner beneath an iron cross. Taylor followed his look. That's the Imperial war flag, a favorite of white nationalists here, since it's illegal to use Nazi imagery. Brodie watched the old battle flag rippling in the wind. He understood why Germans would want to ban the swastika, but killing symbols doesn't kill the thing behind the symbol, and now the old banner of the Kaiser's armies was dusted off for a new century, and with terrible new meaning. The crowd switched from German to English and began chanting in unison, "We are the people! We are the people!" That didn't sound malicious, but Brodie was sure he was missing some context. In between the protesters and the embassy was a strip of landscaped lawn surrounded by a low railing. Brodie and Taylor entered the square and rounded the south side of the green space to avoid cutting through the protest. Brodie now spotted a line of kitted-out Berlin police officers near the embassy, and another group of officers across the square near what appeared to be the French embassy. After Monday's violence, the police weren't taking any chances. Brodie and Taylor approached the American embassy's glass and steel entrance, where a stone-faced U.S. Marine stood at attention. But before they could enter, a voice called out from behind them, "Hey, you! Americans!" They turned toward the voice. A 30-something German man with a shaved head was holding an American flag on a pole over his shoulder. He raised his right hand in a fist. "We are the people," he added. "Muslims out!" "Fuck you," suggested Brodie. The man looked surprised. "What?" Taylor said, "Come on, Scott." Brodie stepped toward the guy. "You dishonor my flag." The man's lips curled into a sneer. "You dishonor your race, asshole." Brodie advanced on the guy. Taylor grabbed his arm. "Not worth it, Scott. Not even a little." Brodie noticed two of the police officers coming closer to them. He said to the skinhead, "Your grandpa already tried this shit. Didn't work out so well." He turned and walked to the embassy entrance, with Taylor close behind. The German guy continued shouting at him in a mix of German and English, but Brodie blocked it out as he and Taylor showed their passports to the Marine Guard, then pushed open the doors to the embassy. They entered a glass-ceilinged rotunda, where the marble walls were etched with the preamble to the U.S. Constitution. "We the people," along with a large American flag. They showed their passports and IDs to the security man behind the front desk who, as promised by Ms. Whitmore, had instructions to let them through without an appointment. The man also had a note from Jason Butler with the room number where they were to meet the Berlin police officer to review the security footage at 10 o'clock. The security man gave them directions to the defense attaché office, and they went through a metal detector and rounded a corner into the lobby where they had waited yesterday before the briefing. Standing near the floor-to-ceiling windows facing the inner courtyard was David Kim, dressed in his tailored black suit, sans tie, and a long topcoat. He was tapping something out on his phone, then looked up and spotted them. "Hey, guys!" He marched across the lobby. "You hear what happened in Neukölln?" "We saw it," said Brodie. "Wow." He looked them over as if inspecting for damage. "You guys all right?" "We're fine," said Taylor, "but it was awful to see." "News isn't saying much, and the BKA won't tell us anything. What did it look like to you?" "Like a bomb went off inside a top-floor apartment," said Taylor. Kim nodded as he thought about that. Brodie said maybe it was Hezbollah. Kim looked at him. "I know you're being facetious, Scott, but it did cross my mind. They like to use remote bombs to carry out assassinations." Brodie pointed out, "But if you've already gained access to your victim's apartment, why bother with a bomb?" "Terrorists like to make grand statements. You know that." "Right." Kim thought, then said, The Weather Underground. Remember them? Taylor replied, way before I was born. Greenwich Village bombing, 1970. Brodie nodded. As the son of hippies who had lived in the village in the 60s and 70s, Brodie knew all about the Weather Underground, a left-wing terrorist group who accidentally blew up a townhouse in the village while making a bomb that killed 3 of their own. So you think Jihadi Johnny wasn't paying attention in bomb-making class and accidentally connected the yellow wire instead of the red one? Maybe. It depends on IDing the blood and guts that the forensic squad is collecting in mortal remains bags. Thank you for that image, said Brodie. We're due at the defense attaché office, so let's walk and talk. As they walked across the lobby toward the elevators, Kim said, I guess you saw the psychos out front. Scott almost started a fight with one of them, said Taylor, in a tone that was neither accusatory nor affirmative. I would have liked to see that. The Germans are in major denial about their white nationalist problem. It makes a lot of them uncomfortable, for obvious reasons. They reached the elevator and Taylor punched the call button. She said, maybe it's best to deprive them of attention, keep them marginalized. Kim shook his head. Too late for that. They're in the Bundestag, for God's sake. They're also in the military, and the BKA, and the police. And that's just the public-facing institutions. Every year they get a little bolder, a little more willing to say out loud what they used to say in private. Brodie observed, there's a lot of that going around. Kim nodded and continued, their trend toward radicalization isn't that different from the jihadists, really. We've got over a decade of social media now that's foisting garbage into people's brains, increasing social alienation and atomization, and inciting incidents that draw new people into the movement. In this case, the murder of Harry Vance, U.S. Army officer. The elevator arrived and Brodie hit the button for the 3rd floor. As the doors slid shut, Brodie asked Kim, does the name Tariq Qasim mean anything to you? Kim thought for a moment. Doesn't ring a bell. What about Abbas al-Hamdani? No. Who are they? Same guy. Tariq Qasim took the name Abbas al-Hamdani when he moved from Iraq to Germany some time after the fall of Saddam. He was in Saddam's Special Warfare Program, a.k.a. Weapons of Mass Destruction. Now you're making me nervous. Maybe we should all be, said Taylor. Harry Vance was looking to meet Tariq Qasim in the days before his death, and now Qasim is missing. The doors opened and they stepped into a wide hallway as a young man and woman in suits walked by and stepped into a nearby office. Brodie and Taylor gave Kim a rundown of their encounter with Rafiq Nasir and the information he'd provided. Kim listened, but said nothing. Brodie asked, what do you know about the Arab clans? Nothing, said Kim, which means they don't have anything to do with me or terrorism. Maybe they do, said Taylor. Kim replied, if there was anything to know, I would at least have some sense of it. But I'll look for this Iraqi guy under both names in our databank. Let us know what you find, said Brodie. We'll catch up after the briefing, whenever that is. Kim nodded. He pushed the call button and the elevator doors opened. He paused, then turned back to them. An American CID terrorism investigator is shot dead, and a few days later and a few blocks away, a bomb goes off. 2 remarkable events separated by a few days and a few blocks. Coincidence or correlation? Chaos, said Brodie. That's what most of the world is most of the time. Kim smiled. Yes, most of the time. Ciao. He stepped in and the elevator doors closed behind him. Brodie and Taylor stood in silence for a moment. Taylor said, he makes a point about a connection. It's a point that I'm sure already occurred to you as it did to me, but it's not useful or productive to throw around conspiracy theories until we have more facts. Maybe we'll find some in Harry's CID case reports. They walked down the hallway to a door labeled Defense Attaché Office. There was no buzzer or call box, so Brodie knocked on the door and opened it. They entered a windowless modern office with 4 desks spaced evenly around the room, each occupied by a young person in a military service uniform in front of a computer. A hallway at the far end led to a few closed doors, probably the offices for General Frank Kiernan and the subordinate attachés who represented the individual service branches. A 20-something woman, wearing the dark blue uniform of an Air Force enlisted person, looked up at them and smiled. Her name tag read Hodges, and her rank was sergeant. "How may I help you?" Taylor said, "Sergeant, I am Chief Warrant Officer Taylor, and this is Chief Warrant Officer Brodie. We are retrieving documents from the 5th MP Battalion." Sergeant Hodges stood and saluted, and the other 3 enlisteds, 2 Army PFCs and a Marine corporal, did the same. Brodie and Taylor returned their salutes, and Brodie said, "As you were," and they returned to their seats, except Sergeant Hodges. Military protocol could be stressful. As warrant officers, they were to be saluted by any enlisted personnel in any branch of the military. But because Brodie and Taylor spent most of their time in civilian dress, service members did not know their rank upon sight and would awkwardly scramble to salute once they did. If Brodie had his way, fist bumps would do. Brodie and Taylor showed Sergeant Hodges their IDs, and she retrieved a thick paper folio from one of her desk drawers and handed it to Taylor. "Here you are, ma'am. May I ask one of you to sign this release?" She slid a paper across her desk, which Brodie quickly scanned. It was to acknowledge receipt of documents containing classified intelligence, and it was full of threatening legalese about how much shit they'd be in if they duplicated, transferred, or otherwise disseminated any of it. He signed, then said to Sergeant Hodges, "General Kiernan told us he'd leave 2 sidearms here for us." She went directly into panic mode. I don't..." She looked around as though searching for 2 guns that might have escaped her attention. Brodie said, "We'll sign for them." "Sir, Scott?" "That's okay," Brodie assured Sergeant Hodges. "But when you see General Kiernan, please remind him that warrant officers Brodie and Taylor would like to have their guns." "Yes, sir. With nice holsters and 10 fully loaded clips. That's 5 each." "Yes, sir." "Thank you, Sergeant." Brodie and Taylor exchanged salutes with Sergeant Hodges and left the office. In the hallway, Taylor said, "You frightened her." "Not as frightened as I was last night when I put my hand in my pocket and grabbed a toothpick." He asked, "How about you?" "Point made. But let's go through official channels and not frighten the troops. General Kiernan will get the message." She had no reply. Brodie checked his watch. 9:34 a.m. "We've got almost half an hour to kill. Let's see if we can get in early to the room Butler set aside for us." Taylor nodded as they headed back to the elevator. Neither Brodie nor Taylor was looking forward to watching hours of security footage that might or might not answer some of the many questions surrounding this case. The Berlin police had already reviewed all the footage, as Jason Butler was eager to let them know, and maybe they were wasting their time. But in Scott Brodie's experience, how hard you look at the evidence sometimes depends on how badly you want the answers. Chapter 21. Jason Butler had provided them with a small office on the embassy's 4th floor. The room held only a desk and a few chairs, and was also being used to store cartons of paper, the lifeblood of a bureaucracy. Brodie and Taylor flipped through Harry Vance's CID case reports they'd just gotten from Sergeant Hodges while waiting for someone from the Berlin police force to arrive with the video surveillance footage. The door opened and a gaunt young man entered carrying a satchel and introduced himself as Berlin police officer Franz Lindorf. As Lindorf set up his laptop, he informed them, "You must not touch the hard drive." "Why not?" asked Brodie. Lindorf, in the long German tradition of not asking or answering questions that began with why, replied, "They tell me, so I tell you. If you touch it, I will tell them." "Right. You're just following orders." Lindorf plugged in the drive, then took a seat on a chair against the wall and began fiddling with a tablet. Taylor pulled her chair up to the laptop and started scrolling through the files as Brodie sat beside her. They had footage for all 3 requested metro stops, and each file appeared to contain 2-hour blocks of footage. "Let's begin at the beginning," said Taylor. "Schönhauser Alley, Saturday, 6 a.m., the day before the murder." She opened the video file, which showed a wide-angle black-and-white shot of a city street corner in the early morning hours. The angle afforded a view of the intersection, where a few delivery trucks and cars rolled through, with very light pedestrian traffic. Taylor ran the footage at high speed, and whenever they saw a figure enter the frame, she slowed it down. They went through the files, looking for Harry Vance, and the images became color after sunrise, when the road and foot traffic picked up. By 8:30 a.m. the rain had started, and people were carrying umbrellas, which made IDing them even harder. Officer Lindorf checked his watch. "How long?" "As long as it takes," said Brodie. Lindorf sighed loudly and went back to his tablet. Taylor asked Brodie, "Would you even recognize him if you saw him? And I'm sure there are multiple entrances to this station that the camera doesn't cover." Brodie nodded. "Okay, new strategy." Harry entered the hookah lounge at about 3 a.m., give or take. It's a 5-minute walk to there from the Neukölln metro. Coming from Prenzlauer Berg, let's say that's a 20-minute trip from stop to stop. So we could have entered one of these metro stops around 2:30 a.m. Taylor took out her phone and pulled up a map of the metro system. "Forget Eberswalder Strasse. There's no way to go from there to Neukölln without a transfer, so he probably didn't use that station. The other 2 stops are direct and are on the same line. Schönhauser is 1 stop before Prenzlauer if you're headed in the direction of Neukölln. Pick one." "Prenzlauer," said Brodie, on a hunch, and also because he couldn't pronounce Schönhauser. Taylor pulled up a new file. Prenzlauer Alley, 2 a.m. The footage showed another black-and-white night vision shot. This security camera appeared to be situated over a street-level staircase that went down to the recessed tracks. In the foreground was the top of the stairs, and beyond that was the sidewalk and a wide road. On the other side of the road was the entrance to a small side street. They began watching. Brodie said, "Remember, light-colored camel hair coat and a flat cap. Also remember, if it was obvious, Berlin PD would have spotted him already." They watched as people went up or down the metro steps. It was a cold winter night in Berlin and the foot traffic was minimal. They sped through the footage. No sign of Harry. "Wait," said Brodie. "Back up." Taylor rewound the footage. "There." It was time-stamped 2:24 a.m. She said, "I don't see anything." Across the street. He pointed at the screen where a tiny figure in the distance was walking along the sidewalk on the far side of the road, illuminated by a street lamp. "That's like 5 pixels. Light-colored coat and a hat," said Brodie. "Back it up a little more." She rewound the footage. The figure had come from the side street, barely visible in the corner of the frame. Harry had a kind of funny gait, said Brodie. You remember that about people. A big stride, even though he wasn't that tall. See how that guy is walking? They watched the figure walk along the road. Taylor said, I think you're desperate. Maybe, but that's still him. He's not even going into the metro stop. Brodie pulled up a map of Berlin on his phone and zeroed in on the area around the Prenzlauer Allee station. He switched the view to a satellite image. Look, there's another metro entrance farther east, probably to access the other side of the tracks. He just crossed the street at a different spot and used a different staircase that didn't have a camera. Taylor looked at the satellite image. Maybe. And look at this. He pointed on the map to the side street that the figure had emerged from. It's a dead-end street. Taylor nodded, but didn't seem convinced. Pull up the previous file and let's watch that street. She pulled up the midnight to 2 a.m. file and ran a high-speed playback as they kept their eyes on the distant side street. A few people came and went, but not the same figure in the light-colored coat. Brodie said he was staying at her place that night, and her place is on that side street. This is a stretch. Brodie pulled up a street view image and showed it to Taylor. It's a short street with fewer than 20 buildings, and some of them look like single-occupancy homes. We could spend another 8 hours here, or we could go check out this single-city block where Harry Vance's lady friend might be living. Taylor still didn't seem convinced, but she nodded. Brodie said to Officer Lindoff, We're done here. Lindoff looked up, pleasantly surprised. Yes? I didn't touch the hard drive. This is good. Brodie and Taylor stood and put on their coats. Taylor said, It's a thin lead, Scott. A lead is a lead, especially when you don't have any others. Let's go find Anna. Chapter 22. Brodie and Taylor worked their way along the east side of a narrow cobblestone street that dead-ended at a tall brick apartment building. It was a residential street except for a trendy-looking Japanese ramen restaurant that didn't open until evening. Brodie inspected the call box in front of a narrow, cream-colored apartment building, looking for an Anna. He said to Taylor, last names only. Let's check the next one. The next building was a 5-story 19th century apartment building that was painted orange with white trim. Brodie looked at the call box. Okay, this one has first initials and 2 A names, A. Schiller and A. Albrecht. Taylor typed on her phone, then said, I see a few Anna Schillers in Berlin. One appears to be an older woman who owns a bookstore. Got some address hits, too. She looked up at Brodie. No addresses for this street. But Anna Schiller could be unlisted, or recently moved. Try Anna Albrecht. Taylor worked at her phone again. Oh, okay, this might be something. Anna Albrecht is a curator at an art gallery in Kreuzberg. The gallery has a website. She has a bio. Let me run this page through a translator. After a minute, Taylor handed him her phone, and he read a short bio describing Anna Albrecht as a longtime resident of Prenzlauer Berg with extensive experience in the Berlin avant-garde art scene. The bio included a photo of Ms. Albrecht, a very attractive woman in her mid-30s with a short pixie haircut, high cheekbones, and big brown eyes, which sort of matched the description given to them by Johannes at the schnapps store. Brodie handed the phone back to Taylor. I'd take a 10-hour round-trip train ride for her. I'm sure you would. Taylor looked up at the building. Maybe not a bad lead after all. Let's see. She pressed the buzzer for apartment 3B. They waited a moment. No response. Entschuldigen Sie. A 50-something woman in a fur hat and peacoat approached the door, along with a yappy miniature black schnauzer on a leash. Brodie and Taylor stepped aside as the woman unlocked the heavy wooden door and pushed it open. She held it for them and smiled. "Dankeschön," said Taylor. They entered a high-ceilinged foyer with a ceramic tile floor leading to a wide staircase. They lingered in the foyer as the woman climbed the stairs, talking to her schnauzer, who barked replies. When the conversation stopped, Brodie and Taylor climbed the stairs to the third floor, where there were 2 wooden doors on a small landing, 3A and 3B. They approached 3B, and Brodie knocked. They waited. Brodie knocked again and said loudly, "Anna Albrecht, my name is Scott Brodie. I was a friend of Harry's, and I would like to speak with you." Nothing. Brodie twisted the old doorknob, which was locked, but from the sound of the knocks the door wasn't too thick. He'd breached his share of doors in training and in combat, and this one wouldn't put up much of a fight. Taylor knew what her partner was thinking. She whispered, "This might not even be the right Anna. Plus, we have no jurisdiction and no warrant. This is breaking and entering. We have the right apartment. This woman had an ongoing romantic relationship with the murder victim and has not come forward. Maybe she killed him. Or maybe she's dead." He reminded her, "You know the rules of forced entry." Maybe she did go to the police. Another detail they conveniently forgot to put in their briefing. That was possible, but not probable. Even our German colleagues wouldn't withhold information that would explain the murder victim's presence in Berlin. Taylor said, "We can call Agent Whitmore or Chief Inspector Schroeder and have a team of BKA officers sent here." Brodie stared at the closed door. Taylor's suggestion was the right way to make an entry. Then again, Scott Brodie had been sent here to get answers, and the answers were behind that door. More importantly, he'd already announced himself. If Anna Albrecht was home and had something to hide, she could be destroying evidence, or slipping out the window and down a fire escape while they waited for the police to show up. Or she really could be dead or dying. Brodie said, "I'm going in. You can leave." Taylor looked offended. "We're partners. We both live and die by your bad choices." "Right." She eyed the door. "Aim just left of the doorknob." "I've done this a few times." He stepped back, then brought his foot up and slammed it next to the doorknob, feeling it crack. He shouldered the door and it flew open. This is where they'd pull their guns if they had guns, but Brodie settled for "Police! Hands up!" They rushed into a small foyer with a table and coat rack. To their left was a hallway leading to a kitchen. "Scott?" He turned to his right. Another hallway led to an open door about 15 feet away, and standing in the doorway was a petite woman in her 30s with pixie-cut black hair, dressed in a gray tank top and jeans. She was pointing a rifle at them. Chapter 23. The woman with the rifle spoke in almost unaccented English. "Who are you?" Taylor replied in a calm voice, "My name is Maggie Taylor, and this is my partner, Scott Brodie. We are U.S. Army CID agents investigating the murder of our colleague, CID agent Harry Vance. Are you Anna Albrecht?" "You know I am." "We have received information that you were acquainted with the deceased." As the woman stared at Taylor, Brodie glanced at her rifle. It was a bolt action with a wooden stock, though he couldn't tell more without getting closer. The woman had the rifle butt braced against her shoulder, with the barrel aimed at Brodie's midsection. Her finger was wrapped around the trigger, which meant either she was about to shoot him or, more likely, had not internalized the basic rules of trigger discipline. "We are unarmed," said Brodie. Please lower your weapon." Anna tightened her grip on the rifle. "I don't believe you." Taylor said, "We are sorry for breaching your door. There was a concern that something had happened to you." Anna kept her eyes locked on Brodie. "Something did happen to me," she said in a quiet, intense voice. "Harry was murdered." "We are very sorry," said Taylor. Brodie said, "He was a good man." "You knew him?" Brodie nodded. "He was my instructor many years ago." "When?" 2005. "Where?" "The Army MP school in Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri." "All right. Show me your CID identification." Apparently, thought Brodie, she'd learned something from her lover. He said, "Mine is in my inside jacket pocket. I'm going to reach for it now." He slowly reached for his badge case and pulled it out, and Taylor did the same. Anna glanced at their badges, nodded, then slowly lowered the rifle. "You had no right to break in here." "You had a responsibility to go to the police," said Brodie. "If you had, we wouldn't be here." He also informed her, "The fact that you didn't go to the police makes you a suspect." Anna stared at him. Ms. Albrecht was even more of a looker in person, and she had a kind of crackling energy to her. She asked, "How did you find me?" "Dumb luck," Brodie replied. Taylor asked, "Why didn't you go to the police?" "I don't have to answer any of your questions." "That is true," said Taylor. "But we all want the same thing, Ms. Albrecht. Justice for Harry." "Justice. Right." Anna clicked the rifle on safety and leaned it against the wall, then walked toward them and stopped in front of Taylor. "You're very pretty." "Thank you. Too pretty for a cop. I bet that causes you some problems." "No problems." Anna looked at Brodie. "I could have blown your head off." "Have you ever shot a person before?" "Like Harry Vance?" "No. But there's always a first time." Brodie asked, "Where'd you get the rifle?" "I inherited it from my father. He inherited it from his father, who was a veteran of the First World War." "Right." Brodie glanced at the rifle, which looked military. Probably a Mauser, so the caliber would be larger than the .22 that had killed Harry. Did that eliminate Ms. Albrecht as a suspect? Maybe. Unless she had an arsenal somewhere. He advised her, "Always keep your finger outside of the trigger guard unless you're about to shoot." "I was about to shoot," she explained. "You could have been here to kill me, like they killed Harry." "Who killed Harry?" She shrugged, then thought a moment. "Perhaps not who you think." Brodie and Taylor exchanged glances, and Taylor said, "We need to speak to you." She nodded, went to the splintered door, shut it, and slid a chain lock in place, then led them to the kitchen, a compact room with dark tile flooring, aging cabinets, and a small breakfast table shoved in the corner. A slender window next to the fridge looked out on a small interior courtyard. Anna put water and grounds into a metal coffee pot, lit her gas range with a match, then set the pot over the flame and grabbed a pack of cigarettes from her jeans pocket. She held the pack out to Brodie and Taylor, who both declined. She shoved a cigarette in her mouth and lit up using the flame from the gas range, which seemed to Brodie like a bad idea. She gestured with the cigarette. "They shoot you for this in the States, yes?" "Only on a second offense," Brodie assured her. Anna blew out a stream of smoke as she leaned against the counter and eyed him. "What did he teach you?" "Harry was a counter-terrorism instructor," said Brodie. "A very good one." "And now, you use his training." "In a way. We are not counter-terrorism specialists." "Do you think a terrorist killed him?" We're not at liberty to discuss that. How did you find me? We're not at liberty to discuss that either. If I call the Bundeskriminalamt headquarters and give them your names, will they know who you are? They will, said Taylor. But it's probably better for all of us if you don't do that. Anna made a look of exaggerated concern. Why is that? You don't get on well with the German police? Brodie said, We're happy to be on the team. She laughed. Yes? I don't like the police. Harry was a policeman. Anna looked away. Harry was different. Taylor asked, Is that why you haven't come forward? You don't trust the police? Anna eyed Taylor for a moment, but didn't respond. Brodie asked, What was Harry doing here in Berlin? He was doing me. Right. Beyond recreational activities. Why do you think I'm not enough reason for a man to come to Berlin? Brodie smiled. She made a good point. But he knew there was more to Harry's visits. That was why Harry was dead. Help us. Anna thought for a moment, crossed her arms. A trail of cigarette smoke coiled up past her face. He was helping me with something. With what? Anna didn't respond. Taylor said, If you don't speak to us, we'll make a few phone calls, and you can instead have this conversation in German, maybe from a jail cell. Anna stared at Taylor. A half smile crept over her face. People don't see you coming, do they? The coffee maker hissed and spurted steam. Anna turned off the range, then took down 3 espresso cups from her cupboard and filled them. It's strong. Do you need sugar? They both declined. Anna handed each of them a cup and saucer. We'll talk in the living room. She led them through the hallway into a large living room with tall windows that faced the interior courtyard. The walls were adorned with original plaster moldings and a few large pieces of modern art that looked a little better than the stuff at the Art Hotel. Anna directed them to a sagging orange couch against the far wall as she sat on a battered leather Chesterfield across from them. Brodie set his cup on the large coffee table, which was covered with art magazines and a glass marijuana pipe that could use a good cleaning. A crystal ashtray was piled with cigarette butts. Brodie and Taylor took off their coats and tossed them on the arms of the couch and sat. Anna set her cup down and looked between them with her intense brown eyes. No weapons, no warrant, and probably no one else has any idea that you're here. We're part of a team, said Brodie. The Americans don't play well with others. We try. No, you are arrogant. Correct. All right. Who are you working with here? The BKA and the Berlin police, plus our FBI. What about intelligence agencies? I'm not at liberty to say. Taylor said, I'm not sure how this is relevant. Anna looked at her. I'm interested in spies, Ms. Taylor. You might say I'm preoccupied with them. My father was a spy, a double agent for your government. That was a surprise. Brodie said, We thank him for his service. Well, you can't. He's dead. Executed by the Stasi after his cover was blown. They killed him 2 weeks before the wall fell. How is that for bad timing? I'm sorry, said Taylor. So am I. Anna took a long drag on her cigarette. He was a Stasi man himself, Manfred Albrecht, records analyst. She looked between her 2 guests. Do you know how many records the Stasi kept on its citizens? Well, I'll tell you. 111 kilometers when placed end to end. That was about 70 miles of paperwork, thought Brodie, a true image of hell. Considering the small size of East Germany and the brief time it existed, just about 40 years, the average East German could probably have expected at least some detail of their personal life or the lives of their immediate family to be in that vast secret police archive. Anna continued, "You could commit the smallest infraction and end up getting spied on for years, and every piece of this surveillance generates a report. My father's job was to find connections and patterns between all the suspected enemies of the state, which was virtually everyone who lived in that giant prison." Brodie and Taylor exchanged glances. Anna was talking, so they stayed silent. Anna continued, "I was young when it all ended, but I do remember a general feeling, like everything was heavy. Everyone was on edge. A lot of drinking. There were constant shortages of everything except alcohol. I'm sure the whole thing would have collapsed a lot sooner if they'd ever run out of alcohol." Well, this was depressing. But what did it have to do with Harry Vance getting killed in Neukölln while looking for an Iraqi WMD specialist? This didn't feel like a practiced monologue or something building to an alibi. More like some dark thing that had been weighing on her and that she was trying to unload. And when a potential witness or suspect was feeling chatty, it was always best to stay silent, or now and then encourage them and eventually lead them back to what you were really there to talk about. Brodie asked, "What kind of intelligence did your father provide the American government?" "Many things," said Anna. "He began working for the Stasi in 1978 and was providing information to the West by at least 1985. And unlike a lot of his colleagues, he wasn't restricted to a certain department. He had access to all the archives." She added, "He was ideally placed to be a mole. Until someone blew his cover." "Who?" asked Taylor. Anna looked at her. "This is the question my family has been trying to answer for 30 years. Taylor and Brodie again exchanged glances. This seemed to be going somewhere, though Brodie still couldn't tell why Ms. Albrecht was spilling her guts to them, or what any of this had to do with the murder of Harry Vance. Anna stared at the table for a moment, then looked at them. One Sunday morning in September 1989, men in dark suits came to our door. I was 6 years old. They arrested all of us and put each of us in a separate car to be taken for interrogation. Can you imagine? Interrogating a 6-year-old. I remember being terrified, sitting in this horrible green room. She trailed off, her mind going back to that room, but she didn't seem to want to share the details. They let me and my mother out after a few days. My mother knew nothing about my father's activities. He knew that if either of them was ever arrested, her ignorance might save her. I guess they believed her. She paused. I never saw my father again. Anna looked toward the window. The dull gray light illuminated her somber eyes. They phoned my mother sometime at the end of October, told her where and when to expect the burial. You got full service in the German Democratic Republic, cradle to grave. They tried you, they executed you, and they planned the goddamn funeral. She laughed bitterly and looked at Brodie and Taylor. One of your politicians, I can't remember his name, he said something about the Vietnam War that has always stayed with me. How do you ask a man to be the last to die for a mistake? Well, that was my father, the last to die before the wall came down. That whole country was a goddamn mistake. A travesty. They all sat in silence for a moment. Taylor said, "I am so sorry." Anna shrugged and stubbed out her cigarette in the ashtray piled with butts. After the wall fell a couple of weeks later, my mother began going through all the official channels to try to learn about what had happened to her husband, how he'd been caught. The reunified government set up the Stasi Records Agency so any East German could find their own reports, see if they were spied on, find out if your friends and neighbors were informing on you or your family. But there were restrictions. Any report that involved a foreign government, including West Germany, was still locked away. State secrets. So, no luck. But my mother was a stubborn old bitch. Anna smiled to herself. She wouldn't quit. She petitioned every government agency that might have some loose connection to state intelligence. She hounded politicians. She contacted journalists for years and years. But nothing. Until one day. Anna got up and walked to an old wooden desk across the room. She opened the bottom drawer and pulled out a thick manila envelope, then tossed it on the coffee table and sat back down. Taylor picked up the envelope and pulled out a thick stack of typewritten documents. They were all slightly misshapen, jagged on the edges, their surfaces shiny from the heavy application of clear tape. Brodie watched as Taylor flipped through the pages, and he realized that every page had been shredded and meticulously reassembled. Anna said, "When it was clear that East Germany was finished, the bastards in every Stasi office in the country started shredding everything. And when their shredders broke down, they began ripping up all the records by hand. When the Stasi headquarters was stormed by the people, the Stasi men fled and left behind thousands of bags of paper scraps. The most difficult jigsaw puzzle in the world, but also one of the most important. To this day, 30 years later, a group of people sit in an office in a little town outside Nuremberg, trying to piece together the past. We call them the Puzzle Women." "This is incredible," said Taylor as she flipped through the stack of reassembled pages, all in German. "Is this record about your father?" "Not exactly," said Anna. "That record is unique. Not a surveillance report, but a comprehensive record of the activities of an American double agent, a military man who was betraying your country and giving information to the Stasi. His identity was so secret that his name is not even used in this top-secret document. He is referred to only by his code name, Odin." Anna looked at her American guests to see if they recognized this name. She explained, "Odin is the chief god in Germanic mythology and folklore, god of war, death, wisdom, and many other things." Brodie said, "That's a pretty wide mandate, even for a god." He added, "And a pretty grandiose code name for a traitor." Anna nodded. Fitting, too. The god Odin would seek greater knowledge by disguising himself and wandering among mortals. She gestured to the papers with her cigarette. Sometime in 1999, someone who was working in the records agency received this report from the Puzzle Women, along with official instructions to turn it over to state intelligence. Well, whoever read it realized what they had in their hands, and instead of turning it in to be put in some secret vault forever, this person brought the report to my mother. People working in the records agency knew how many years she had been looking for information on her husband. You see, this report implicates Odin in blowing the cover of 4 different Stasi agents who were working for the West. Each man was caught. Each man was executed. The last of these 4 men was my father. Brodie asked, "Was Odin ever caught?" Anna shook her head. "His identity remains unknown." Brodie processed that. Throughout the Cold War, there had been a number of Americans who had betrayed their country and sold secrets to the communists, but only 3 known moles within the American intel community had ever betrayed foreign double agents in a matter that led to those agents' deaths: Edward Lee Howard and Aldrich Ames of the CIA, and Robert Hansen of the FBI. Howard had managed to escape to Moscow. Ames and Hansen were both currently serving life sentences without parole. It was almost inconceivable that there was a 4th American traitor out there with such a high body count who had never been discovered or caught, and whose ability to escape justice was not itself a matter of public knowledge. And this traitor was someone in the U.S. military, no less. Odin. Brodie eyed the stack of yellowing typewritten pages that Taylor was still holding, their thousands of shredded pieces carefully reconstructed like a museum artifact. It looked real, and in his gut, it felt real too. Anna continued, "My mother died 9 years ago, never getting the answers she sought. I'd seen what this obsession had done to her, and I promised myself that I would let the past lie. Then I fell in love with a stubborn American CID agent who heard this story from me and vowed to discover Odin's identity, to find this American traitor and bring him to justice, but also to get justice for my father, and my mother, and me. And for Harry's efforts," she said, her eyes now shining with tears. "Someone killed him." Chapter 24. Brodie looked at Anna, who was staring back at them. He noticed a large painting on the wall behind her featuring thick black strokes on white canvas. On a closer look, it appeared to be an abstract rendering of the Berlin Wall. This city was full of ghosts, and ghost stories, like the one they'd just heard. The duplicitous American spy, Odin, who had been on the wrong side of history, yet had somehow escaped its judgment, and the brave Stasi man, Anna's father, secretly defying a dictatorship, betrayed and killed just before he could relish his own taste of freedom. It was an interesting story, maybe even a true one. But did it have anything to do with Harry's murder? This Odin, whoever he was, would probably be at least 70 years old by now. More likely, he was dead. The past mattered, but 30 years later, did it matter enough to kill for? Brodie asked Anna, what was Harry actually doing to discover Odin's identity? Anna shook her head. He was keeping me in the dark. He said it was to protect me, which I thought was a bit melodramatic. To me, this was like a curiosity, uncovering a sad piece of family history, not something that was still alive. She looked at Brodie, something that could still hurt people. Taylor said in a soft voice, Anna, we have information about why Harry was in Neukölln and what he was investigating. We don't have all the answers yet, but he was a counter-terrorism investigator, and what he was involved in, we believe is related to Islamic terrorism in one way or another. She put the Stasi documents on the coffee table and asked, do the names Tariq Qasim or Abbas al-Hamdani mean anything to you? No. She looked between the two of them. You don't get it. This, she pointed to the documents on the coffee table, is what he was doing. He took it seriously, and so should you." "We do," said Taylor, "but you need to consider the possibility that this Odin case is not related to Harry's death. Also, nothing you have told us justifies why you have not spoken to the authorities. We can arrange—" Anna interrupted. "The authorities shot my father for treason and dumped him in a cold grave. Do you know that there were more people conducting surveillance at his funeral than actual mourners? Little men with their little cameras, seeing who was there, who came to honor the memory of an enemy of the state. And if you had the audacity to weep, maybe you'd end up on one of their dreaded lists for the rest of your life." She shook her head, lit up another cigarette. "The authorities. Fuck them." Taylor leaned forward. "I do not mean to minimize your grief, Miss Albrecht, and I'm sorry if that's how it came off. But that grotesque system is over. That country is done. Those people are powerless. And now you have an obligation to help find Harry's killer. The police are no longer your enemies." Anna smiled tightly. "So says the policewoman." She looked down at the paperwork on the table. "I used to think, who cares who Odin is, or was? East Germany killed my father. The system killed my father. This American traitor, Odin. I wasn't going to pour all my anger and grief into him like my mother did. I wasn't going to give him that power. Then Harry came into my life. I think it offended him on a personal and professional level. The idea of someone in the American military having done this, having betrayed his country and gotten away with it. Harry was doing what he thought was right. Stubborn, like my mother. And now dead like her, too. She took a long drag, then thought for a moment. I'll talk to your police friends. And if I mysteriously vanish, maybe then you'll take this seriously. Taylor said that will not happen. Anna ignored that as she rose and walked back to the desk and pulled out another manila envelope. She handed it to Taylor. Take this. Harry translated the Stasi report into English. Taylor slipped the envelope into her satchel. Thank you. We'll read it. Brodie asked, when your mother first got this report, did she alert any government authorities? Of course, said Anna. She wanted their help. She wanted to keep the original, so she gave them a photocopy and claimed it was the only version she was given. She made up some story of how she got the documents in order to protect her contact in the records agency. She knew that if the government doubted its authenticity, they'd try to procure the original. But her contact informed her that they never did, which made her think that they already knew about Odin, as did your government. Brodie thought about that. If the U.S. and West Germany lost 4 undercover agents over the course of a decade, they obviously knew they had a mole. And when the Cold War abruptly ended one November evening in 1989, there were plenty of reasons why both countries might want the whole thing to be memory hold. He asked, what about the other 3 people, their families? Do they know about this report? Anna nodded. My mother contacted them, but you will find that not many citizens of the former East Germany want to revisit the past. Taylor seemed incredulous. Even those whose family members were executed? What makes you so sure that those people didn't believe that their husbands and fathers got what they deserved? Or that they weren't at least ashamed of their actions? East Germany was full of true believers. And that faith in the virtues of the state didn't just lift like a spell when Germany unified. After the Nazis, There was Nuremberg. They hanged the bastards. But after East Germany, there was no equivalent. Erich Mielke, the head of the Stasi, you know what happened to him? He died of old age. And the General Secretary, Erich Honecker, he was supposed to stand trial for his many crimes against the people, but they took pity on the bastard because he had terminal cancer. He was allowed to live in exile in Chile, where he died an old man. There was no justice, and so there was no reckoning, no consequences, and therefore no redemption. She took a long drag. The world will never let us forget the Nazis, and why should they? But the communists, that is something different. There is a permission to forget, and all too many Germans take permission. Brodie considered that. East Germany had lost the Cold War, and the price of defeat was full integration into a vibrant democracy that had become the economic powerhouse of Europe. And unlike other vanquished nations at the end of a war, the worst crimes committed by East Germany were against her own people. And even distinguishing the perpetrators from the victims was difficult in a system that had managed to turn half the country into collaborators and snitches. No wonder everyone wanted to forget, to move on. Well, they'd really gotten into the weeds on this Cold War stuff, but Brodie still had some meat and potatoes investigating to do. He switched gears and asked, "How did you and Harry first meet?" Anna took a deep breath. "I met Harry last July. I'm a curator at a gallery in Kreuzberg, and we'd just opened a new show. We'd been trying to highlight new voices, marginalized voices, and especially with all the refugees coming in. I decided I wanted to find the artists among them, support them in creating new work. So I did. Artists from Syria, Afghanistan, Iraq. Challenging subject matter, some of it quite grim. I knew it might be too much for our regular clientele, and I was right. Visits dropped off. But this square-jawed American walks in one day. He's drawn to the work, and we start talking. Harry tells me he is a military investigator, and he even tells me a little of what he does, and I have this terrible feeling that he's come to my gallery looking for terrorists. But he said he was just in town for a meeting or something. But he was a naturally curious man, an empathetic man. And he... She trailed off for a moment. Then she tapped her chest over her heart. He held a lot of darkness in here. I could feel that.